Chapter 1. Madam, work hard, 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 I can already see the child's head. In the half-hidden house, the middle-aged midwife was kneeling in front of the lower body of a beautiful woman, nervously operating, and at the same time constantly reminding the woman. The beautiful woman clenched her silver teeth, her hands clutching at the quilt beneath her, and two young maids wiped the sweat from her face with a dry cloth from time to time. Outside the door, a middle-aged man wandered outside the door, checking the situation inside the house through the crack in the door from time to time, his face full of anxiety. Come on, madam, the child's head has come out. After the efforts of the beautiful woman, the head of the child in the palace appeared first, stained with blood and some liquid, and the midwife hurriedly supported the head of the born baby with warm hands, and encouraged the beautiful woman again. After hearing that the child's head had all come out, the beautiful woman's weak body burst out again, and tried her best to squeeze out the rest of the baby's body. It's out. Congratulations to madam, it's a boy. A few minutes later, the midwife shouted to the beautiful woman in surprise, and picked up the baby with both hands very skillfully. Is it? Hearing that her child had been born successfully, the beautiful woman weakly held up her eyelids. She was too weak after giving birth. But what is surprising is that the newborn baby boy did not cry, not only crying, but also did not even move his eyes and nose, and the midwife did not think much about it for a while, and gently and skillfully put the baby boy into a wooden basin prepared with warm water to wash off the filth on his body. After washing away the filth from the baby's body, the originally wrinkled skin began to become much more moisturized, but during the whole process, the baby did not move at all, which immediately attracted the attention of the midwife. It shouldn't be like this. A thought flashed through the midwife's mind, and her fingers trembled and reached to the baby's nose to check her breathing, and the fact that she almost let go of the baby in her arms and fell to the ground. Madam, are you all right? And the husband, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, immediately rushed into the house after the child was born, and after the child was born, the man who had endured it for a few minutes immediately rushed into the house, trotted to the beautiful woman's side, and asked with concern. The surrounding maids immediately stepped aside, waiting for their master's orders at any time. Your Excellency! I'm fine, child. After a short respite, the beautiful woman regained a little strength, and in the face of her husband's concern, the woman smiled and shook her head gently, still focusing on the child. The child is fine, the important thing is you, madam. The husband carefully picked up a dry cloth to wipe the sweat from his wife's forehead. At this time, the midwife had already understood what kind of state the newborn baby was in, and she was very worried. Anime Suji-sama, I'm sorry for this child, the midwife said in a trembling voice as she carried the baby boy wrapped in a well-washed cloth to the other side of the beautiful woman. It's a dead baby. What do you say? The husband, who was known as Anime Suji, looked at the midwife with a look of shock. No, it's impossible. My baby. How could it be? The woman obviously could not accept that the child she had just given birth to from her womb was a dead baby. As much as I hope this is wrong, the child is a stillborn baby who does not cry at all, which is extremely rare, and I checked the child's breathing and heartbeat, and there was no movement. The midwife whispered the situation, and then handed the baby in her arms to the master of Anime Suji. Ghost Dance Suji-sama, please check on the child's condition for yourself. Anime Suji stretched out his hand, carefully probing the child's breathing and heartbeat, and his face sank instantly. My lord, the beautiful woman held a glimmer of hope, hoping that this was fake and that her child was still alive. I'm sorry, ma'am. This child. Ghost Dance Suji looked at his frail wife, who had just given birth, and shook his head, not saying the rest of the words. When the beautiful woman heard her husband's conclusion, she couldn't accept it for a while, and fainted directly. Ma'am, ma'am. Go and get the pharmacist. After nearly 10 minutes, the pharmacist finally arrived at the Anime Suji mansion, first to diagnose the beautiful woman, and then to diagnose the dead baby again. A few minutes later, the pharmacist, who had diagnosed the baby's condition, shook his head at the head of the anime Suji and said regretfully. Anime Suji-sama, according to the description of the midwife and my diagnosis, when the baby was still in the womb of the lady, the body and bones were very weak, and it should be very close to the state of death, and the vigorous activity during the delivery led to the direct death of the child. I see, sir, go slowly. The ghost dancer looked gloomy, he really didn't expect his first child to die like this. Farewell. Knowing that the other party must be in a bad mood at the moment, the pharmacist didn't stop long and left immediately. After sitting on the tatami mat and pondering for nearly 10 minutes, Anime Suji reluctantly made a decision. Someone. Yes, my lord, he ordered to go down and prepare for the funeral. Got it. Chapter 2. Following. In the funeral hall held by Anime Suji, many people in black kimonos are kneeling around, and people are constantly coming from the door to attend the funeral. Woo! My baby! Oh child! The beautiful woman knelt on the side of the hall, hiding her face alone and weeping quietly, her heart filled with grief. The protagonist of this funeral, when the Lord's first child, dressed in a splendid costume and lying quietly in the coffin of a flower-huddled person, no one noticed that the little fingers of the dead baby curled up moved. It's so dark. It's pitch black, it's so cold, am I going to die again? Am I going to die again? Don't want to die. Don't want to die. I don't want to die. To live. Stay alive. My life has just begun, I want to live. Another weaker consciousness sounded on the other side of the space. This consciousness was very immature, but it was full of a strong desire to survive. Devour. Devour. The powerful consciousness slowly approached the new consciousness, and the strong desire drove him to swallow this strong sense of survival. I want. Knock. Knock. The weak heart, under the consciousness of its owner, began to beat again, and the blood flowed all over the body, and the cold body began to heat up slowly. At this time, at the funeral scene of Anime Suji, a baby's cry broke the silence that should have continued, like a thunderbolt, waking everyone present. Wow! Wow! Whoa! 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 The baby's cry wafted through the halls of the university. Child, my child! The beautiful woman who was always paying attention to her child rushed forward as soon as she heard the baby crying, and her red and swollen eyes looked at the child in front of her with surprise. The half-open eyes, the moving little hands, and the loud cry all explained the fact that the child had come to life. The beautiful woman gently held the child in her arms, and tears fell on the baby's little face. Are you alive? Ghost Dance Suji, the father of the child, heard movement in the side room and immediately rushed out, walked to the side of the lady, and looked at the baby in his arms in shock. He had lived for so many years, and it was the first time he had seen a baby who was supposed to be dead, and the next day he miraculously survived, and without any care. Come on, let the nurse prepare to breastfeed at once, thought of this, and the child's father immediately instructed the maid standing beside him. Then he bowed his head and said to his wife, Madam, take it down first and let the nurse breastfeed, the child's body and bones should be in urgent need of nutrition. The beautiful woman woke up from a dream and hurriedly ran towards the inner courtyard with the child in her arms. Looking at all this that happened in front of them, the guests who came to the funeral froze in place for a while. They really didn't expect the owner of the funeral to come back to life. This is the first time they have lived for so many years, and they have encountered such a miracle scene. Everyone. After taking care of the child's affairs for the time being, the Lord of Anime Suji immediately turned around and looked at the guests who stood up with surprised expressions. More than 10 years later. In the gloomy room, a black-haired boy with pale skin sat on the wall behind him with a weak face, holding a book in his hand and browsing carefully. For more than 10 years since his death, the boy has never stepped out of the room, and has endured the torture of illness all the time. His body is as weak as a newborn baby, and he is all taken care of by his subordinates, Thanks to the fact that he was born in the family of a wealthy landlord, if it was a poor family, the corpse would have been exposed to the wilderness. Although he can get up and read, according to his physical condition for more than 10 years, he is no different from a wasted person. If you are an ordinary person, I am afraid that you will not be able to endure this wasted life for a long time, and choose to break yourself. But for some reason, the boy named Anime Suji is miserable, and he has always firmly maintained his obsession with wanting to live and has never given up. In the boy's room, there was a strong smell of medicinal herbs, and beside him was a bowl of freshly drunk medicine, which was matched by the doctor who had heard about his symptoms 3 years ago and came to treat him. Although there is no cure, the condition is much better than 3 years ago, and I have been able to move a little bit in the ground for a while. No misery, the life-prolonging medicine I developed for you has finally succeeded. An old doctor who was full of a very strong smell of medicinal herbs came to the young man's house excitedly, blocking the sunlight, and his face was full of excitement, making his wrinkled face look unexpectedly a little scary. Is it? The young man named Wu Miao did not raise his head, and continued to look at the book in his hand, seemingly not very concerned about the doctor's news. It's not miserable, it's the closest you've come to success, and it's guaranteed to prolong your life and restore your body's function to a great extent. Seeing that Wu Miao looked indifferent, the doctor righteously told how powerful his medicine was. Doctor, you said the same thing last time, you said the same thing last time, and last time. It's never easy to develop a drug that can prolong your life from scratch, and even if it is successfully developed, you need to keep taking the wrong samples to keep getting closer to the final result. And this time is the closest to success, although it can't be cured immediately, but at least it can make your body function much closer to normal. Smack! Wu Miao closed the book in his hand, looked up at the doctor, and took the pill and the special potion in his hand. Then I'm looking forward to the final outcome next time. As he spoke, Wu Miao swallowed the pill mixed with the potion into his stomach, and after a few seconds, a thick feeling of tiredness came. Bang! Anime Suji fell straight down and fell into a coma. I forgot to tell you, if you take the medicine, you will fall asleep immediately. After all, it takes time for the drug to work. Well, I'm already asleep anyway, it doesn't matter. Seeing that Wu Miao had fallen, the doctor did not leave immediately, but took out his own instrument, and began to observe Wu Miao in the room, and recorded it in a small notebook. Chapter 3. The last thought flashed through his mind as the boy named Anime Suji was in darkness. Am I going to die? In the boundless darkness, it seemed like a moment, and it seemed like an eternity. Anime Suji's consciousness suddenly awakened, his eyes suddenly opened, and the familiar ceiling was still in front of him, but before he could react, there was a sharp pain inside his body. It came from the deepest part of his body, and every bone in his body seemed to be smashed with a hammer, but he could not make the slightest sound, not even a finger in his body, nor could he make a sound in his throat. The moment the severe pain reached the nerves in his brain, Wu Miao's eyes widened as big as a pair of copper bells, and the white eye sockets were quickly congested, staining the entire eye red, making him lose his vision. With the boundless pain, the blood in his whole body suddenly flowed rapidly, his body temperature rose rapidly, and the large and small blood vessels on his neck and face were clearly visible, and they were red. Immediately after that, the blood vessels collapsed, and he couldn't withstand the blood in Anime Suji's body that was rushing at an unknown speed beyond the past. The pain coming from all over his body constantly impacted Wu Miao's consciousness, eating away at him, and wanted to make him completely die. In the face of this inhuman pain, Ghost Dance Suji suddenly burst out with a strong desire to survive. I'm not going to die like this. No matter how painful it is, I will never give up. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. The boundless pain lasted for half an hour. Unsurprisingly, Anime Suji hated the doctor who had brought him such a huge amount of near-death, and the seeds of hatred grew. Why? Why is it only me? Only I have to endure this kind of wasted life, Why didn't you let me die in the first place, but let me live? I hate this world, I hate it. The dark soul was crying silently, angrily denouncing the tricks of fate and the injustice of the world. No one could have imagined that an inhuman monster existed quietly at this moment. And the doctor who indirectly caused all this is sleeping soundly not far away, completely ignorant of what happened to Wu Miao. No matter how much he wants to break his head, he can't imagine that his medicine has created a monster in the dark, and it has also made him stand on the edge of death hell. An hour later, Wu Miao finally regained his physical sense, and at the same time, he could feel the new power flowing through his body, nurturing. Wu Miao easily got up from the bed, stood on the tatami mat, raised his hands, and felt his body reborn in surprise. But there is something more important waiting for him right now, and that is the culprit who has given him a taste of hell, constantly hovering on the brink of death. Wu Miao picked up the knife that was placed on the side, and walked to the doctor's side without saying a word, the darkness in his dark pupils. Poof! The sharp blade pierced the old doctor's heart, and then with a twist of his wrist, it directly shattered the doctor's heart. The blood-stained knife was pulled out of the doctor's body, and Wu Miao, who was holding the knife, saw the bright red and warm blood, and the whole person was directly stunned, and a strong desire came out from the depths of his body and consciousness. The ghost sent the god to the gods. Wu Miao stretched the knife in his hand to his mouth, stretched out his tongue and gently licked the blood on it. It was this blood entrance that made him directly and clearly understand what his body was longing for. It was the flesh and blood of a creature of its own kind, called a man. Hey! Ha! Anime Suji's subconscious told herself that she couldn't eat it, but every cell in her body was screaming and screaming, telling their master that they were going to devour the flesh and blood of the human in front of them, everything in its body. Why? Why? What happened to my body? Anime Suji was full of confusion about the changes in his body, but he didn't have time to think about it, and the intense urge to eat was burning his nerves and swallowing his reason. Detected that the host has met the activation conditions, and now the first mission is released. Just as Wu Miao couldn't help but want to devour the flesh in front of him, a message was transmitted to his soul, causing him to suddenly wake up, allowing him to have a short respite. Binding mission: defeat your instinct as a ghost. Reward: binding pack. Failure punishment: forced stripping of consciousness. Although I don't understand why my soul has a strange message, the projection that appears in front of me is far from the times, and the crimson font is telling Wu Miao that the existence behind this mysterious message is extraordinary, and it is very likely that it is a powerful existence with supreme power such as the so-called gods. I don't understand why I became a monster with a thirst for human flesh, but it's no surprise that it's the doctor's medicine. But he finally survived, and once he became a monster who acted only on instinct, then he would not be far from death. In order to survive, Wu Miao is so determined in his heart to set a goal. Then Wu Miao sat directly on the ground, closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and slowly emptied his consciousness. In the pitch-black space, the deadly fragrance struck from all directions, from his nose to his brain, from his pores to the cells in his body, and the cells of his whole body were violently rioting. They crave the source of these scents. They are a group of beings who have been hungry for an unknown amount of time, their sanity is almost gone, and they are gradually transforming into inhuman monsters, just eating the flesh and blood of the previous ones. Click! Wu Miao clenched his hands tightly, and his sharp nails dug into the flesh fiercely, but the pain caused by it could not slow the body's longing in the slightest. Come on! Throw yourself into my arms! I can give you great power, as long as you eat him. As long as you eat him. Don't resist this instinct, accept it, it is yourself, give you the most powerful power, let you transcend human beings, break all injustices, and become the master of your own life and that of others. A woman's sweet voice sounded in his ears, and his words were full of boundless temptation, luring him into hell and into the abyss. Chapter 4. Binding Mission: Defeat Instinct. The binding bundle has been distributed. The personal space is open, the task list and the mall exchange are open, the personal information has been loaded successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the dimensional villain of this system. A series of messages flowed through Wu Miao's mind, making him roughly understand what was the thing that appeared on him. Personal information. Wu Miao silently sent a message in his mind. Real name, Cheng Hao race, King of Cannibal Ghosts spiritual power, A ability, Rapid Healing C, Body Modification X, Dependence Manufacturing S, Blood Ghost Technique No Camp, Chaos Evil Strength Rating, Inhuman and with the activation of the system, the memories hidden in the depths of the soul also emerged, making the young man whose real name is Cheng Hao realize his past. Due to the power of the villain system, Cheng Hao was reborn in another dimensional world, but for some reason his soul was divided, causing him to lose the rest of his memories and not recover for a short time. As a newborn, he devoured the consciousness of the birth of the original body, and there was only a fragment of his soul left, but because his own soul was too strong, his body couldn't bear it, and he fell asleep for a large part, and what surfaced on the surface was a false consciousness of an Ime Suji no miserable. And with the strength of the body, the emergence of the system made Cheng Hao's own consciousness return from the depths, devouring the last fragment of an Ime Suji's soul. My race is actually cannibals. No wonder Fang is so hungry for human flesh. Cheng Hao looked at his race column with some understanding. And there is a small plus sign after the race name, and Cheng Hao clicked on the small plus sign with curiosity. Ogre, an inhuman being in this world accidentally created by a physician's half-finished life protender elixir, strengthened by devouring human flesh and blood, fearing sunlight and everything that carries sunlight, and dying if you cut off your neck, except for breaking boundaries. This race can be transformed into perfect sun-defying creatures in this world through medicine. Through the systematic annotation, Cheng Hao completely understood the origin and weakness of his current cannibal, and what surprised him the most was that. However, this man-eating ghost is a creature unique to this world, and it seems that my birth was not caused by man. Cheng Hao muttered to himself, and then clicked on the small plus, the first plus sign on his ability, and the relevant detailed explanation immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Rapid Healing C, a blue quality ability, as an ability attached to all ogres, as long as it is not fatally injured by severing the neck, severed hands and feet can be regenerated by consuming energy, and if it is injured by a powerful sunshine attribute item, this ability will be reduced. Body Modification X, the ability of purple quality, you who are familiar with medical skills and have mastered a lot of knowledge about the human body, you can transform your body according to the ability attached to your own race. As the source of the cannibal race, you can transform others from humans into ogrifies by giving them your own blood, and you have absolute power over them. Blood Demon Spell, no quality, an ability that is unique to cannibals in this world, and this ability varies from person to person. It's very detailed, and the so-called system is really far beyond my imagination. Cheng Hao turned off the virtual screen in front of him, then glanced at the scorching sun outside the door, walked to the door, the whole person was hidden in the shadow of the wood, and then slowly stretched out his palm. Whoa! As soon as the white arm touched a ray of sunlight, it immediately began to turn into ashes, and the spark swallowed down the palm of the hand directly towards the arm behind him. Seeing this, Cheng Hao decisively twisted off his hand joints and threw out a piece of his arm, and the next second it was gone. A few seconds later, Cheng Hao's mutilated arm directly regenerated a palm, which was as intact as ever. But as the arm regenerates, you can still feel the hunger from your body. Although it should be possible to survive for a long time without devouring human flesh and blood, the energy in the body is not inexhaustible, it needs to be replenished, and it needs to be eaten at that time. Suppressing the hunger in his heart, Cheng Hao did not forget a gift package given by the system. Since it's given by the system, there should be good props or abilities, and I hope there is a way to solve my instinct problem. Cheng Hao whispered, and then directly opened the gift package issued by the system. The gift package is opened, and the host will receive the following rewards: 1 Ghost Shadow Core Summon, from Jackie Chan's Adventures. 2 Bloodline Evolution once, can greatly increase potential. 3 Devouring other creatures to strengthen their own strength, speed, etc. Look at this introduction, it is so strong that it is off the charts. Cheng Hao looked at these powerful rewards, his heart was very excited, and he chose to use them without hesitation. The Ghost Shadow Core summons the use of successful bloodline evolution ability is used successfully, the weakness is eliminated. The elimination failure devouring ability is successfully used when the reward is received, a large string. The system prompt sound sounded in Cheng Hao and saw the devouring Ghost Shadow Core summoning reward was used successfully without accident. Cheng Hao saw his personal information, and the bloodline evolved to be completely successful. Immediately after that, the reward is directly locked and displayed as unusable. System, why didn't the bloodline evolution be completely successful? Does it have anything to do with the cannibal bloodline I obtained? Cheng Hao immediately asked the system about the reason, originally thought that he could completely get rid of the shortcomings brought by the ogre bloodline and become a perfect creature, but he fell short. How could he be willing? Degree. Chapter 5. The cannibal bloodline is the source of evil in this world's weak consciousness, and as the host of the owner, it needs to be used, and the Millennium Plot is promoted, and the tasks given by the system are completed. The explanation of the system is unusually simple and clear, and along with the explanation of the system, the task list also pops up. Main quest, the Millennium Ghost King, as the source of the cannibal, how can you not create trouble, harm the world, and become an absolute evil existence? The night belongs to ghosts, the host needs to create subordinate cannibals, let them move, attack humans, and not kill the ghost slayer formed after 100 years. Main quest, the end of the Ghost King, fight to the death with the grown son of the world and his companions after 1,000 years, is the world an ogre or a human? Side quest, establish the 12 ghost moons, the 12 most powerful ghosts of all the ghosts in the 12 ghost moons, among which the upper string is the most powerful. There were 3 missions on the originally empty task list. Is this what I'm going to do? System, what happens if I choose not to accept it? If the host chooses not to accept it, then all the host's memories will be erased, and the creature will be found to meet the mission again. The system's answer can't help Cheng Hao's guess. After all, there are no free gifts in the world, and pies will not fall from the sky. Take advantage of the time you have to try out your newfound abilities. Cheng Hao didn't think about the task for a while, turned to look at the corpse of the doctor, walked to its side, put his right hand on the corpse, and with the flow of consciousness, the devouring ability was activated instantly. The pitch-black light quietly appeared in Cheng Hao's palm from nothing, and in the blink of an eye, a black ball was formed, wrapping the doctor's corpse in it, and the next second the black ball turned into a streamer and drilled into Cheng Hao's palm. And with Cheng Hao's first use of the devouring ability, a pitch-black energy sphere appeared at his heart, and the black silk thread slowly inserted into the heart, and then a stream of energy was transmitted, and then flowed through the blood throughout the body. This feeling. It's amazing. As the devoured energy fed back to him, Cheng Hao could clearly feel that the hunger in his body had been alleviated to a certain extent, and his body had been slightly enhanced. Now we just have to wait until the evening. It's time to act. Cheng Hao looked at the sun outside the house and silently hid his body in the darkness. 3 hours later, night fell. Cheng Hao was bathed in the moonlight, looking at the starry sky that he had never seen for more than 10 years, breathing the cool breeze of the night, and the cells all over his body were cheering, unusually active. Because Cheng Hao has been sick in bed for more than 10 years, except for the servants who bring 3 meals a day, basically no one will come to this small courtyard. Cheng Hao's parents in this life have already had a newborn healthy offspring, except for the occasional visit to him, saying that he still remembers his son. There is nothing else that will not come here at all. Cheng Hao has lived in this so-called home for more than 10 years, and unexpectedly has no reluctant emotions, only a sense of rebirth and strong malice. Hunting, a 2-meter-high wall, Cheng Hao didn't need to run. He could easily jump up, land firmly on the narrow top, and then the whole person disappeared into the darkness. Although there is a ghost legion, but for Cheng Hao, he finally obtained a powerful body, and he can't hold back his mood of wanting to try it. The silent courtyard suddenly ignited a little flame, and then spread wildly, and in just a few minutes, the wooden house was completely enveloped in the fire, devouring all the traces left in it. By the time the servants noticed the fire, it was impossible to extinguish it. Cheng Hao abandoned the huge family of Anime Suji, abandoned his biological parents with this body, created the illusion of his own death, and wandered alone. Real name, Cheng Hao Race, King of Cannibals. Spiritual power, A. Ability, Rapid Healing. A. Body Transformation. X. Dependence. Make S+. The energy obtained by the dependence will feed back to the master. Blood Ghost Magic, no more than one ghost after the evolution of the bloodline. A blood ghost magic can consume a lot of energy as needed to evolve the required blood ghost magic. If there is a discrepancy with the original work, the author of the magic change flesh and blood. Assimilation can assimilate living creatures, buildings, and even plants. Ghost shadow core summoning, devouring, no water __. Blood remembrance. Blood can be used to obtain the memories you need in the subject's mind. Faction, chaos. Evil power rating, infinitely close to a perfect creature. This is an era of war. The people at the bottom live a poor life, without food, without clothing, and there is a lot of killing between countries. Life is the cheapest thing in this era, and it is not even as heavy as a bowl of rice and water. And the nobles and families of the upper class, dressed in fine clothes and food, singing songs every night, and a group of servants, they looted the wealth of the people at the bottom to enrich their rich treasury that ordinary people could not imagine. Cheng Hao just quietly watched this era, this long era. Occasionally he would meet some people who felt good, and gave him his own blood, making him an inhuman monster. But this is not the case for all those who become evil spirits, and many more people create cannibals out of his interest in studying his own abilities. Humans who have become evil spirits have lost their minds and eaten their former compatriots, thinking that they will hate themselves, but most of them give up on themselves and willingly be dominated by the instincts of demons, and continue to attack humans. By observing these ghosts, he also roughly understood what kind of strength the ghosts he created. A newborn ghost would not be a problem against 4 or 5 adults alone, and the ghost that ate people would be even more powerful until he reached the upper limit of his strength. Cheng Hao didn't have any desire to pay attention to these inferior ghosts, and let them fend for themselves. In his opinion, the ghosts who couldn't control their desire to eat were all defective, and there was no need for him to pay attention to them. Gradually, in some war-torn places, the horror legend of cannibals spread. Time, for the average human being, is no longer than 60 years, and no less than 10 years. And for Cheng Hao, who is the Ghost King, time is the least valuable. Since the binding system, walking in the dark night of the world as the Ghost King, nearly 300 years have quietly passed. During these coveted years, Cheng Hao has been traveling around the main island of Japan, constantly creating man-eaters and making them search for a plant called the green flower and imposing a curse on them that they cannot reveal their faces and names in any way. Looking for the cyan flower is a message released by Cheng Hao, and there is always a reason for doing things, which is Cheng Hao's reason. Once you say something about Cheng Hao in any way, even if you silently recite the name in your heart, you will die violently. And no matter who you are, after becoming a man-eater, you completely lose your humanity and faithfully follow the instinct of the ghost, and continue to hunt humans at night. Becoming a ghost, although it will be afraid of the sun, can only move in the dark for the rest of its life, and becomes a monster that can only eat people, but the benefits of becoming a ghost are simply not worth mentioning. Ghosts have super regenerative ability, super physical fitness. It is not a problem to single-handedly take on several adult males. As long as they can get the appreciation of the Ghost King and give more blood, they can continue to become stronger by eating people. Not to mention the long lifespan that comes with becoming a ghost. It is a long lifespan with almost no end in sight. The Ghost King is just a 16 or 17-year-old boy, but he has lived in the world for 300 years, and he has not aged at all. How can this not make them indulge in it? Even though Cheng Hao can create cannibals, not everyone is worthy of his blood, and there are many arrogant people who are pretentious and arrogant, who can't bear the weight of blood and explode to death. Although this is said, in the long period of nearly 300 years, there are as many as 700 cannibals created by Cheng Hao alone, although they are very small compared to the number of human beings, but their individual abilities are not the same. And that's not counting the fact that some special ghosts with good strength can also be transformed into ghosts. Although they have to be allowed by Cheng Hao, they basically agreed, although the upper limit is very low, but it is also a lot of numbers. In addition to creating ghosts, Cheng Hao doesn't know how many lives he has devoured in the past 300 years, and the level of cell activity has reached an unbelievable level. Chapter 6. 50 years after Cheng Hao became the Ghost King, the clan he originally connected with by blood, the Anime Suji clan, suddenly had a major change, and a sudden illness raged throughout the clan, and no matter how many doctors were invited, they could not cure this unknown disease. No one knows when the disease will break out, and the relatives who are still talking and laughing with you 1 second will die quietly the next second, and the shadow of death hangs over everyone who has the blood of the noble Oni dancer flowing in it, without exception. 50 years later, the ghost-mate Suji family, a wealthy family of Nyuta, was devoured by an unknown disease, and it became a small piece of history. The Sanyashiki clan is a clan that separated from the Kamai Suji clan, and after several generations, it has become a well-known family in Kyoto. When they learned that the clan Anime Suji had been wiped out by a strange disease, they were stunned. Because the area where the Anime Suji clan is located, except for the area where the main house is located, there are no disease outbreaks in the rest of the place, and when they investigate in detail, they find that the whole thing is full of mysteries. First of all, the disease broke out only among the people of the Kamai Suji clan, and outsiders were not affected in the slightest. Secondly, the disease could not find its source, and no doctor could treat this unknown disease, not even to alleviate it, and finally, this disease had no warning of any outbreak, and once it appeared, it was bound to die instantly. The Sanyashiki clan fell into a deep confusion. Vendetta? Impossible. The Anime Suji clan has existed in the world for hundreds of years, both in terms of financial resources and influence is very huge. Even if there is an enemy, it is impossible to make such a behemoth unaware. Regarding the reason for the extinction of the Anime Suji clan, the Sanyashiki clan has always paid attention to it and has not given up on finding out the reason. 200 years later, an unknown catastrophe has quietly befallen the people of the Sanyashiki clan. The elderly are aging rapidly, and most of the newborns are frail and sickly. At first, they didn't care, and when the old people in the clan died one after another, and the newborn was riddled with diseases and even died, they paid attention to it, but it was too late, and the Sanyashiki clan fell into the verge of death of the offspring almost cut off and wiped out. 50 years later, Ichiro Sanyashiki, who was only 21 years old, became the head of the family, and the youngest head of the family. Just when the Sanyashiki clan was helpless, the head of the Fujiwara clan, a priest clan of the famous Amaterasu shrine in Kyoto, took the initiative to find them. Amaterasu already knows why you and your people are in such a predicament. Fujiwara tree, the head of the Fujiwara clan, goes straight to the heart of the matter as soon as he speaks. Please also ask the Lord Fujiwara to inform me of the reason. In the living room where Sanyashiki received guests, Ichiro Sanyashiki looked at Fujiwara with a solemn expression. His eyebrows were full of sorrow, and the air was filled with a cold atmosphere, which really didn't look like the atmosphere that a big family should have all day. It's not the disease that bothers you, it's a curse from your own bloodline, that's why the Sanyashiki clan withered so quickly. Cursed. Ichiro Sanya frowned as he listened to Fujiwara's answer. He had never heard of such a supernatural thing as a curse. Yes, curse, it is a curse from the gods. Fujiwara looked at Ichiro Sanyashiki without changing his face. Kami, said Ichiro Sanya with a puzzled expression. Do gods really exist? As long as you believe, gods are everywhere. Since the gods really exist, what did we and the Sanyashiki clan do to cause the gods on high to curse us? More than 100 years ago, the Animashi clan gave birth to a baby who was dying, and more than 10 years later, a physician developed a medicine for him, but this medicine has some irreversible and unknown changes. At the end of his words, Fujiwara paused and continued. It became a monster that was afraid of the sun and could only live by preying on humans, and the first person in the world to become such a monster was a clan member of the Anime clan, Anime Suji no Misery. Anime Suji. Nothing miserable. Ichiro Sanya was stunned when he heard this. It's normal that you don't know, after all, more than 100 years have passed, and no one would have imagined that the baby who was judged to live less than 20 years old would turn into a man-eating monster. I call it a man-eating ghost. Although I really want to believe what the head of the Fujiwara family said, what you said is really a bit out of common sense, and I can't accept it for a while. Ichiro Sanya pressed his temples with a headache, and the man-eating monster that Fujiwara Shu said was too out of his mind. As the world's first cannibal, Anime Suji Muru is also capable of creating man-eaters with his blood, and these cannibals have abandoned their humanity as human beings and have not hesitated to eat humans, causing many innocent lives to die. These ghosts all have countless sinful karma on their bodies, and as the source of ghosts, Anime Suji is not miserable, not to mention, it is the existence of the most evil crimes. Fujiwara said as he stared at Ichiro Sanyashiki, the heaviness of his words convincing him that it was all true. According to the instructions of the gods, the evil consequences of the Sanyashiki clan need to be eliminated by themselves, and the only way for you to remove the evil spirits of the Sanyashiki clan is to eliminate the evil spirits of the Anime Tsujimu and the evil spirits. After listening to Fujiwara's words, Ichiro Sanya fell silent for a while. Fujiwara also knew that the other party needed a little time to digest and accept his words, so he didn't bother. And saying so many words, he also felt a little thirsty, and took the warm tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Although the information told by the head of the Fujiwara family is really a bit out of my understanding, I don't think you need to deceive us. After all, our clan is on the verge of extinction. Ichiro Shiki regained his serious expression and spoke slowly. However, the current situation is that we are really powerless, and our family of Sanyashiki is the only one left except me, my 14-year-old son, which is really. There is nothing I can do. I also understand this problem, and the owner of the maternity house does not have to worry. Saying this, Fujiwara showed a rare smile. Our Fujiwara clan has the blood of the gods in our veins, and although it is negligible, we are also a family that has served Amaterasu for hundreds of years. And as long as the people of the Sanyashiki clan and the women of my Fujiwara family are combined, they will give birth to healthy children. Listening to Fujiwara's words, Ichiro Sanyashiki immediately opened his eyes wide and stared at each other, and Fujiwara Shu also calmly looked at each other, proving that what he said was true. Chapter 7. Ichiro Sanya didn't speak immediately, but lowered his eyes and thought quietly. Fujiwara also knows that it is indeed not so simple to be convincing with just 3 words, although the words in it sound very outrageous, and it is normal not to believe it, but for today's Sanyashiki family, it is this outrageous fact that is needed. Sanyashiki Ichiro also understands the current situation of his family. It can be said that the entire family has perished in less than 10 years, and the inexplicable strangeness has been shrouded in the hearts of everyone in the Sanyashiki family, and no one knows why this weirdness found their family. And the arrival of Fujiwara tree informed him of the cause of this great misfortune for their family, although it was only one side of the story, but for the Sanyashiki family at this time, it was a lifesaver. What's more, the Sanyashiki clan has nothing but money, and the people are gone, so what is the use of keeping the money? At this point, we have nothing to lose. Ichiro Shikiya slowly raised his head and said. Then without further ado, I will select a suitable woman from among the women of the clan, arrange for her to marry Ling Lang, and give priority to ensuring that the maternity house clan does not have no successor. As soon as Fujiwara heard this, he knew that the other party chose to believe in himself and cooperate with him, so he immediately stood up and made a quick decision. Ichiro Sanyashiki, who made the decision, would never have imagined that their clan and the demon slayer they had formed would be entangled with cannibals far inferior to them for thousands of years. The well-known Fujiwara clan and the Sanyashiki clan in Kyoto immediately attracted the attention of the wealthy families in Kyoto, and they sent congratulatory gifts on the wedding day. The following year, with the huge financial resources of the Sanyashiki clan and the deep connections provided by the Fujiwara clan, the organization of ghost hunting began to take shape. At the same time, he found many famous kendo masters as masters to cultivate the skills of the members of the organization, and then hired famous craftsmen to make weapons at hand, and then set up an intelligence department to collect information on the possibility of ghosts in various places and send members. After 2 years of training, the organization established by the Sanyashiki clan has begun to take shape, but due to the presence of the emperor, they can only act in secret. Sanyashiki officially named the organization the Demon Slayer, which means a team that specializes in killing evil spirits. Is this the place? According to hidden information, someone in this village disappears at night every few days. 2 young men dressed in black walked in a group through the village, wearing katanas at their waists, so the surrounding villagers avoided them. In this era, the samurai were high up, but they were also alienated by the people. The 2 teenagers didn't care, looked around and discussed in a whisper. In any case, this is the first time we have carried out the task since we left the school, and we must complete it beautifully, so that the Lord and the Masters will be impressed by us. That's right, what the hell, it's just a ghost under our sword. As they spoke, they were filled with unparalleled confidence, believing in their own strength. According to the intelligence, the ghosts are active at night, let's take a rest first. It has been 2 days since the last person went missing, and the so-called ghosts should appear in the near future. Let's do it. While the 2 were talking, they came to a small tea house, sat down, and waited for the night to fall. The time has quietly come. Yamada, be careful, what's coming? I see, Matsuda. Chiang. The 2 young samurai suddenly felt a very dangerous aura, and immediately drew their katana swords at their waists, guarding each other back to back. Whoosh! A dark figure quickly disappeared from the dead end of the 2, and then reappeared in another place. You 2 aren't from this village, are you, samurai? A strange male voice suddenly came from front of their right. What people? The boy named Matsuda immediately turned his gaze to the source of the voice, and his expression was serious. People, the strange man who suddenly appeared repeated when he heard Matsuda ask who his person was, and then suddenly laughed as if he had seen something funny. Ha ha ha! It's funny. What's so funny? Do you see the knife in my hand? The sword doesn't have long eyes, tell your name and identity, and spare you from death. The young and vigorous Yamada looked at each other angrily, and the mocking voice of the other party made him feel a nameless fire rushing into his heart. Could it be? You're the rumored ghost. Matsuda, who was more sensible, instantly thought of something, and revealed the identity of the other party in one word. It still seems to be a bit brainy, not as stupid as the one next to me. The sudden appearance of the human also admitted his identity as a ghost, and at the same time did not forget to laugh at Yamada, which made the other party even more angry, and his words tilted the balance of victory in his favor at an insignificant angle. What are you talking about? I will cut off your head, cut off your limbs, and make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Cutting off my head and limbs is a good suggestion, but your strength is too weak. Yamada was so despised by the enemy, the anger in his heart instantly swallowed his reason, and he clenched the knife in his hand and rushed out directly. Wait! Yamada, don't be impulsive. Matsuda, who was a companion, saw that Yamada was provoked and rushed out alone, so he wanted to say something to stop him, but he was already a step too slow, so he had to follow the other party to make a move. The white sword light slashed through the air, directly taking the enemy's head, and although he was angry in his heart, the movements of his hands were still clean and clean. Yamada believes in his own strength, and he also believes in Matsuda, who is stronger than him, and the two will definitely be able to defeat the legendary demon. However, the ideal is beautiful, and the reality is cruel. The Oni who appeared in this village was a powerful Oni who had been a ghost for more than a year, during which time he devoured a large number of living people, and his strength far exceeded that of ordinary samurai. After a few rounds, Yamada and Matsuda had their limbs cut off and their eyes lay blank in pools of blood. The flesh and blood of a young samurai is delicious. The demon bared its fangs, snapping the katana in his hand and tossing it aside. Blood spilled all over their mouths, their throats were slit, and their eyes stared blankly at the moon. Chapter 8. Tonight was the first large-scale operation to investigate the intelligence of the demon-killing team set up by the Sanyashiki clan to crusade against evil spirits, and 10 elite teams of 2 people were dispatched in 3 days, thinking that they would be able to win, but the truth was far more cruel than they imagined. 20. There are 20 people, all of whom are young and promising samurai trained by us, and they are all wiped out. In Sanyashiki's mansion, Ichiro Sanyashiki and Fujiwara listened to the report of this operation together, his eyes widened, and he listened to the words of the hidden member in disbelief. Have you confirmed this result? Fujiwara was also a little incredulous, and asked the other party solemnly again. After our verification, none of the 10 teams sent survived. Ichiro Sanya and Fujiwara looked at each other, and they could see the wonder in each other's eyes. Okay, you go down first, the news of the mission failure is blocked first, don't keep it out. Ichiro Shikiya waved his hand and instructed at the same time. Yes, the member immediately replied, turning and leaving the hall. What do you think about the total destruction of the raid this time? Ichiro Sanya sat back on his stool and looked at Fujiwara. I didn't expect the strength of the ghosts to be so strong. Their individual strength far exceeds that of the samurai, and the double team is not safe, so it is necessary to increase it into a 3-person or 4-person team. Fujiwara didn't expect the opponent to be so difficult, so he had to propose to let more people act together. Since 2 people can't fight, then 3 people, 4 people can always fight. This is Fujiwara's idea. But in this way, there are more elite members needed, and it is difficult to pull out 10 raiding teams with increased numbers in a short period of time. Ichiro Sanya thinks the same way, but samurai with strong combat effectiveness also takes time to cultivate. There's no hurry, we don't know much about ghosts at the moment, we only know that they are nocturnal, they need to prey on humans, and they are strong in combat, and we don't know anything else. What are the weaknesses of the ghosts? What are their characteristics? What are the weaknesses, whether they are group activities, etc., and there are many unknown information that need to be obtained by personnel. Fujiwara wasn't in a hurry, there was too much unknown information about ghosts, and then he seemed to remember something, and then continued. By the way, those places where ghosts have been suspected of haunting, I suggest that people also be sent to investigate. It is best to find those whose relatives have been killed by ghosts. Maybe you can find information about ghosts from them, if possible. It is also a good choice to absorb them. Hatred can make people burst out with unparalleled power. It's also a good way to do it, and I'll send someone to do it right away. Ichiro Sanya nodded, and as he spoke, he was about to implement the matter. The first battle between the Ghost Slayer team and the Ghost ended with total annihilation, but the battle between the Ghost Slayer team and the Ghost was just beginning. According to the information of the growing hidden organization, the Sanyashiki clan has confirmed that the Oni act alone, and that they are like wild beasts, treating the area they are in as their own territory and predatory ground. And if the rest of the demons want to enter their territory, they will expel them. The following year, the Ghost Slayer team once again formed a 3-person and 4-person crusade team, and this time it was a message of victory. Although there were also many crusade teams that encountered extremely powerful ghosts and perished, but the victory was like a stimulant, effectively encouraging a group of members of the Ghost Slayer team. For the first time in this campaign, the Demon Slayer team has gotten more information about ghosts from the members of the victorious surviving team. The self-healing power of ghosts is extremely strong, and ordinary wounds do not affect their combat effectiveness, and they can heal easily, but they will consume a certain amount of physical strength. But if they are seriously injured, such as severed hands that will kill humans, it will greatly weaken the combat power of ghosts. The weakness of the ghost lies in the head. If you can cut off the head of the ghost, you only need the cooperation of your teammates. You can directly make the ghost lose the ability to fight, so as to subdue the ghost, and when the sun appears, it will be wiped out. And as the Ghost Slayer fights with the ONI more frequent, more and more information about the characteristics and information of the ONI Slayer is known, although this is accompanied by great sacrifices, but it is all worth it. But the overall strength of the ghost-killing team is at a disadvantage compared to the ghosts. Without him, the ghost's single combat power is too strong, coupled with the incomparably strong self-healing ability, the competition consumption is far better than that of humans, if it weren't for the ghosts never acting together, otherwise the casualties of the ghost-killing team would increase a lot. And Cheng Hao, who has been secretly operating in the human world, also learned some information about the ghost-killing team, but he didn't take it to heart, but let the other party and the ghosts he created constantly fight to obtain information. So what is Cheng Hao, who is regarded as the ultimate enemy by the Ghost Slayer team and the Sanyashiki clan, what is he doing? I've finally found someone who meets my goals. In a private house, Cheng Hao stood on the second floor, looking condescendingly at the dimly lit house opposite, where an ordinary family of 3 lived. But it can't be said to be ordinary. The hostess of the family is a beautiful woman born in a medical family with rich medical knowledge, and through some small means, Ghost Shadow Core, Cheng Hao quickly learned part of the information about this woman. This woman from a medical family, named Zhu Shi, is a typical Yamato Nadeshiko with a strong classical temperament, and is a very intellectual and beautiful woman. Unfortunately, however, Zhu Shi suffered from a terminal illness that could not be cured by her medical knowledge alone, and even made her body weaker because of the birth of a child. But Zhu Shi didn't know why. He never gave up treating himself, and tried his best to find various treatments, wanting to cure or alleviate the terminal illness on his body. These are the information that Cheng Hao learned from the neighbors near Zushi. In order to get this information, Cheng Hao very friendly to the neighbors inquired. Both parties are very happy, and even now this house is also a warm gift from the owner of the house. If you want to say why Cheng Hao found the other party, it is very simple, that is, you need the medical knowledge that the other party has in his mind and passed down from generation to generation in his family, and the precious medicinal materials and prescriptions are basically unique to each medical family and are not circulated in the books of the public. Cheng Hao, who has a long time and is almost immortal, knows that it is almost impossible to develop a medicine that can make him overcome Yang Guan, but the knowledge of various medicinal materials is also very useful to him, and he may be able to develop something amazing. Chapter 9. Hello, I just moved in next door, please accept a little gift. At night, Cheng Hao knocked on the door of the Zushi family with a gift in his hand, and looked at the man who opened the door with a smile. Ah, it's a new neighbor, hello. The man was also a little surprised, and quickly turned sideways. If you don't mind, you might as well come and take a seat. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey your fate. Cheng Hao nodded and handed the greeting gift to the man. Madam, a guest has arrived, preparing tea and refreshments. After Cheng Hao entered the house, the man closed the door and shouted to the people in the house at the same time. Okay, came a soft female voice. Cheng Hao and the male host entered the living room together, and successfully won the initial trust of the other party with his words, and his favorability increased greatly, from a strange neighbor to a neighbor who has known him for a long time. Cheng Hao also learned his name, Zhongshan Yamato, and Cheng Hao did not shy away from it, and directly said the world's own pseudonym, Oni Mai Suji. Tea is coming. The wooden door was opened, and a beautiful woman with long black hair walked in with tea and snacks. The long black hair parted from the middle and combed into a large, low bun held in place by a flower-shaped hairpin. The pitch-black eyes were gentle like water, like a pale pink mist, and the lips were rosy, which contrasted with the slightly pale complexion. "No, miserable, let me introduce you, this is the insider, Zhu Shi." Zhongshan Yamato first introduced Zhu Shi to Cheng Hao, and then introduced Cheng Hao to Zhu Shi. "Zhu Shi, Wu Miao is a neighbor who just moved over, and came to greet him." "Hello." Zhu Shi spoke softly, put down the tea and snacks he was holding, and handed them to the two of them. "This smell," but Cheng Hao didn't answer immediately, but moved his nose slightly and whispered. "It should be myrrh, chuanxiang, yanhuzuo, suhexiang, musk, benzoin." Cheng Hao quickly distinguished the flavors of more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs, and named them one by one. Listening to Cheng Hao accurately say the names of more than a dozen medicinal materials, Zhu Shi looked at him with a surprised expression. "I didn't see it, you still know medicinal herbs?" Yamato was equally surprised. "I'll tell you the truth, in fact, I have been very weak since I was a child, and my family invited many doctors to treat me. Out of curiosity, I asked these doctors for advice, and they were also happy to teach me, and over time, I also knew a lot about medicinal materials." Cheng Hao spoke calmly. "I see, no wonder when I saw you for the first time just now, I always felt that your skin was so white, it turned out to be because of your weakness." After listening to Cheng Hao's explanation, Yamanaka Yamato suddenly realized. Coincidentally, she also knows a lot about medicine, and if the two of you can communicate with each other, you may be able to discover many different things. Yamanaka Yamato also knows about Zhu Shi's illness, but he doesn't know anything about medicine, and he can't help much, so he happened to meet a neighbor who knows medical knowledge tonight. If he and Zhu Shi communicate with each other, maybe it is really possible to cure his wife's terminal illness. Although it was the first time he and Cheng Hao met, Cheng Hao's first impression on him was very good, coupled with the pleasant conversation just now. It also made Yamanaka Yamato feel that Cheng Hao was a reliable person, so he offered to let Zhu Shi and Cheng Hao communicate with each other. Husband. Zhu Shi also understands that not only does she want to cure her terminal illness, as her lover, her husband also wants to cure her terminal illness, but he can't help, so he has been silently supporting her, and now that he meets a person who understands medicine, he naturally doesn't want to let go of this opportunity. "Oh, Mrs. Zushi actually knows medicine, that's really good. It just so happens that I have also encountered some problems with medicinal materials. To have such a knowledgeable senior as Mrs. Ling can be consulted, it is said that I have taken a big advantage. If Madam does not dislike it, I am happy." Cheng Hao looked at Zhu Shi with a look of surprise, and his words were full of true feelings, which made Zhu Shi and Yamanaka Yamato's good impression of him rise again. "It's too much of an exaggeration to say that I am a senior or something. I am only a few years older than you, and I still have a long way to go before I am a truly knowledgeable doctor." Zhu Shi was also a little happy with Cheng Hao's flattery in his heart, and his favorability soared, but he was very modest in his mouth. "If you don't dislike me as a woman, and are willing to ask me for advice, I'll be happy." If Zhu Shi knew that Cheng Hao's real age could be her grandfather, I'm afraid she wouldn't say how old she was. Of course, she doesn't know now, but soon she will know that this man who brings her hope is also desperate. After such a conversation, the atmosphere in the living room became more and more harmonious, and the relationship between the three quickly rose from strangers to friends. Wow! Wow! Just as the three of them were talking harmoniously, a baby's cry broke the situation. "It should be Yudo who woke up hungry, so I'll go and put him to sleep first." Zhu Shi heard the baby's cry and quickly stood up. "Go ahead, I'll talk to Wu Miao for a while." Yamanaka nodded. "Is it a newborn boy?" Looking at the back of Zhu Shi leaving, Cheng Hao turned his head and asked Yamanaka Yamato. "Well, it's just a full moon." Yamanaka nodded. That's a great blessing to have such a healthy child. Cheng Hao smiled and congratulated. Wu Miao, do you know why I facilitated the communication between you and Zhu Shi? At this moment, Yamanaka Yamato suddenly put away his relaxed expression and looked at Cheng Hao with a serious face. Isn't it because I happen to know medical knowledge? Cheng Hao looked at the other party in confusion. I don't intend to hide it from you. In fact, Zhu Shi has an incurable terminal illness. She has tried many methods but has not been able to alleviate it. At most in 2 years, she will die because of the terminal illness. Yamanaka Yamato's voice was low, and his eyes were full of sadness. So, knowing that there is such a person with a wealth of medical knowledge as you, I see a glimmer of hope, although I know that there is very little hope, but I don't want to just give up, just watch Zhu Shi die with pain and regret. As he spoke, Yamanaka Yamato suddenly sat down in front of Cheng Hao Tu and said in a sincere tone. Please, please help me, help Zhu Shi. Although I am a bit brazen to say this, it is within my power as a father and a husband. Chapter 10. Mr. Yamanaka, you don't have to make this big salute, get up quickly. Cheng Hao pretended to be shocked and got up, helped Yamanaka Yamato up, and said with a serious face. It is the duty of a doctor to treat diseases and save people, and when encountering incurable diseases, it is a difficult hurdle that countless doctors want to overcome, although I am still very young, but I am also the same. I can't promise it will be useful, but I will do my best to help Lady Zhu Shi overcome her terminal illness. I'm grateful. Yamanaka Yamato looked at Cheng Hao's expression, and 1,000 words could only be gathered into these 4 words. It's not too late, so I'll go first. Looking at this atmosphere, Cheng Hao proposed his farewell very suitably. I'll send you. Yamanaka Yamato listened, and hurriedly got up to send him off. 10 minutes later, Zhu Shi, who had comforted the child, walked in, but only saw her husband sitting alone, drinking tea alone. It was too late, so he left first. Yamanaka Yamato looked at his wife as usual. What you mentioned to Wu Miao-jun just now? Zhu Shi looked at her husband who had been supporting her with gentle eyes, came to his side, gently rested her head on his shoulder, and held her husband's broad palm with both hands. I know that you are for my own good, that I know better than anyone else that there is a disease in me, and that there is no medicine in the world that can cure it. But there's always a glimmer of hope, isn't it? As long as we don't give up, there will be a possibility of healing. You're right, as long as you don't give up, there will always be hope. In the face of his negative remarks, Yamato Yamanaka, as her husband, always believed that there would be a glimmer of hope, and in turn wanted to encourage herself. What a stupid person! In the face of such a husband who supported him, the smile on Zhu Shi's face became more and more gentle. In order to find a way to cure her terminal illness, Zhu Shi spent a lot of financial resources, in addition to the support of herself as a member of the medical family, and more importantly, the silent support of her husband, who spent several years with her, and the crystallization of the life of the two. She wants to be by the side of this lovely child from an early age, witnessing his growth from a year to a young age, from a baby to a child, to a teenager, and finally to an adult to marry a wife and have children. She wants to give her child a complete maternal love and a complete childhood life. All this was undoubtedly a luxury for her, but Zhu Shi never complained about injustice. For her life was too good compared to those who were more miserable, and what reason did she have to complain about the injustice of life? All she could do was not to give up hope, and to try to find that little hope or miracle. The couple in the room fell silent, enjoying a rare tranquility. On the other side, Cheng Hao stood outside the door of the Zhu family, quietly listening to the conversation between the two, showing a smile. It's so beautiful, Cheng Hao sighed at the relationship between the two, and then showed a wicked smile. I'm looking forward to what will become of you as you fall into the darkness. Miss Zhu Shi. The soft whisper dissipated in the night breeze, and Cheng Hao, full of anticipation, began his nightlife. Subsequently, Cheng Hao would visit the Zhu family every night, first chatting happily with Yamanaka Yamato. By the way, taking a look at their newborn cute child, and then exchanging each other's medical knowledge with Zhu Shi. I didn't expect you to have such a wealth of knowledge. Not only that, but there are also a lot of knowledge about medicinal materials that I don't know, and the person who asks for advice shouldn't be you, it's me. A few days later, in Zushi's pharmacy, she sighed at Cheng Hao's medical knowledge. Recalled what Cheng Hao said when he first came to the door a few days ago, and after the initial exchange in the past few days, it should be her who asked for advice. Where? Miss Zhu Shi exaggerated, many of your remarks have opened my eyes, many tips and medicinal applications are something I have never been exposed to, and the first few days of communication with Miss Zhu Shi have made me gain a lot listening to Zhu Shi's words. Cheng Hao once again showed an unusually modest appearance, and no matter who saw it, his favorability would soar. Hee hee. Zhu Shi chuckled. We don't need to overpraise each other, let's move on to what we said yesterday, I think. Buckle up. Yamanaka Yamato knocked the door, making a striking sound that startled the two people who were arguing at the same time. You've been in the pharmacy for 2 hours, you're all hungry, come and have some snacks and some tea. Yamanaka said, placing the food in his hand on the table beside him. Yes, I'm a little hungry too. Cheng Hao nodded, stepped forward and picked up a pastry and put it in his mouth. No misery, I've been watching it for the past few days, and I noticed a question, why do you always come out to look for us at night and can't see you during the day? Looking at Cheng Hao, Yamanaka Yamato suddenly remembered something, and asked a little curiously. Ah, I'm just curious, it's okay not to say it. After speaking, he realized that his problem was not very good, and quickly explained. No, it's not something that can't be said. Cheng Hao chuckled. I told you, my body is very weak, although I have been treated, but there are still many small problems, one of which is that my skin cannot be exposed to the sun for a long time, otherwise it will burn directly, so I changed to night action. With that, Cheng Hao stretched out his arm and lifted up his sleeves, revealing his fair skin. You see, isn't it very pale? It's really white, it's the first time I've seen such white skin in my life. Yamanaka Yamato looked at Cheng Hao's arm in the light and said in surprise. Then isn't your life very inconvenient? Asked Zhu Shi on the side with concern. There is nothing inconvenient or inconvenient, I have been like this for more than 10 years, but I am used to this kind of life, and I can see many interesting things at night. Cheng Hao smiled, his tone was very relaxed, obviously he didn't care about this kind of life of sleeping early and walking late, and he enjoyed it. Zhu Shi and Yamanaka Yamato glanced at each other, whether it was their demeanor or words, they could see that Cheng Hao was enjoying it, and they didn't have much to say. Chapter 11. The small episode passed quickly, and then Cheng Hao and Zhu Shi started a long period of drug research to overcome Zhu Shi's terminal illness. However, time passed quietly, and in a blink of an eye, a year passed, and Zhu Shi's children were already a year older and began to learn to walk. In this year-long drug research, Zhu Shi's mood has transitioned from full of anticipation at the beginning, to gradual disappointment, and now to despair. No matter how he and Cheng Hao mix the medicinal materials, how to change the combination of medicinal materials, it has never been able to make her terminal illness have some signs of improvement. However, what Zhu Shi never expected was that every time the combination of drugs would be interfered with by Cheng Hao's little means, the effect of the drug would be greatly reduced. Of course, this is not to say that the drugs researched by Cheng Hao and Zhu Shi will have a therapeutic effect on Zhu Shi's terminal illness. In fact, with Cheng Hao's experience of walking in the world for 300 years, he can be sure that none of the medicinal materials he knows at present can have any effect on the terminal illness that Zhu Shi suffers from, but nothing more than to make Zhu Shi's weak body better. Why? Bang! In the dead of night, Zhu Shi locked herself in the pharmacy, her eyes were red, and her face was distorted and she slammed into the table, making a loud noise, and her somewhat distorted voice echoed through the room. Why did you try so many medicines, but you can't, even if it's just a little bit, this damn disease just hasn't been getting better. Bang! Zhu Xi angrily kicked the earthen pot at her feet, looking at the hundreds of drug combinations she had recorded in front of her, none of which was effective for her. Full of hope, but now on the verge of despair, Zhu Xi has been struggling to hide his true state of mind for a year, and on the surface he has to pretend to be gentle all along, wearing half a mask, but in fact, no one knows the pain and torment in his heart. I've worked so hard, why can't I see any hope? Woo! Woo! Zhu Xi lay on the table, tears flowing uncontrollably. Woo! If there really is a God in the world, let a miracle befall me. In the dark night, the faint candle light shone on the person who stepped into despair with half a foot. In the house next door, Cheng Hao stood on the second floor, silently admiring this superb picture, his heart full of joy. It's a beautiful, mesmerizing sight. What kind of posture will you show when you are looking forward to the bright hope in despair and then destroying the beauty you hold dear? I am looking forward to that day more and more. Haha. Another month passed. Whether it was Cheng Hao or Zhu Xi's husband Yamanaka Yamato, they could feel the obsession buried in Zhu Xi's heart, but they didn't choose to speak. In this year, they have all come over like this. I am afraid that in addition to Zhu Xi himself, even her husband, Yamada Yamato, who has always supported her, may have already given up, and the reason why he didn't open his mouth was just because he didn't want to break the situation that had lasted for a year. She can feel it herself, and the day when the deadline is coming is not far away. Her body is going downhill every day, her organs are failing, and she coughs up blood from time to time. And all of this was seen by Cheng Hao. Finally, the final day he had been waiting for had arrived. Night fell as always, and on this day, Cheng Hao surprisingly did not come to participate in drug research, but did not slowly knock on the door of the pharmacy where Zhu Xi was until the dead of night. Knock knock. Zhu Xi, who was alone in the research of drugs with no hope, heard a knock on the door and showed a puzzled expression. She looked at the moon outside the window, a little puzzled. It's so late, who could it be? Miss Zhu Xi is here? I'm not miserable, I'm sorry to bother me so late. Soon, Cheng Hao's familiar voice sounded outside the door. It turned out to be the king of no misery. I thought you weren't coming tonight, but now it's ugly, it's getting late. If anything, why don't you wait until tomorrow night? No, it's just because of some things that I want to talk to Miss Zhu Xi alone. Do you mind? Cheng Hao looked at Zhu Xi with a smile. Please come in. Zhu Xi listened, did not refuse, and turned sideways to let Cheng Hao in. I'll pour you some tea. Gently closing the door, Zhu Xi picked up the teapot and cup, and poured Cheng Hao a cup of warm tea. So, there is something to talk to me about alone. Since Miss Zhu Xi asked straight to the point, I won't hide it. Facing Zhu Xi, Cheng Hao also put away his smiling expression and looked at each other calmly. I know that Miss Zhu Xi has always wanted to cure her terminal illness, and has worked hard for a long time to achieve this, but neither you nor I have already realized that none of the medicines in my hands and you can have any effect on your terminal illness. You're right, I already know that. But I don't want to just give up. Yuki has just turned a year old, and I want to see him grow up healthy and healthy. It's enough, that's enough. Zhu Xi lowered his head, looked at the warm tea in his hand, and said in a low and terrifying tone. But I have a way to cure your terminal illness once and for all, and whether you want to see your son grow up, you can grow old with your husband. Cheng Hao looked at Zhu Xi, who lowered his head and half of his body was hidden in the dark, and finally showed his fangs at this moment. That is, drink my blood. Listening to Cheng Hao's words, Zhu Xi raised her head suddenly, her eyes widened, and she looked at Cheng Hao in disbelief. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the ghost Dan Sujiwu miserable she had known for more than a year looked so strange and terrifying at this moment. Behind Cheng Hao, who couldn't be illuminated by the light, in that dark shadow, it seemed that a terrible devil was watching her and wanted to drag her into hell. Wu! The midsummer night breeze blowing from the window made Zhu Shi feel the cold through his bones at this moment. None. No, miserable king. Are you kidding me? Facing the abnormal and weird Cheng Hao, Zhu Shi felt that Cheng Hao was joking with her, and when she said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into silence, and Cheng Hao's eyes were gloomy and terrifying. Of course I lied to you, Miss Zushi. Chapter 12. Wu. Hearing Cheng Hao's words, Zhu Shi was a little relieved. It was really the other party who looked very weird tonight. Of course, what I said is all true, and as for Miss Zushi's next words, whether you choose to believe it or not, it is up to you to judge. Cheng Hao didn't care about Zhu Shi's expression, and said to himself. Since I was a child, my body has been very weak, and the doctor asserts that I will not live to be 20 years old. Of course, don't look at me as less than 20 years old, in fact, my age is much more than that. Zhu Shi saw Cheng Hao tell her story for the first time, and when she saw Cheng Hao's serious appearance, she chose to listen quietly. Later, I met a doctor. His medical skills, how to say, were very extraordinary. He completely cured my disease, but because of this, my body had a certain change, so that I could no longer touch the sun, and it also made my body different from ordinary people. As he spoke, Cheng Hao stretched out his hand, stood behind him without looking back, and placed 2 bottles labeled with poison in his hands at random. Just in case you don't believe it, I'll show Miss Zhu Shi. You can also see that this bottle of poison was taken down by me, and I haven't seen the name. As he spoke, he also showed the front of the medicine bottle in his hand to Zhu Shi, which he himself could not see. In Zhu Shi's eyes, the red paper on the front of the medicine bottle has 3 big characters written on it, which is the most powerful of all poisons. As long as it touches a drop of venom, it will directly kill people. The other bottle of red paper reads arsenic, which is one of the poisons that is absolutely deadly to any living being, and there is no way to save it. And now, Cheng Hao is holding 2 poisons that can be called highly poisonous in his hands at one time. Wu Miajun, do you want to change the method of proof? This is really too dangerous. Zhu Shi said with some concern. No, Miss Zushi just looks at it. Cheng Hao rejected her proposal, and then ripped off the seal of the medicine bottle and poured the poison in the bottle directly into his mouth, and he could see a large amount of red powder and white powder entering his mouth together. After swallowing the mouth, Cheng Hao also took a sip of tea, and then looked at Zhu Shi quietly. Zhu Shi was also shocked by this scene, and the 2 of them just looked at each other. More than 10 minutes later. How? Cheng Hao still looked like a normal person, and there was not even a trace of poisoning in the whole process. And Zhu Shi, who witnessed everything with his own eyes, finally had to believe what Cheng Hao said, that is, his body was indeed different from normal people. Have you ever seen a normal person who can swallow arsenic and crane top red in one breath and have no poisoning reaction at all? What I can guarantee is that as long as she accepts my blood, Miss Zhu Shi is 90% sure that she will be able to cure her terminal illness, and it will not be a problem to live for dozens of years longer. This. Zhu Shi looked at Cheng Hao, and it became more and more difficult to choose in his heart. On the one hand, she wanted to live very much, and even spent 10 years looking for a cure for it, and on the other hand, she had a hunch in her heart that as long as she accepted Cheng Hao's proposal, maybe she would become something she didn't recognize. Miss Zhu Shi's lifespan is less than a month left, right? Looking at Zhu Shi's tangled expression, knowing that things would be as he expected, Cheng Hao bewitched her with words. Yuan is only a year old now, and he is still learning to walk, right? If there was no mother in his childhood, what a crippled and unhappy childhood. And Mr. Yamanaka, he has also paid a lot for Miss Zhu Shi, right? Cheng Hao's words hit Zhu Shi's heart. The children and her husband are the pillars that she can always insist on not giving up, and it is because they are her sustenance that they can survive such a painful and torturous time. It is also her husband and children who have brought light to her gloomy life, and now the hope of living is in front of her. As long as she accepts it, she can live for a few more decades, as Cheng Hao said. Can Zhu Xi refuse all this? The answer is already obvious, she can't. I accept your blood. Zhu Xi made up his mind and looked at Cheng Hao with a firm gaze. Believe me, you will definitely get everything you want to. Wait for me. Cheng Hao showed a sincere smile that he had not seen for a long time, and his sharp nails directly pierced the skin of Zhu Xi's neck and pierced into her veins, and the blood belonging to Cheng Hao went down his fingers and directly entered Zhu Xi's body. 2 seconds later, Cheng Hao pulled out his finger and looked at Zhu Xi with a smile. Yes. As soon as Cheng Hao's blood entered Zhu Xi's body, it quickly swallowed and assimilated the blood in the entire blood vessel, and quickly spread to the entire body, and with the spread of blood, Zhu Xi's entire body also produced unknown changes. The intense pain from her neck caused Zhu Xi to collapse directly to the floor, clutching her neck in pain, and where she couldn't see, the blood in her whole body burned her veins as if burning. Red veins appeared on her skin, and endless pain was bursting through her body, passing on to her brain. I injected you twice as much blood as the average person. I hope you don't live up to my expectations of you. Cheng Hao condescendingly looked at Zhu Xi, who was ravaged by pain. His eyes were full of expectation, and in the depths, there was incomparable indifference. What Zhu Xi didn't know was that when she woke up again, she would see the absolute hell for her that could never be forgotten. The night is silent again, and one of the 3 members of this rich family will be reduced to an inhuman monster, and the other 2 will be reduced to food for the monster, or a tool to sober the monster, all of which no one knows, no one can guess. The only thing that is certain is that regardless of the final outcome, the person who created the monster will appreciate it all with pleasure. If one piece of food is not enough, then there are many, many more food waiting for you, poor Miss Zushi. It hurts, why does it hurt so much? Is the innocent lord cheating on me? Am I going to die? Forget it, it's okay to die like this. I'm so tired, so tired. Chapter 13. Hungry. I'm so hungry. Hungry. The woman lying on the ground like a corpse suddenly got up, her red eyes seeing everything around her clearly in the dark night. She repeated the word from her mouth as saliva slowly flowed from her open mouth. Her nose fluttered slightly, and the smell of meat came from the air, the food she craved most. In the direction from which the scent came, she resembled a ghost, and broke through the door of the room with a loud noise. Bang! Yamato, who was sleeping in the master bedroom, heard a strange noise, and got up sleepily, so he reached out and patted the place next to him. Zhu Xi, look at what animal makes such a big noise. Hey! Yamanaka Yamato stretched out his hand and slapped the air, instantly sobered up, and said in a low voice. Didn't you come back? I should have been so busy at the pharmacy that I slept directly. Really, I also had to pay attention to my body. Having said that, Yamanaka still respects and likes his wife very much. Bang! Was just as Yamanaka Yamato was talking to himself, and there was another loud noise from the entrance, so he had to light the kerosene lamp and get up to check. It can't be a weasel, no, it's a fox or a wild cat. Yamanaka Yamato's oil lamp illuminates an area and catches the attention of a certain monster. In the darkness in front of Yamato in the mountains, a pair of blood-red eyes loomed in the darkness, and Yamato's self-care speech and light attracted its attention. The aroma of food was coming towards its place, and the monster didn't think much of it, and pounced on it. Whew! The cold sound of the wind came from ahead, causing goosebumps to run all over Yamanaka's body, and he hurriedly raised the oil lamp to the maximum, and finally saw what it was the person he knew best. Whew! What? It turned out to be Zhu Xi. Did you fall asleep? I thought it was some kind of wild animal. Let's go. Yamanaka Yamato looked at Zhu Xi who appeared in front of him, and the whole person breathed a sigh of relief, and his empty right hand stretched out, about to pull Zhu Shi's hand. Click! Who knew that Zhu Shi suddenly grabbed Yamanaka Yamato's outstretched arm, and directly grabbed his arm with such force that it made Yamanaka Yamato feel a very clear sense of pain. It hurts, Zhu Shi, what's wrong with you? Your strength has suddenly become so great. Hungry? Eat. Zhu Shi's blood-red eyes were fixed on her grasping arm, and she whispered. Because Zhu Shi always lowered his head, Yamanaka Yamato didn't see her abnormality clearly for a while, and then Zhu Shi and his wife's actions directly caused Yamanaka Yamato's whole brain to shut down. Click! Zhu Shi's other hand directly and rudely ripped off Yamanaka Yamato's entire arm, and blood suddenly spurted out along the wound, and the thick smell of blood directly awakened the monster's instinct. Then Yamanaka Yamato saw a very, very incredible picture of his wife, the gentle and kind Zhu Shi, tearing off his arm. She bit down one bite at a time, chewed, and swallowed it into her stomach, splashing blood all over her hands and face, and the whole person seemed to be a ghost. The shocking fact even overshadowed the sharp pain of Yamato's severed hand, and he watched in disbelief at the images that had taken place in front of his eyes that destroyed his common sense and reason. Zhu Shi, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm Yamato. The husband I've been sleeping with you for 10 years. You're sober. Yamanaka Yamato loudly spoke emotional words to Zhu Shi, who had turned into an inhuman monster, in an attempt to bring Zhu to his senses. However, the monster that has already tasted the food and opened the door to a new world has completely fallen into the abyss and lost itself. An adult arm was in the monster's mouth, but it took only half a minute to swallow it, and the insignificant food obviously did not quench her hunger, and she opened her blood-stained mouth and pounced on her former lover, who was now food. Newly ghosted and mindless ghosts are the best to deal with, but there is obviously no third person in the vicinity who knows what is going on in this house, let alone someone who has come out to stop it. The cannibal and the eaten are one of the most intimate relationships in the world. And the culprit who created all this, like an outsider, quietly watched. A few minutes later, an adult was devoured, leaving only the remains of a living human being. However, that wasn't enough for the monster to stop, and she was even hungrier, but there was a more delicious food in the house. Wow, wow, the heavy smell of blood wafted into the room from the door, and the intelligent baby seemed to understand the danger and was crying loudly, hoping to get the attention of his parents and save him. The baby's cry stimulates the monster's brain even more, and there is no need to hesitate too much, in front of it is food. It's really the most cruel scene in the world, are you right? Miss Zushi. Cheng Hao smiled heartily, everything that happened from beginning to end was in his eyes. You don't have enough to eat, don't worry, I've got a lot of food for you. Let go of your arms and eat to your heart's content. As if in response to Cheng Hao's words, Zhu Shi, who had turned into a monster, let out a roar, directly broke through the barrier of the house, and rushed to the place where the fragrance wafted from. Blood Ghost Technique, Sleepy Realm. Seeing the monster that Zhu Shi turned into start hunting, Cheng Hao launched his own Blood Ghost Technique, and the invisible spiritual fluctuations centered on him spread to all directions, causing all the surrounding residents to fall into a sweet dream that absolutely impossible to wake up from. In this sweet dream, no matter how much pain their bodies suffer, it cannot awaken them to indulge in a beautiful dream. Let me guess, how much time will it take for Miss Zhu Shi to recover herself? A day, or 2 days? Ah, I'm really looking forward to what kind of expression Miss Zhu Shi will show when she wakes up and realizes what she has done. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait. Zushi. This is the voice of Yamato. What is he talking about? Yamato's voice disappeared. Wow. Wow. Yuuato. I'm dead. This should be what they called me. Voice. Chapter 14. I've tried my best to live, but I still can't. Just let me die quietly. I'm really looking forward to what Miss Zushi will become. Whose voice is this? I remember, it's the voice of Anime Suji. It's him. Yamato, Yuto, I'm not dead yet. The sunken soul finally broke free from the state of confusion and returned to being a conscious monster. This smell. Zhu Xi covered her head and slowly opened her eyes. A strong smell of blood lingered around her, but she didn't feel repulsed, and even liked the smell of blood. Soon, she noticed something strange about herself. Blood? Why is there blood? She looked at her hand, deeply confused, and in front of her, there was a pool of congealed blood, and in the blood could be seen a small arm, a head, and the clothes that she remembered so much. And people. Zhu Xi's whole person was like a thunderbolt from the sky. Her eyes were dull and she looked at her husband who only had her head left, and in the next second, a large number of memories emerged from her mind. It was the inhumane crime she committed after losing her mind and becoming a monster. Her own husband and most importantly son were eaten by herself, and there were many other people she knew before. I did all this. Zhu Xi muttered, trying to deceive herself, but the memory was so deep that it reminded her that she was the culprit, the murderer. Yamato, Yuto. Zhu Xi rushed forward, carefully holding her husband's head in her arms, and immediately ran to her child's side, leaving her with only that immature head. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have chosen that path. Zhu Xi hugged her relatives while constantly repeating the words of apology. At this moment her relatives are all dead, only she survives. She regrets it very much, regrets it very much, regrets that she is too obsessed with wanting to live. I should have honestly chosen to die. It's all my fault. I'm too greedy, she just cried and repented, constantly blaming herself for her mistakes, and causing it all to be her greed. I thought that Miss Zhu Xi should be able to regain her senses in a day or two, so I thought about coming over to take a look, but I didn't think that she would really come to her senses, which is really good. Cheng Hao quietly appeared behind Zhu Xi, and his tone was still the same as usual. Zhu Xi didn't look back, and he could guess what kind of expression Cheng Hao was. It was an extremely hypocritical smile and an attitude of disregard for life. After becoming an inhuman monster, Zhu Xi was finally able to see a little bit of Cheng Hao's hidden true face. You're all responsible for this, aren't you? What are you trying to do when you come to me? I don't have anything to worry about. Why did you make me like this? Do you just want to see me like this? Do you see it now? Are you satisfied? Zhu Xi turned his head and glared at Cheng Hao, full of anger and puzzlement. Zhu Xi wanted to rush up and fight with Cheng Hao, but when this thought came to his mind, his whole body immediately stiffened and he couldn't move, and only his head could move a little. There are so many questions, how should I answer you? Cheng Hao pretended to be distressed. Don't put on your fake look, it makes me very sick to watch. Since the ability to speak has not been deprived. Then Zhu Xi is naturally unceremoniously scolding the other party, and if he makes the other party angry and kills himself, it is the best ending. I know what you're thinking, Miss Zushi, it's a pity that simple words don't work for me. I won't kill you, after all, your encounter with me is the guide of fate. Cheng Hao didn't care, and still smiled at Zhu Xi. Any guidance of fate is nothing but your deceitful rhetoric. It's normal for Miss Zhu Xi not to believe it, but I believe that in the vast sea of people, I just met you, a beautiful woman with rich medical resources, which is undoubtedly the guidance of fate. By the way, I haven't answered Miss Zushi's question yet. With that, Cheng Hao returned the topic to the original question that Zhu Xi asked angrily. If you want to treat Miss Zushi's terminal illness, you are sincere, and you can feel how healthy and powerful your body is at the moment. If you had told me at the beginning that I would become such a man-eating monster and that I would have killed my husband and children with my own hands, then I would have said that I would have no choice, and I would rather die of a terminal illness. Zhu Xi's gentle eyes were full of anger at the moment. Miss Zushi, the road is your own choice, no matter what the result is, it is inevitable, there is no free lunch in the world, and there is no gratuitous favor. Since you want to live, then there will be people who can't live. The world is so simple and cruel. You guy! From the beginning, you should have told me what the consequences would be. Isn't the outcome of what choice people make also unpredictable? Cheng Hao said softly. Some have received my blood and have died because they have not been able to bear this favor, some have become unintelligent monsters and have been defeated by humans, and some have broken free from their predatory instincts and become powerful predators. Listen, Miss Zhu Shi, people behave differently depending on their choices. At the end of the day, the choice is never in my hands, but in those of you who have received my blood. Cheng Hao showed an innocent look and looked at Zhu Shi, who was motionless and immovable. What you said is just crooked reasoning, sophistry, and crooked words. Miss Zhu Shi, whether it is a crooked reason or the truth, after all, everyone's choice is different, and the cognition is different. Since you have chosen my blood, then live with this favor well. Cheng Hao did not deny Zhu Shi's words. He always firmly believed that it was not his blood nor his will that chose someone, but they chose his blood. Chapter 15. No matter how you quibble, you ruined my family and turned into the appearance of no one and no ghost. It was all caused by you. I will always hate you, and I can't wait to break you into pieces. However, Zhu Shi couldn't listen to any words. In her heart, she had already determined that the person who caused all this was Cheng Hao, and the hatred for Cheng Hao in her heart had filled her entire head. There are too many people who hate me in the world, and since Miss Zhu Shi said that I caused all this, then I will not deny it. Hate me and be hostile to me as much as she wants. Cheng Hao squatted down and looked at Zhu Shi at close range, and both sides could look each other in the eyes. But, Miss Zhu Shi, you need to eat, right? Your instinct is urging you. Suddenly, Cheng Hao said with a smile. Zhu Shi didn't understand why Cheng Hao said that, but the next moment she understood. There was a great feeling of hunger in her body, and there was another one in her head who was urging Zhu Shi to eat quickly, to hunt quickly. If you want to take revenge on me, Miss Zhu Shi at this stage will never be able to do it, so let's overcome the instinct of being a ghost first. Saying this, Cheng Hao's figure was completely hidden in the darkness. Hey! Ha! Zhu Shi clenched her hands tightly, and her sharp nails pierced deep into her palms, dripping blood, but she didn't care. Panting heavily, his eyes gradually became red, and the slight pain was not worth mentioning to the instinct of the powerful ghost, and the only thing waiting for the Pearl World was to follow the instinct of the ghost and hunt for food. I won't just let you like that. Anime Suji is not miserable. Zhu Shi gritted his teeth and popped out of his teeth. However, in the instinctive struggle of the ghosts, Zhu Shi finally fell into the disadvantage completely and was briefly devoured by instinct. Bang! In the blink of an eye, she rushed out of the house and quickly ran towards another house not far away. After a few days in a row, Zhu Shi has been constantly resisting the instinct of the ghost, trying her best to maintain her sanity as a human being, and the final result is that she has finally completely defeated the instinct of the ghost, and can rely on her own will to decide whether to pray or not. Bang! Cheng Hao stood aside and applauded happily. Congratulations, Miss Zhu Shi, you have completely defeated the instinct of the ghosts, and gained absolute control of the body with human reason, and according to the many ghosts I have created, the speed at which Miss Zhu Shi can overcome the instinct is also top-notch. You monster! Zhu Shi glared at Cheng Hao angrily. You monster! How many monsters like me have been created, and you are covered in sin? Well, those are not worth mentioning, Miss Zhu Shi. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? Cheng Hao suddenly said to Zhu Shi in a steady tone. What are you waiting for? Zhu Shi looked at Cheng Hao's strange eyes, and at this moment, she saw the desire that was deeply hidden. Could it be? A hint of bad premonition slowly flashed in her heart. I know Miss Zhu Shi won't obey my orders, so I'll do it for me. Cheng Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of blood. With the absolute control of the creator, Zhu Shi's body directly became his marionette, and Zhu Shi's own will could not control his body at all. Under the control of Cheng Hao, Zhu Shi quickly completed the purification, and even the kimono on his body was replaced with a brand new black flower kimono, and the black hair that was originally tied up high exuded was scattered behind his head with water vapor, and the whole person looked unparalleled in beauty. Sure enough, I knew that Miss Zushi's hair was definitely beautiful, and sure enough, my aesthetics would not be wrong. Looking at the completely different Zhu Shi, Cheng Hao nodded approvingly. Then, without further ado, the night is still very long, very long. Under Cheng Hao's control, Zhu Shi kept a smile and naturally stepped forward to hold Cheng Hao's arm, and the whole person half leaned on him. Subsequently, the two walked into the bedroom, which was very familiar to Zhu Shi, carrying the memories shared by her and her former husband Yamanaka Yamaka. The bedroom has remained the same furnishings, but the bedding has been renewed, and an incense burner has been lit in the room, the fragrance of which wafts through the room, and the burning red candle dispels the darkness in the room. Anime Suji is not miserable, I really misjudged you. As soon as he realized that his mouth could speak, Zhu Shi immediately glared at Cheng Hao angrily and scolded him loudly. You scumbag, pervert, ghost animal, murderer. It's better to be a quieter Miss Zhu Shi to my liking. Cheng Hao said indifferently, and in the next second, Zhu Shi turned into a marionette again, and the expression on his face became extremely quiet, like pale pink mist and gentle eyes. Cheng Hao gently stroked Zhu Shi's pale cheeks, slender and pale, slightly cold compared to normal people, and gently swept across her rosy lips. Miss Zhu Shi! Cheng Hao called her softly, and his calm words contained Zhu Shi's indescribable feelings. However, Zhu Shi still couldn't see through Cheng Hao. It turns out that you can also have such a gentle expression. Zhu Shi's consciousness looked at Cheng Hao in a daze through his eyes. The night is still very long. Miss Zushi, the wandering samurai I met just now is really a good farce, that cowardly appearance of crying and begging for mercy before dying. Cheng Hao walked in the night market with Zhu Shi and told him what had just happened. Zhu Shi did not respond to Cheng Hao's words, still remaining silent and a small step behind him. I fell in love with the beautiful Miss Zhu Shi, but found that I was the weakest person, facing a threat to my life, and I did not hesitate to abandon my self-esteem. Isn't this just a portrayal of human beings? Miss Zhu Shi, how long have you been a ghost? As he spoke, Cheng Hao suddenly asked Zhu Shi a question. It's been 160 years. Zhu Shi replied flatly. Yes, it's been 160 years, it should be a very long time for you, after all, you don't grow old or die. Zhu Shi looked at Cheng Hao's side face in front of him, recalling many things he had experienced in the past 100 years. This monster named Anime Suji no Miserable can be said to have no weaknesses. A large amount of poison can be broken down and analyzed by his body, producing antibodies and dissolving toxins. This series of processes is no faster than a few seconds, and it is no slower than the work of a cup of tea. She sometimes really doubted that she could really kill this monster, or was there anyone else in this world who could kill him, or anything other than sunlight. In the past 100 years, Cheng Hao allowed Zhu Shi to try various ways to kill him, and the result was that this monster appeared in front of her intact without exception. Everyone, let's have a person who can kill the monster Anime Suji. Perhaps in response to the expectations of the Pearl World, or perhaps the trajectory of fate, another monster king was born. Chapter 16. Following the country, it is one of the many families in the Warring States period, and it is also a well-known family. Today is the day of the birth of the wife of the head of the house, and the servants of the whole house are ready to prepare for the smooth birth of the wife of the head of the house. The process and result of the production were very smooth. The wife of the head of the family gave birth to twin brothers smoothly, and according to the arrangement that had already been decided, the first brother to be born was named Jiguo Iwatsu, and the younger brother was named Jiguo Yuanyi. This birthmark. The step-state lord looked at the baby in the arms of the two wet nurses. The eldest son was fine, until he saw the younger son, and the smile on his face instantly froze. The red flame birthmark. It represents ominous. The Step State Lord stretched out his hand, touched the birthmark on the little son's face, whispered something in his mouth, and soon made a certain decision, took the baby from the wet nurse's hand, held it high, and his eyes were full of indifference. Adult. The nurse watched the actions of the Step Country Master in shock, covering her mouth in horror. No matter what the Step Country Master wanted to do to her newborn child, it was not something that she could stop as a little nurse. In case even her own life was put into it, it would be worth the loss. Husband, what are you going to do to our children? Mrs. Jiguo, who had been groomed, walked into the house, and happened to see the scene of her husband wanting to fall to death the child, and immediately rushed forward and snatched her own child from his hands. The birthmark on this child's face represents an ominous name, and I am going to kill him for the sake of following the country's centuries-old family fortune. The Step State Lord did not make any further movements, but looked at the child in Madame's arms with a cold expression. Even so, he is also a child born to me in October, and he is also a living being. How can he ignore the blood connection between him and your husband because of this? The lady gently stroked the cheek of the child in her arms, glaring at her husband. If the husband really insists on killing this child, then kill me too. That's fine. Seeing that his wife was forced to fight for his life, the Step State Lord could only give up the idea of killing the child. The two young masters of the country have also grown up healthily with the passage of time. Although the youngest son, Jiguo Yuanyi, survived because of his mother's death, he is still an ominous existence in the eyes of the master of the country. Therefore, Jiguo Yuanyi has never enjoyed fatherly love since he was very young, and his father always looked at him with an indifferent expression. And Jiguo Yanzheng, the eldest son of the Steppe country and the next head of the family, has been treated as he deserves, and he is much better than his younger brother Yuanyi. But Jiguo Yuanyi never had any complaints. In the face of his father's indifference, he never said a word, faced others with a calm expression, and rarely spoke in front of people, which made the people around him feel that Yuanyi was born deaf and dumb. And Mrs. Jiguo treats her children equally, and even works a lot for Yuanyi, who is deaf in both ears, and whenever she kneels in front of the Buddha altar and looks forward to it sincerely, Yuanyi will always be quietly by the side to accompany her mother. As the elder brother of Jiguo Yuanyi, Jiguo Iwatsu did not choose to ignore his father's indifference to his younger brother, but treated him sincerely and often accompanied Jiguo Yuanyi to play. 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Drink, drink. As the eldest son of a samurai family, skillfully wielding a sword is a daily lesson, and Jikuni Iwakatsu, who has high hopes, is no exception. Holding a bamboo knife in his hand, he kept repeating the basic chopping and other movements, and the sweat of the bean slid down his cheeks. Brother, do you want to be the strongest samurai in this country? Then I want to be the second strongest samurai in this country when I grow up. Jikuni Yuan suddenly appeared next to Iwatsu, who was practicing swords, and spoke very fluently, and smiled sincerely after speaking. Iwatsu was surprised at first that his brother could speak so fluently. How can a samurai become a samurai if he is about to be sent to a monastery to become a monk at the age of 10? Besides, a samurai has to fight with his life, and it is an insult to a samurai to say such things casually by a guy like Aniki, who clings to his mother all day long. It's really disgusting. Looking at the smile on Yuanika's face, Iwatsu felt only disgust and ignorance and fearlessness. Since that day, whenever Jikuni Iwatsu practiced swords with his father's subordinates, his younger brother Enika would watch from the sidelines. Until a certain time, the samurai who taught Iwatsu to practice swordsmanship, looked at Yuanyi, who had watched many times, and suddenly thought of something, handed a bamboo knife to Yuanyi, and said to Yuanyi, "Little young master, why don't you try it together? These are a few basic swordsmanship, listen well." Originally, this samurai was just bored, wanting to try his skills before this little young master was sent to the temple. However, it was such an inadvertent move that caused great waves in the hearts of the other two people present, especially Iwatsu. Whether it is this subordinate or Yan Sheng, they are not optimistic about what good performance Yuan Yi can do when he holds the knife for the first time and swings the knife for the first time, but the truth is far beyond their understanding. The first time he held the sword, Annika just swung the bamboo sword 4 times, and defeated this samurai, who had taught Iwakatsu for a long time and could not win, and it was very easy. Iwatsu never doubted that the samurai who taught him would release the water. He knew that his younger brother Yuanyi was the first time to hold a sword and swing a sword, a novice among the novices, and it was such a novice among the novices who knocked down the target he wanted to knock down but was not yet able to reach within 4 swords. Faced with the ironclad truth, Iwatsu finally realized. It turns out that Annika turned out to be a swordsmanship genius. Iwakatsu was desperate to know the secret of why Annika was so powerful, and kept asking him, and it was not until one night that Annika finally answered Iwakatsu's question. When I'm facing an opponent's attack, my lungs are going to move violently, and I just need to see the physical signs in my opponent's body. At this time, Iwatsu didn't understand what Yuanyi meant. Seeing Iwakatsu who was lost in thought, Annika left, and at this time he didn't want to discuss swordsmanship with Iwakatsu. At 3 o'clock that night, the mother of the Jiguo brothers suddenly passed away. Ji Koyuan, who often accompanies his mother, knocked on the door of his brother Iwatsu with a sad heart. Buckle. Iwatsu, who was sleeping, heard the knock on the door, immediately got up and pushed open the door, but what he saw was his younger brother kneeling in front of the door, Yuanyi. Mother, she's sick, and when he said this, Yuanyi hid his sadness, looked at his brother with a look that was almost indistinguishable from before, and then told Iwakatsu another news about himself. Chapter 17. I'm going to the monastery soon, and I hope my brother takes care. Let's go now. Iwakatsu was a little surprised when he faced Yuanyi's words. Yes, just to say goodbye to you before leaving. As he spoke, Yuanyi took out the flute that Iwatsu gave him, and this flute had been wrapped in a white handkerchief, which was carried by Yuanyi, which showed the importance of Yuanyi's pair of flutes. This flute. Daizi. I will regard this flute given by my brother as a brother, even if I am far away from the world. I will never give up my words, and I will continue to exercise my body every day. Looking at the rare smile on Yuanyi's expressionless face on weekdays, Iwatsu was very puzzled by this. Why should Yuanichi, who has never had obvious feelings, cherish a flute so much? However, what he thought was destined to not be answered, and after Yuanichi said goodbye to his only cherished brother in this family, he ran away from home alone, and everyone thought that Yuanichi went to the temple by himself. And after breaking free from the shackles of the state, he continued to run alone for a day and a night. Although he was only 10 years old, his feet did not have to be much slower than that of youth, let alone a day and a night of running. But Ling Yuanyi himself also felt strange things. He obviously continued to run for so long, and he didn't even stop because of fatigue. Even he didn't know how far he ran and how far away he was from his country. Eventually, in the midst of the mountains, Annika stopped, and he came to a place with a neat farmland, where a man stood alone. Yuanyi could see that it was a girl his age, but the girl looked a little strange, holding a wooden barrel and standing there motionless for a long time. After watching Yuanyi for a while not far away, he finally stepped forward and accosted her. What are you doing? The epidemic has caused everyone to die, and I am very lonely, so I want to bring home the tadpoles from the rice fields. The girl said with her back to Yuanyi, and then remained motionless again. Yuanyi just quietly accompanied the girl and stood still. When the sun went down and the sunset spread across the western sky, the girl put the creature in the bucket back into the rice field. Don't you want to take them home? Asked Yuanichi as he watched the girl's actions. These children who have been forced to leave their families are pitiful. The girl gently stirred the water in the field, and the tadpoles swam slowly around her fingers. Then I'll go home with you. Looking at the girl's actions, Annika knew that she was a helpless person like himself, and he could feel that he and this girl would get along well, so he spoke. Hey, the girl turned her head in amazement, looked at Yuan Yi who spoke, and tears couldn't stop falling. Yuan Yi finally saw the girl's face, which was an ordinary, but beautiful woman, and her eyes were as dazzling and pure as obsidian. "My name is Yuta, what's your name?" The two walked together on the mountain path, and the girl named Uda was the first to introduce herself, with a smile on her face. Fate 1, following the country edge 1. Since then, Jikokanika has lived with this girl named Yuta. Yuta is like a rope that firmly ties the monster named Jikokanika to the side of the name. What will happen if this rope is broken? What will happen to the monster named Jikokanika? 10 years later, Jikokanika successfully married Yuta and is about to give birth, and then Jikokanika set out to find a midwife for Yuta. After a long time after Jiko Yuanyi left, night finally fell. A pale-skinned man broke into the home. "Are you?" Udo looked at the strange man who appeared with a wary gaze. The dark eyes of the other party brought her an endless sense of crisis, and she held the short knife in her hand tightly. "If you want money, you can take everything from the house, just don't hurt me." Yuta covered her abdomen with one hand, her obsidian deep eyes staring at each other. No matter what, she had to protect her and Yuanika's child. "I'm not here for money, but for the child in your womb." The man spoke slowly, but his words were so cold and cruel. "Help!" The moment the man spoke, Yudo immediately spoke, wanting to shout for help. The place where they were was in the mountains, usually almost no people, except for the two of them. It was almost impossible to see the third person nearby. But Udo wanted to give it a try, as long as even one person heard her cries for help. But she didn't know what kind of man appeared in front of her, a monster within a monster. As soon as Uda uttered a syllable, the man instantly came to her and choked her neck, and at the same time, a wound on her neck was cut by the man, and an unknown toxin instantly entered her body. "It's a neurotoxin that can save you from the pain of waiting, and if you don't want your child to die, just cooperate with me, understand?" The man's cold eyes stared at Yuta. Soon, the man performed a caesarean section and took out the child in Yuta womb. A large amount of blood wrapped the child, and the newborn child seemed to feel the danger of the mother's situation, and cried directly. "Wow! Wow! Please don't hurt her!" Udo said weakly to the man, looking at the child with tenderness in her eyes, and she smiled when she saw the child give birth safely. "It's a girl, rest in peace." The man put the child to sleep in his hand, then looked at Udo, and slashed her neck with his hand, a large amount of blood spurting out. With a final smile, Udo slowly collapsed onto the bed. The man then slashed Uda's abdomen several more times, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out, staining the plank red, and Udato's body turned over by him. And Jiko Yuanyi, who went out to look for his wife, rushed back home at night after helping others, but it was not his wife who greeted him with a smile. The heavy smell of blood permeated the entire house, and the body of Enika's wife, Yuta, was lying on the ground cold, and a large amount of blood sprayed all around, long since coagulated. Yuan Yi silently stepped forward and held Yuta in his arms, and in Yuta's abdomen, the child had already been eaten, and there was no trace of it left, leaving only a large amount of blood. This is Yuan Yi's perspective. Everyone guess. Winky face, D. _. Chapter 18. Yuan Yi couldn't accept such a fact for a while, and held Yuta's remains in a daze, which lasted for 10 days. 10 days later, following the traces of the ghost, the swordsman who came saw this scene and felt the same way. "If I don't mourn for the two of you, how pitiful." Then, Yuan Yi came to his senses and buried Yuta with the help of this swordsman. The swordsman explains to Jikoku Eniki about Oni and invites Enika to join the Oni killing team and become a ghost hunter. Jiguo Yuanyi, whose wife and children were killed, chose to become a ghost hunter without accident. Jiguo Yuanyi, who chose to become a ghost hunter, unsurprisingly showed his extremely strong strength, and the strongest pillar-level swordsman at that time was not his one-in-one enemy. In addition, when encountering a ghost, Ji Yuanyi suppressed it with absolute strength and easily ended the life of the ghost. And Yuanyi also learned from many aspects that the overall strength of today's ghost hunters is far inferior to that of ghosts, and they are not like themselves. They naturally know how to use the breathing method, and they can only deal with ghosts with the weapons in their hands. So, Yuanyi taught these powerful ghost hunters how to breathe. Among the demon slayer squads, the most powerful group of swordsmen, known as Zhu, are extremely good swordsmen in every way. With their own powerful talents, these swordsmen used breath on the basis of the swordsmanship types of fire, wind, water, thunder, and rock that they originally used, and their strength made a qualitative leap. Their personal strength is very different from that of themselves before they learned the breathing method, and in the battle to hunt ghosts, the swordsmen who learned the breathing method achieved extremely dazzling results, and during this period, the number of ghosts began to decrease. And this group of pillars who learned the breathing method were called the first generation of breathing swordsmen by the members of the ghost-killing team in later generations. Later, Anika met Jakuni Iwatsu, whose subordinates were slaughtered by demons, and in order to take revenge, or to catch up with his younger brother who had become so powerful, he also joined the Demon Slayer team. However, the more he understands that his younger brother, how powerful Yuanyi is, that is far beyond his current self, and the power he has cannot even hurt many ghosts. In the period when the Jiguo brothers joined the Ghost Slayer team, the strength of the Ghost Slayer team today can be said to be the most powerful period since its establishment hundreds of years ago. And after the strength of the Ghost Slayer team increased greatly, the hidden troops successfully discovered the traces of the ancestor of the ghost, Anime Suji Mumi, and after continuous tracking, they finally roughly grasped the hiding location of Anime Suji. Upon learning of this news, the current lord of Sanyashiki immediately began to gather all the ghost-killing swordsmen, who were bound to find out the ancestor of the Oni dance Suji, and severely damaged and even killed the ghost. However, all this is just a trap to lure the strongest swordsman of the original generation of the Demon Slayer. After a month of all-out investigation, the Oni Slayer has accurately grasped the location of the last appearance of Anime Suji, and launched an attack on the night of the second day. As night fell, a large number of active teammates of the Demon Slayer team were now engaged in this battle, including the active 8-rank pillars. But this is a trap. When the people of the ghost-killing team appeared in batches to shrink the encirclement network from 4 directions, many ghosts who had been in ambush for a long time brazenly attacked, and they couldn't be caught off guard, and these ghosts who suddenly attacked caused a lot of casualties. However, the Demon Slayer was more numerous, and a small casualty was nothing, but it was followed by a larger number of demons. Ghost Slayer Squad, let's die! Kill all the Ghost Slayers! No one will be able to stop us from hunting for food to our heart's content, ha ha ha, kill! Kill all these ghost hunters who are in the way. If you dare to offend the Great Lord, you will all have to die to apologize. Ha ha ha. The flesh and blood of the ghost hunters are delicious. The demons poured out of their nests in the moonlight, and the number of them was so large that the Ghost Slayer team couldn't react at once. There are a lot of them, what should I do? What else can I do? Either you die or I live, only by killing them all. Normally, it takes a lot of time just to find the existence of these ghosts, but now there are so many sent to the door to kill them. There are too many ghosts, try to pay attention to the back, and cooperate in groups of 3. Breath of fire, breath of thunder, breath of wind, breath of rock, breath of water. A large number of lethal sword moves beckoned towards the evil ghosts, and the strength of the pillar-level swordsmen far exceeded that of ordinary swordsmen, and the weak ghosts were not their enemies at all. After their pillars struck, the ghosts' offensive suddenly stopped. It's those pillars, it's time for us to make a move, if it upsets the adults. Then let's go up. After the finale of the pillars shot, the most powerful demons on the Oni side who can use the ability, Blood Ghost Magic also began to face the pillars. The battle has become more intense again. On the other hand, the Jiguo brothers are the 2 strongest battle circles except for the pillar level. Breath of the moon, one shape, dark moon, Yoanomi Ya. Jiguo Yanzheng slashed with an extremely fast crescent-shaped slash, directly cutting off the two ghosts that were attacking him in front of him. Die! Behind him, a third ghost suddenly sprang out, and its sharp claws went straight to Jikuni Iwatsu's head. The breath of the moon, the sex of the two, the moon. As if expected, Ji Kuiyanshang leaned forward slightly, and then quickly turned around, and two slashes directly split the third turtle into three. Is it endless? As soon as the three ghosts were solved, before Jiguo Iwatsu could catch his breath, several more ghosts rushed towards him from all directions. Fortunately, this battle has just begun, and his physical strength is still enough. On the other hand, the position of the first country is located. Ji Koyuan didn't have any specific sword moves, he just waved the Rylun sword in his hand casually, and his body was fluttering, and he instantly cut off the heads of several ghosts, with his expressionless appearance, as if he was mocking these ghosts. He was really too weak. Damn, this guy is very strong, go on together. No problem. Rush. The five ghosts gathered together, observing Ji Koyuan on the edge. And found that the opponent's strength alone was not enough to cause damage to him, so he planned to unite. After discussing it, the five ghosts rushed to Jiguo Yunyi from three different directions. Ji Koyuan still seemed to be at ease in the face of the five ghosts, and he killed them all in 2 breaths. Chapter 19. But the local battlefield is not favorable, the overall strength is inferior to the Ghost Slayer team. When the most powerful pillars are in a hard battle and have no heart to help the other swordsmen, the disadvantage of the Ghost Slayer team is revealed. In this encirclement and suppression battle, the Ghost Killing team sent 80% of the fighters, all the top strengths were sent, and the remaining uneven swordsmen totaled 500, which was already an extremely huge force. As for the Ghost side, 500 or 700 is not certain, at least in terms of the current high-end combat power to kill the weak ghosts. The overall number of ghosts is far more than that of the Ghost Killing team. It's almost exhausted, it's time for us to make a move. Yanzu is my target, don't rob me. Leave the water column to me, the fine-skinned and tender flesh. And when the battle lasted for 20 minutes, the more powerful ONI on the ONI side appeared, and they determined their respective goals, and with a single attack, they suppressed the 8 pillars with a thunderous force, and wounded them again. Although there are also pillar-level swordsmen who have been consumed with some of their physical strength, or even because they have been sneak-attacked, the strength of these ghosts is undoubtedly stronger, and they are even the most powerful group of ghosts under Anime Suji. Damn, there's such a powerful ghost. Yan Zhu dodged the blood ghost technique of the 2 ghosts, and a carp that was a little embarrassed stood up with a solemn gaze. It seems that we have underestimated the overall strength of the ONI. It's useless to think so much now, let's concentrate on defeating the enemy in front of us. Those low-level swordsmen are in danger. Rock Pillar watched the group of strange ghosts who had fought against them before break away from this battle circle and scatter to the rest of the place, and immediately felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, there are 2 brothers of Jiguo on the battlefield outside, there must be no problem, both of them are much stronger than us. Wind Pillar slashed off the supernatural ghost with a knife and comforted everyone. Wind Pillar is right, there are still those 2 veritable monsters on the battlefield outside. Blood Ghost, Breath of Rock, Breath of the Wind, Blood Ghost. Just as Jiguo Iwatsu was about to cut off the neck of the ghost in front of him, a trace of crisis suddenly flashed in his heart, and without hesitation, he immediately gave up the killing, and a jump flashed to the back. 2 supernatural ghosts. Jiguo Iwatsu looked at the 2 new ghosts warily, but he quickly noticed that these ghosts had a lot of knife wounds on their bodies. Is it against the pillars? Is it to be replaced by a more powerful ghost to clean up the battlefield? Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the location of his younger brother Ji Koyuanyi, and also found 2 ghosts with a large number of wounds besieging him. And it's not just the 2 brothers, all the swordsmen who can easily fight 3 or 4 ghosts on the battlefield with the strength of one person are the targets of their encirclement and suppression, but the 2 brothers take special care of them. Then solve it as soon as possible, in case there are more of them, even I am in danger. Jakuni Iwatsu once again clenched the Hinawa knife in his hand. The breath of the moon, the 3 types, the hatred of the moon, the eclipse. Breath of the moon, type 6, lonely moon in the night, infernal. And Jiguo Yunyi on the other side also felt a little tricky. There weren't just 2 ghost powers around him, but they quadrupled in number, making a total of 6 powerful ghost powers that surrounded him. The 2 ability ghosts were wounded and their combat power was greatly reduced, while the other 4 were stronger and were in a complete state, and they actually knew how to cooperate with each other. At the beginning of the fight, Ji Kuyuan suffered a big loss and was scratched on his back and arms, but fortunately there was no toxin. The 4 ghosts act as the main force, and the other 2 ghosts harass on the side, and if they are replaced by any pillar, they will be easily killed by their seamless cooperation. But Ji Kuyuan will not, he is the strongest human being in this world. Resident Supreme State, Transparent World, strong physical fitness similar to ghosts, born strongest breathing method, sun breath, resident strongest buff, Marns. These factors have made Ji Kuyuan the undisputed strongest. The red markings on Ji Kuyuan's forehead burned like a flame, unusually bright, and the Nichika knife in his hand was red throughout, looking like it was quenching, filled with extremely high temperatures. The strongest weapon, the knife, is on. And when Ji Kuyuan opened the markings, as if a chain reaction, corresponding markings appeared everywhere on the 8 pillars' bodies, which made their physical fitness in all aspects suddenly improved, and quickly suppressed the enemy in front of them. This is... Ji Guo Yansheng was surprised to feel the power that emerged from himself. His strength and physical strength have increased a lot, and at the same time, through the mirror reflected on the back of the knife, he saw that a flame pattern similar to that of his younger brother Ji Guo Yuan appeared on his face, as if it was a real flame. Is it because of Yuanyi? Jiguo Iwatsu saw this pattern, as if he understood something, and turned his gaze to the position where Yuanyi was, and saw that he was besieged by 6 supernatural ghosts, and the flame pattern on his forehead also came to life. Except for me, I don't see the rest of the people have this kind of pattern. It should be that only the strength of the pillar level can be affected by the edge of the one, and open this pattern that enhances one's own strength. I just don't know what kind of power this is, it can actually resonate. Raise all aspects of the body master. There are still many things to understand in Jiguo Iwakatsu, but the battle continues, and it seems that he understands his strength, and the number of magical ghosts besieging him has increased to 4 again. As for the previous 2 strange ghosts, of course, they were hacked to death by him without accident. Somewhere in a position where he could see the normal battle, a figure standing, a pitch-black orb hovering in his palm in his hand. And only he could see that on the battlefield between the Ghost Slayer and the demons, wisps of tiny strange objects like black smoke floated towards his position and merged into the black ball on his palm. The Demon Slayer. It's really a good group of enemies. Even if they know it's a pit, they obediently step in and contribute so much energy to me. The man chuckled. The son of destiny who came into being, following the fate of the country. I'm looking forward to the day we meet. It's a pity you'll never know. For me, this is a trial. Growth is to overcome the weak past, to face the strong opponent, the enemy in front of me, erase him, and then as long as I don't fall into the trap designed by the opponent, I will never fall into the trough, always stand at the top. My old enemy, my subordinates, it is because of your attraction, I can continue the endless life, I will become a man who does not lose to anyone. Wait, now that I'm here, I'm going to establish my own 100 Ghost Night Walk and become the strongest Ghost King in the world. Ha 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 ha. The fierce battle between the Ghost Slayer and the demon went on for an hour before the curtain finally came to an end. The Ghost Slayer team exchanged the death of 3 current pillars and 400 swordsmen for the elimination of more than 650 ordinary ghosts and more than 60 abnormal ghosts. This battle undoubtedly greatly weakened the overall strength of the ONI, and brought a brief peace to the entire island nation for 100 years. Chapter 20. After the end of the battle between the Ghost Slayer and the ogre, the information that there may be ogres in various parts of the island country suddenly dropped to the lowest point, almost zero, although the main target, the ancestor of the ghost, Anime Suji, was not miserable and did not show up, but in terms of the overall results, it was undoubtedly worth it. After the battle, the surviving pillars were extremely curious about the markings that appeared during the battle, and found the owner of the original markings, Jiko Yuaniki, and wanted to ask about it. Yuanyi, do you know what the markings on our bodies are? Asked Jiguo Yuanyi straight to the point. Probably know a little. Jiko Yuan looked at the pillars with a flat expression, and nodded lightly after a little thought. Oh, then what's going on? The markings that suddenly appeared in the battle can be described as a weapon of the gods, and all aspects of our bodies have been greatly improved because of its appearance. If we know the method, then we can promote it to the whole team, and there will be no harm. The markings are the life energy in your body, and only those who are most proficient in breathing can open them, and a swordsman with average strength cannot open them. Jiko Yuan shook his head, organized the language, and slowly explained the origin of the markings. I see, a weak person can't open the markings. Yan Zhu smiled bitterly when he heard this. Since the markings are our life energy, why did we turn them on in the previous battles, and will we be able to open the markings again in future battles? The markings should only be opened by Yuanyi at the most critical moment, and he is a person who is born with markings, and since Yuanyi took the initiative to open it in the battle, then we were not resonated with Yuanyi and opened it together. Jikuni Iwatsuo expressed his opinion at this time. After all, in that fight, Aniki wasn't too far away from where I was, and I could observe part of him. It should be like this. Jikuni Yuanyi still maintained that expressionless face. Well, the fighting has stopped for the time being, and we have no way to verify the guess in a short period of time, so let's record it first, and maybe we can use it later. Yan Zhu stood up and made a round and stopped the topic. I still have to ask you for the details. Jiko Yuan nodded. With so many people killed in the battle, the Ghost Slayer team is in dire need of new blood, so you might as well hurry up and find a disciple. Rock Pillar suddenly thought of something, and said to the rest of the pillars. What the Rock Pillar said is right. At the moment the Thunder Pillar, the Wooden Pillar, and the Water Column are dead, especially the Thunder Pillar and the Water Column, which are our foundation, and we need to fill their vacancies. My 2 stepsons have also died, so let's go look for a new stepson first. The topic turned back to the retention of the various breathing methods, and the pillars were no longer interested in paying attention to the markings, and as they spoke, they planned to leave to arrange the next things. Soon, Yanzu and Jiguo brothers were left in the house. Yuanyi, don't you think about the matter of accepting disciples from what I told you? With your strength, if you can find a suitable disciple, then our ghost-killing power will be able to increase again. Yan Zhu watched the rest of the pillars leave, and turned his head to look at Yuanyi. No. I am not suitable to teach my disciples, and there is no one in this world who can do it like me. Jiko Yuanyi once again rejected Yanzu's proposal, and it was not because of his own personality that no one could learn his breathing method was the most fundamental problem. That's a pity. Yan Zhu sighed and didn't say any more. Time passed quietly. In the second year, the 2 pillars of the Wind Pillar and the Rock Pillar, who were 25 years old and at the peak of their lives, suddenly failed and died, which attracted the attention of the higher UPS of the Ghost Slayer team, but no matter how they examined, they could not find any cause. According to Yakushi's speculation, the 2 pillars died of physical failure, most likely due to the many dark wounds buried in their bodies due to years of fighting various powerful demons, and overdrawing their lives in the battle, thus causing their deaths. As for the markings, it was listed in the top secret of the ghost killing team, and the medicine man did not know, but the medicine man's guess could also be said to be correct, and this statement was adopted by the ghost killing team to inform the rest of the people. Are the two of them actually dead? Who's going to be next? Is it me, or is it the Yanzhu? On the other side, Jiguo Iwatsu, who learned that the wind pillar and the rock pillar had died due to physical failure, inevitably fell into a panic. It was strange, it was obviously a swordsman who could kill many powerful ghosts without changing his face, but when death could come to him at any time, he seemed so afraid. Maybe the people of the Ghost Slayer team may not be sure of the cause of death, but Jiguo Iwatsu almost immediately locked down the real cause of the death of the two of them, that is, the markings. After the strength of many active pillars in the Ghost Slayer team regressed, they retreated to the rear as cultivators to cultivate fresh blood for the Ghost Slayer team, although some of them had never used the breathing method, but there were not many secret injuries at all, and they were not still alive and well when they were in their 30s and 40s. And when he died at the age of 25, it was only possible that he had opened the markings and overdrawn his life, so he died of systemic failure. And he succeeded Guo Yanzheng, who is just 24 years old this year, which means that if he is faster, he will die next year, and if he is slow, it will be 2 years, and he will not escape death in any case. No, maybe it's because of themselves, they can't think nonsense. Jiguo Iwatsu shook his head, although he knew that his guess was right, he still had a fluke mentality in his heart. As if to thoroughly verify Jikuni Iwatsu's conjecture, 2 months later, the third pillar died, and within a year, 6 pillars died, bringing great turmoil to the Ghost Slayer as a whole. In addition to the flame pillar, the other 4 pillars of the basic sword technique are all dead, plus the 2 pillars who created their own breathing method. Fortunately, the basic breathing valve also has a cultivator. As long as there are good talents, they can recultivate new columns. Damn, I didn't expect my conjecture to be true. That means I'm going to die soon. Jikoku Iwatsu stayed alone in the dojo and angrily cut off the steak in front of him into several pieces. How can I die like this? I want to surpass him and become a stronger person. How can I fall here? If so, I've become a ghost, and I've become more powerful in almost infinite time. No, what am I talking about? It's ridiculous. Jikoku Iwatsu shook his head violently and threw the thought out of his mind, but the darkness had grown in his heart and had taken root. Chapter 21. A month later, in the middle of the night, Jiguo Iwatsu was at the location of the ghost-killing team. Jikoku Iwatsu and a strange man stood on the roof and confronted each other, and it is not accurate to say that it was a confrontation. The handsome man with a smile on his face looked very relaxed, while Jiguo Iwatsu, who was opposite him, was tense all over, and he didn't dare to gasp, and his spirit was highly concentrated on the man's body. Jiguo Iwakatsu, the eldest son of Jiguo, a powerful swordsman who uses the breath of the moon, and also a swordsman of the breath of the sun, and the brother of Jiguo Yuanyi, I'm right. At this moment, the only person who appeared in front of Jiguo Yanzheng was Cheng Hao. Who are you? There shouldn't be a person like you in the Ghost Slayer team. Jiguo Iwatsu remained vigilant, not confused by Cheng Hao's gentle appearance. This sense of oppression, suffocation, is like death has put a scythe on my neck, ready to take my life. It's completely different from the feeling I have in the Yuanichi. No, the Yuanichi never gave me any real sense of oppression. Just looking at this man made my whole body tremble with fear, just like the incomparable sense of oppression when I first met a ghost, but this person is not in the same dimension as my previous enemies. Cheng Hao chuckled and stood up and shook his kimono to show that he was safe to get along with, and officially pressed him against the wall. But, oh. Cheng Hao's action did not bring the slightest sense of security to Jiguo Yanzheng, but made him so excited that his right hand was directly held on the hilt, and he was about to pull it out. Hey! In the blink of an eye, Cheng Hao suddenly appeared in front of Jiguo Yanzheng, and pressed his right hand holding the handle of the knife with his left hand, helping him slowly press down the blade he pulled out little by little. Young people, don't be so angry, I said that I have no ill will towards you. Can't you listen to people well? When Jiguo Yunshen's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Cheng Hao who appeared in front of him in shock, almost at a negative distance. I can't see his movements at all. Cold sweat slowly flowed down Jikuni Iwatsu's forehead, and before he knew it, his back was soaked with sweat. While it's nice to be vigilant, it's also good to listen to the good words of others once in a while, right? Cheng Hao said, took his hand away from the back of Jiguo Yunshen's right hand, and slowly stepped back, but what he said next was to directly smash a thunder hammer on Jiguo Yunshen's head, smashing him dizzy. Let me introduce myself, I'm Anime Suji Mumi, the ancestor of the ghosts that your Oni Slayer wants to kill quickly. After the initial shock, Jiguo Yanzheng quickly regained his composure, and his tense body immediately relaxed, staring straight at Cheng Hao. As the evil ghost that the Ghost Slayer team wants to kill the most, you dare to come to the Ghost Slayer station alone, are you so confident? Aren't you afraid that I will immediately find a companion and delay you, and a few pillars will converge to kill you here? Ha ha ha! If you want to do this, you won't tell me in a grand manner, Jiguo Iwakatsu, you are a very interesting man, and you must have been looking forward to my arrival in your heart. Cheng Hao smiled and looked at Jiguo Yanzheng calmly. The dark thoughts that had appeared in his heart were said by Cheng Hao, and Jiguo Yanzheng was silent. Since that battle, your Ghost Slayer team's top combat power has been killed and wounded, and even if a new pillar appears, how can the combat power compare to the previous battle-hardened ones? I'm right. Cheng Hao watched Jiguo Yanzheng fall silent, and then said to himself. Let me think about it, how many pillar-level swordsmen did you have in total? It seems to be 8, right? But now, there are 3 left? Or 2? And your step-country brothers are not bound by the Ghost Slayer team, although they have pillar-level strength, they don't plan to be bound to the Ghost Slayer team. You, Jiguo Iwakatsu, just want to become stronger, catch up with your genius brother Jiguo Yuanyi, or even catch up, while your younger brother, Jiguo Yuanyi, only thinks about killing all the ghosts he encounters alone, and doesn't care about these weeds that can't restrain him like weeds on the side of the road. I didn't expect you to know so much. It's me, no, I should say that the entire ghost-killing team has underestimated you, if nothing else, there should be spies you buried in the ghost-killing team, and they still have a certain strength. Jiguo Yanzheng learned so much information from Cheng Hao, the ancestor of the ghost, except for being a little surprised at first, he felt that this was normal. The history of Anime Suji's survival is older than the history of the Oni Slayer since its establishment, and it is normal for the Oni Slayer to spend effort investigating information and burying secrets for the enemy who vowed to kill him. I'm afraid that the battle half a year ago was also your conspiracy, lying about your existence, allowing many ghosts to consume the overall strength of the Ghost Slayer and weaken the Ghost Slayer team at its peak, because you know that my younger brother, Jiguo Yuanyi, is the only human in this world that may threaten you. So you have to eliminate the high-end power of the Ghost Slayer as much as possible, so that Yuanyi will lose the powerful help of the Ghost Slayer team. Jiguo Yanzheng thought for a while, and soon figured out something, his eyes stared at Cheng Hao. You're right and you're not right. Cheng Hao waved his hand. I did that fight on purpose, for the purpose. It's also very simple, but it's just to see what level of strength the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team, especially the pillars, are after receiving the breathing method taught by Jiguo Yuanyi. And that battle really gave me a good idea of how the strength of the swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team has changed after getting the breathing method. Why? Just to observe the current strength of the Ghost Slayer team, so many ghosts are consumed. Jiguo Iwatsu couldn't understand Cheng Hao's thoughts. How many years do you think I've lived? Except for the unknown strength of Jiguo Yuan, which makes me a little jealous, the entire Ghost Slayer team is just an existence that I can get rid of at my fingertips, and keeping the Ghost Slayer team is just that I think they are useful. Cheng Hao doesn't shy away from anything, since Jiguo Yanzheng wants to know, it doesn't hurt to tell him. It turns out. Is it so? Jiguo Yanzheng is the head of the country, and this aspect of the matter is almost straightforward, and what Cheng Hao said, he quickly understood what it was. Chapter 22. There are more than 10 countries in the island country. These countries divide the territory, and there are often wars, although they are enemies, but these so-called lords are all heroes of one side. For cannibals, this kind of inhuman existence must be left unsparing to kill. And even if he has lived for hundreds of years, the number of human beings is still huge, and the ghosts he can create can only make a small wave in the human race. If he is collectively surrounded and suppressed by various countries, then not to mention how strong his strength is, just the tactics of the sea of people can drag it until dawn and let the sun kill him. The ghost-killing team is different. All countries more or less know about the existence of the ghost-killing team, and they are specifically fighting with ghosts, and they have an advantage all year round, which makes countries think that ghosts are not worth noting, so they let ghosts and ghost-killing teams fight each other more than once. Even if a ghost appears in his own territory, he doesn't need to spend manpower and material resources to clear it. Wouldn't it be better to have one less troublesome thing? Besides, the Warring States period was too chaotic, and there were many things to deal with. Jakuni Iwatsuya suddenly remembered a certain question, that is, the purpose of the appearance of Anime Suji no Miserable tonight. It can't be that he came to chat with himself. So, what is your purpose? You should not just be bored and want to talk to me when you come to me alone. Jiguo Yanzheng, do you want to accept my blood and become a ghost? Jiguo Yanzheng finally asked the point, and Cheng Hao told him very happily. Didn't I hear me right? You invited me to be a ghost. I killed many of your subordinates, many of whom were powerful ghosts, but even then you still wanted me to be a ghost. Shouldn't you come and kill me? Jiguo Yanzheng heard that Cheng Hao was going to invite him to become a ghost, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated, but he still tried to maintain a tense face on his face, doubting Cheng Hao's purpose in a very contrived tone. That's your delusion. They want more power, and I happen to have it, so we're just trading. They get a lot of power, and at the price, isn't it normal to do what I ask and kill those who stand in the way of fulfilling my request? Cheng Hao stretched out a finger, shook it, and said to Jiguo Yanzheng in an indifferent tone. Taking a step back, if they have gained so much power, but they were still killed by human swordsmen, doesn't that just mean that they are trash fish and waste? Why would I go to avenge a group of worthless waste? I need a powerful helper, not a waste. The potential of people who are already strong is extraordinary, and after obtaining my blood, they can usher in a qualitative leap and do not need to worry about lifespan. Jiguo Yanzheng listened to Cheng Hao's words, and was silent again, lowering his head slightly, quietly thinking about something. In that battle, all of your pillar-level swordsmen all opened the same pattern as Ji Kuyuan, right? Cheng Hao knew that it was he who gave Jiguo Yanzheng enough stimulation, so he added a little more fierce material. Except for the 3 pillars who died in battle, what do you think will be the reason for the death of the 3 pillars who died after the battle? That thing is overdrawing your life, as long as you use it. Then it is impossible to live past the age of 25, and the reason for the disguise of physical failure is quite good. And you, Jiguo Yanzheng, how old are you this year? 24 years old. Do you want to give it a try and see if you can live past the age of 25? You. Jiguo Yunshen's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Cheng Hao was so clear about the markings, and it was probably the same as he had guessed a month ago. Ji Kuyuanyi, as your younger brother, has a talent and strength that you can't match. Don't you want to catch up with him or even surpass him? You must know that your life is short, and when the time comes, all your ideals will turn into a handful of loess. You can only have regrets forever. It's not terrible to be a ghost, the only thing to be afraid of is just a small problem, a long life, an almost endless strength that can be improved. Cheng Hao's words deeply impacted Jiguo Yunshen's heart, and little by little he devoured the few persistences in his heart, and he was only one kick away from falling into the abyss. Of course, I won't ask you to say yes at once, you can think about it. Seeing Jiguo Yanzheng frowning and his hands clenched into fists, he knew that the purpose of his trip had been successful 90%, and the remaining 1%. Is this? I saw Cheng Hao throw over a very small thing. Jiguo Yanzheng directly reached out to catch it, spread it in the palm of his hand. It was a piece of glass the length of the index finger, which contained dark red blood. This is my blood, as long as you drink it, you can become a ghost. If you accept my offer, then you can drink it. If you don't choose to become a ghost, you can just smash it. I will not tell a third party about the contact with you tonight. I still have this little credibility. Cheng Hao said as he slowly retreated, and soon walked to the edge of the roof, and then jumped directly off the ground and disappeared in front of Jiguo Yanzheng. I'm looking forward to your arrival. Jiguo Yanzheng saw Cheng Hao jump off the ground, and hurriedly ran to the location where he was just now. Looking at the ground, Cheng Hao's people completely disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Only his faint voice slowly dissipated into the air. Jiguo Yanzheng wrapped the glass containing Cheng Hao's blood in his hand, and then let it go, and finally as if he had decided something, he grabbed the glass in his palm and threw it on the roof and smashed it. But after a pause for a few minutes, Jiguo Iwatsu never smashed the glass, put the glass in his palm again, and lowered his head to stare at the dark red blood that belonged to the ancestor of the ghost. This is the blood of Anime Suji, who can transform people into man-eating monsters and fear the Sunday. But it has a long life that far surpasses that of humans. He could feel the temperature of this blood through the glass, much lower than the temperature of normal human blood, and at the same time maintain the freshness of different human blood. Anime Suji is no miserable. It's a ghost who has survived for hundreds of years, and it is so easy to see through my heart. The strength is also so unfathomable. Perhaps, as he said, the Ghost Slayer team is easy for him to destroy, Yuanyi. Jiguo Iwatsu raised his head, looked at the bright half-moon in the night sky, and gently evoked his own brother's name. What a pity! Chapter 23. Fate is inexplicable. When you think you have broken your fate, you don't know that the choices you make are also part of your fate. A handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a white patterned kimono on a black background, with a gentle and lovely woman beside him. 10 meters away from them, a tall black ponytail, black hair with a hint of red, an expressionless face, a pattern on his left forehead that resembled a flame burning, wearing a Japanese wheelflower paper earring, a black sheathed katana at his waist, and a red coat on his body. This man! I can feel it. Ji Koyuan looked at the kimono man opposite, his eyes instantly sharpened, and his expression became solemn. That man! The whole body is filled with extremely tyrannical vitality, like hot magma gushing out of the crater, trying to devour everything. There is no doubt that this man is the ancestor of the ghost that the ghost-killing team has always wanted to kill, Anime Suji no miserable. At the moment of seeing Anime Suji's no miserable, Ji Kuniki suddenly understood why he was born in the world, and he had a weird body and ability, all of which existed to kill the man in front of him. Following the fate of the country. The strongest swordsman who wields the breath of the Sunday. My encounter with you is simply fate. Ghost Dance Suji's cruel and cold eyes stared straight at Jakuni Yuanyi, and he attacked him without hesitation as he spoke. Click! Click! Ghost Dance Suji's hands turned into scythes several meters in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding 6-meter-tall thick bamboo was easily cut down, and it was thrown towards Jakuniki at a speed far beyond ordinary people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ji Koyuan's dark eyes did not blink for a moment, staring at Anime Suji's miserable movements. No matter how many bamboos flew in, he could dodge at a very fast speed, and at the same time swing his knife to cut off the bamboo. His speed and range are terrifying, and the sound of the cut bamboo that dodges the attack and cuts it off extends to the far rear, and the broken bamboo separates. He thought as he kept approaching Anime Suji, the sound of the bamboo in the rear exploding and breaking the same kind was so clear. For the first time in my life, I felt oppressive. Even a bruise is enough to be fatal. In the face of Anime Suji's attack full of injuries, Ji Kuniki couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. He is worthy of being the strongest swordsman of the breath of the Sunday. If ordinary people had faced my attack, I am afraid that they would have been defeated a long time ago, and you still look like you are at ease. I'm excited. Ghost Dance Suji looked at the approaching Jikuni Eniki, his eyes lit up, and his interest in fighting became more and more high. Woo! Instantly extended 6 slender whip-like weapons from Anime Suji's miserable back, and swept towards Jiguyuan at an extremely fast speed, with sharp bone blades evenly distributed on the whip, which could easily shred the human body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Faced with 6 deadly whips and a large number of bamboos that shot at a rapid pace, even any one of the pillars, or even 2 or 3 pillars, could easily be slaughtered by Anime Suji. But Ji Koyuan is not among them. He is the strongest human at this time. Even if the Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable at this moment, he is not his opponent. The flame markings on Yuan Yi's left forehead suddenly lit up, as if it were a real burning flame, and the Nicha knife in his hand lit up with a red light. In Jiguo Yuan Yi's eyes, all the attack trajectories are clearly visible, from which direction to attack. At a glance, squeezed in that short moment, Yuan Yi waved the Railun knife in his hand, and the Nichiren knife was like chopping melons and vegetables, and directly cut off the 6 whips of the Oni Dance Suji Wu miserable. And just as the battle between Anime Suji Muru and Jikokanika was fierce, the kimono woman that Kamai Suji Mumu was wearing stood not far behind him, watching the battle nervously, but she didn't have the slightest idea of joining the battle to help. It's amazing. This swordsman is the strongest human I've ever met. I was able to fight back and forth with the evil ghost of Anime Suji no miserable, and it seemed that I still had some strength left. The kimono woman clasped her hands in front of her chest, her pale pink eyes shining with hope, and she looked at the battle in the field with extraordinary concentration. Come on! Come on! It's just a little close, and neither side of the battle had the leisure to pay attention to the women outside the field. The 6 whips that were cut off by the Jiguo Yuan one-day wheel knife could not be regenerated, and although Anime Suji was particularly surprised, even if it was cut off, it could be extended from the root again, and the offensive did not decline, but raised it again. For a while, Ji Koyuan was suppressed 5 meters in front of him, and he couldn't close the distance between the 2 parties again in a short time. Despite this, in this short few minutes of fierce fighting, except for a few more breaths, there were no scars on his body, and even his coat was still intact. But the surrounding ground and bamboo forest were not so lucky, and Anime Suji's whip easily cut through several cracks in the ground, blasting out dirt pits of different sizes, and the surrounding bamboo was also cut off like tofu. In the eyes of Jikuni Yuanichi, the kimono on Anime Suji's body was directly ignored, and the body organs hidden under the skin were clearly seen by him. 7 hearts, 5 brains. At the same time, these 12 important organs that were constantly moving were mastered by him in the continuous battle, and at this moment, Ji Koyuanyi, who had never had a sword move, took shape in an instant. Breath of the Sun, Type 13. The 12-style sword move formed against the 12 weaknesses of Anime Suji no miserable was unleashed at the same time in a short instant, and it accurately hit the enemy's 12 weak points. The sword used by the swordsman of the Breath of the Sun, Jikoku Eniki, is a sun-like ability, and if it is slashed by his sword, it cannot be quickly regenerated in any part. Although it can't be directly eliminated like a direct sun, but the wounds caused by it, even the ancestor of the ghost, Anime Suji no miserable cannot be quickly reborn as the ancestor of the ghost. Anime Suji no miserable is different from all ghosts, even if the neck was cut off by Jiguo Yuanyi's Hideo, the Achilles heel of all ghosts, but still alive and not turned into ashes. Chapter 24. Ghost Dance Suji was slashed 13 times by Ji Koyuan and still did not die. His legs were broken and he sat on the mud floor, and his hands that had most of his arms cut off crossed to support his severed head, preventing it from completely detaching himself from his body. Ji Kunyuanyi walked in front of him, looked at the ancestor of this ghost condescendingly, did not kill it completely at the first time, and told him from the man's mouth an answer in Yuanyi's heart that he wanted to know no matter what. What do you think of life? Ghost Dan Suji didn't pay attention to him for the first time, his eyes were filled with unparalleled anger. Seeing that Anime Suji was about to be killed, the kimono girl did not choose to step forward to help him, but leaned forward and stared at Anime Suji Miao, who was sitting on the ground with wide eyes and eating her head with her hands. Ji Koyuan's silence in the face of Anime Suji's miserable silence finally noticed the petite kimono girl he was carrying. This girl who was taken by the ghost dance Suji no miserable should also be a ghost, and at this moment in the girl's eyes, Ji Koyuan saw the light called hope, which was flickering. Just when Ji Koyuan wanted to completely kill ghost dance Suji no miserable, ghost dance Suji no miserable, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. You ask me what I think of life. Ghost dance Suji Muru looked up at Jiguo Yunyi as if he had changed someone, the tyranny in his eyes completely dissipated, and he was terrifyingly calm. What's going on? Ghost dance Suji no miserable gives me the feeling of being a different person. Ji Koyuan stared at ghost dance Suji no miserable, and felt a little disobedient in his heart. I thought you were asking about what I thought of human life. Ghost dance Suji is miserable? No, or Cheng Hao, who was talking to Ji Koyuan at the moment, looked at the other party in a slightly disappointed tone. Jiguo, the definition of life is too broad, from the weeds on the side of the road to the beasts in the mountains and forests, they are all living beings. Life is priceless, isn't it worthless because it can be found everywhere? Mankind claims to be the hegemon of civilization, and in its long history, so many lives have been lost. I was born from nothingness, and life is worthless to me. After saying that, he broke his hands and feet, and grew back at an incredible speed, but storing life force in advance is really the right choice. How many people have you devoured for such a strong life force? Ji Kunyuanichi shouted angrily, do you remember how many grains of rice you ate? Ghost dance Suji said with a chuckle evil, I will never let you stay in this world today. Ji Guo Yuanyi, the killing intent in his pupils was almost dazzling, and he quickly swung the knife, and he was about to kill the ghost dance Suji Wu miserably when the knife came into contact with the ghost king's body. It froze at an unimaginable speed in an instant, vaporization and freezing method. Blood ghost technique, and the combination of ice glass lotus blossom in the past 2 weeks froze most of the knife in an instant. Nanny Ji Koyuanyi, stunned by the scene in front of him, the invincible Hideo was frozen for most of it at this moment. Cheng Hao seized this stunned moment, whipped the knife out, and grabbed her neck. Okay, everything I have prepared for you now, the gift I have given you. I can finally let you appreciate it. After saying that, Cheng Hao stabbed his hand into his, and blood began to be injected into his body. With the injection of blood into Jiguo Yuanyi, her body gradually began to ghost, and at this moment, she suddenly thought of her dead wife and children, as well as her brother, and her friend's Sun Breath 14 type Sun Ripple Ah. Cheng Hao seemed to enter the magma, and in an instant, the blood injected into Jiguo's one, as well as the hand that reached into it, was as if it had been evaporated. However, the destruction did not end. From the hands to the arms all began to fester, gradually invading his 5 brains. At the critical moment, Cheng Hao used the gasification freezing method and blood ghost technique in time to freeze most of his body before he could barely save his life. Even so, the heart was also destroyed in this contest, and most of it was destroyed. You can't kill me. Tama, you didn't even kill me, so let's see if we are relative. See, before the words fell, Ji Koyuan picked up his knife and quickly thought it, killing towards Cheng Hao. No, I'm not in a hurry. I'm going to torture you slowly, Cheng Hao said while running backwards quickly. Jumping suddenly, the powerful force made him reach the height in an instant, and then grew wings and flew into the distance. Faced with his carelessness, Anime Suji successfully escaped, and Ji Koyuan stood in place. Woo! It's just a little bit close. I almost killed him completely, and I have overcome the weakness of my neck. Damn. Faced with the fact that Anime Suji had escaped, the girl knelt on the cold ground with great remorse, gritted her teeth, and grabbed her hair fiercely. Why can't you just die neatly? You filthy man! Anime Suji is not miserable. Are you all right? Ji Kuniki walked to the girl's side, half crouched down, and asked in a flat voice. Not dead. Why didn't you kill me? You can see that I'm a ghost, right? Jikoku Yuanyi's words made the girl wake up like a dream. She first touched her intact body indiscriminately, and then looked at Yuanyi suspiciously. I can tell you must hate Anime Suji very much, and you should know a lot about that man by his side. I want to know that. Ji Koyuan looked at the girl and said his purpose. To be honest, I don't know much about Anime Suji Momi. The girl was silent for a few seconds, calmed down, and whispered. A long time ago, Anime Suji Muru approached me and turned me into a ghost. Because he needs to find a medicinal herb called the cyan flower to help him completely get rid of the weakness of the sun and become a perfect creature. He kept me by his side because he took a fancy to my family of pharmacists and valued my pharmacist talents very much, so he asked me to help him in the research of various medicinal materials. And I've been with him for more than 100 years, and I've never seen him have any contact with the rest of the ghosts, and he's been wandering with me, and more information about the ghosts and dances Suji, I don't know. The reason I can tell you so much is because you crippled Anime Suji, which reduced his control over me to a minimum, otherwise I would have died in an instant just by saying his name and revealing his information. The cyan flower, Anime Suji, has been looking for this medicinal herb. Is there any characteristic? Ji Kuniki immediately noticed the main thing. I don't know. I only know about the existence of this cyan flower from the mouth of Anime Suji. As for the more detailed shape, efficacy, etc., I don't know, and I don't think he himself knows, otherwise he wouldn't have spent hundreds of years still looking for it. The girl shook her head. Is that so? You? Ji Koyuan wanted to call the girl a day, but found that he didn't know her name. Zhu Shi. Miss Zushi, I wonder if you can help me defeat Anime Suji. I believe that you are worthy of my trust, and with your strength, the possibility of defeating Suji is very high in the future. Ji Koyuan has been looking at Zhu Shi's eyes and asked her seriously. When Zhu Shi heard this, he hesitated slightly, because although she was out of Wumio's control at the moment, she didn't know how long it would take for Wumio to regain control of her, in case she didn't completely break free from Anime Suji's control over her before that. Then once Anime Suji knows that she betrayed him, she will definitely be wiped out in an instant, so how can she talk about taking revenge on Wu Miao and killing him? GQENII knew that his request was abrupt, and reason told him that ghosts were not trustworthy, but when he saw Zhu Shi's gentle eyes, he felt that she must be a kind person, whether as a human or now as a ghost. I promise you. I will help you defeat Mu Miao. Eventually, Zhu Shi made a decision. She decided to take a gamble, betting that she would definitely break away from Anime Suji's control before he regained control of him. Before parting, Zhu Shi said such a sentence to Yuan Yi. Until you die, Ghost Dance Suji Miru should not appear. Chapter 25. After saying goodbye to Kokoniki and Zhu Shi, he continued to wander alone, but a few days later, Yan Zhu came to him with a young swordsman, grabbed him by the shoulder very eagerly, and said loudly, his tone full of anger. Yuan Yi, something is wrong. Your brother, Iwatsu, turned into a ghost 2 days ago and killed all the team members in the area he was in charge of. You? What do you say? The news brought by Yan Zhu was like a thunderbolt from the sky, and it hit him heavily on the head, and the whole person lost his mind instantly. I said, your brother Iwa won him, and he became a ghost 2 days ago. Yan Zhu knew that Yuan Yi didn't react for a while, and immediately pushed his body, repeating it again. Brother, he. How could it be possible to become a ghost? Ji Koyuan knew that what Yan Zhu said was true, and he didn't understand why his brother, who was saved by himself from the hands of the ghost, chose to become a ghost as he was a ghost hunter. Let's talk about it in detail. The consequences of this incident are very big, and the team needs to have a meeting. Yan Zhu didn't explain so much. This time he found Yuanyi. In addition to telling him the news, he still came to take him to the Ghost Slayer station to attend the meeting. After 2 minutes of recuperation, Yuanyi returned to normal, and since the Ghost Slayer team was going to have a high-level meeting, he had to attend anyway. Then the three of them set off for the residence where the head of the Ghost Slayer team was located, which was the most secret place, and no one knew about it except for someone who was absolutely trustworthy. As for why Ji Koyuanyi was able to go, in addition to the incomparable contribution made by Yuanyi to the ghost-killing team, it was because he was the strongest, even if it was far less than the pillar, and he was a powerful combat power to kill ghosts. 3 days later, the two of them made it to the station, and in addition to the new leader of the Ghost Slayer team, there were a few more fresh faces, and their costumes showed their identity. I think that this time Jiguo Iwakatsu's rebellion and Jikoken, who is his younger brother, is his elder brother and was also recommended by him to join the ghost-killing team, and now he has become a ghost and killed his former companions, and he needs to be held accountable for this. In addition, I propose that Jiguo Yuanyi should be killed on the spot, and with the precedent of his brother Jiguo Iwatsu, if he chooses to become a ghost one day, none of us can stop him, and we must prevent it from happening. The first to speak is the new Fengzhu. As a junior, the attitude towards the seniors is extremely bad, the tone is very impulsive, and the first to Jiguo Yuanyi is also the most unfriendly. I think the crime committed by Jiguo Yanzheng has nothing to do with Yuanyi's predecessors, although he is Jiguo Yanzhen's own brother, but he is not a roundworm in someone else's stomach, and only he knows what everyone thinks in their hearts. Yuanichi Senpai is a shinobi who has made a significant contribution to the Demon Slayer team, and the number of ghosts killed is very large, so we should not doubt Yuanichi Senpai's firm determination to kill ghosts. The new Shui Zhu disagreed with Feng Zhu's idea, stood up to refute it, and specifically pointed out the contribution made by Ji Koyuan to the Anhui team of the ancient temple. Even if there is a more important thing to discuss, regardless of Jiguo Iwakatsu, you have all received hidden information. Ren Yanzu didn't think that Jiguo Yanzhen's mistake should be borne by Yuanyi, but there was a more important matter. A few days ago, Eniki encountered the anime Suji no Misery that the ONI Slayer team wanted to kill the most, and Eniki made the ancestor of the ONI lose the battle with an absolute advantage, but he didn't kill it at the first time, but instead talked to the enemy, missing the best opportunity. The end result is that anime Suji successfully escapes, and people's suffering will continue, and I don't know when it will be an end, and after firing anime Suji, even another female ghost was let go. This is really the greatest desecration against the dead swordsman of our ghost-killing team, and it is also the biggest denial of his own ghost hunters. All ghosts are the targets of beheading, without exception. After Yan Zhu finished speaking, he looked at Jiguo Yuanyi, who was kneeling on the ground without saying a word, with extremely disappointed eyes. He was one of the first pillar-level swordsmen to learn the breathing method of the deteriorated sun, and strictly speaking, Ji Koyuan was his master. But after Kokonika let go of the biggest enemy since the establishment of the ONI Slayer team, Anime Suji was miserable. This move chilled his heart, and he could have directly ended the battle with the ONI, so that all the demons were wiped out, so that people no longer had to worry about being attacked by ghosts, and no one would become a ghost. He ruined what could have been done. Yuanyi, kill yourself. If you make such a big mistake, you can only apologize with death. Yanzu, what you said is a bit excessive. No matter what you say, Yuanyi is the benefactor of the entire ghost-killing team. Even if he makes a big mistake, there is still room for change. Yan Zhu, the good old man, first disagreed with Yan Zhu's words, thinking that it was too ruthless to let Ji Koyuan die based on this mistake alone, and then he looked at Feng Zhu. The new Feng Zhu is too, and everyone will discuss the matter of Yanzheng a lot to see how to deal with the follow-up. Yanzu, this matter. Seeing that the quarrel would continue, the young lord who had been sitting in the first place shouted. That's enough. Lord. As soon as he spoke, the few people who still wanted to argue involuntarily stopped and looked at the young master. Not long after the previous lord died, he was only 6 years old and had to accept the behemoth of the ghost-killing team, and he was already a little fragile in his heart, and he had to watch the backbone of the ghost-killing team fight in this infighting. The matter of Jiguo Iwatsu has nothing to do with Mr. Yuanyi, it is his own choice, and Mr. Yuanyi has the grace of teaching our ghost-killing team, and it makes us completely strong, and the kindness is great, but it is an indisputable fact that let go of the ghost dance Suji is not miserable, this is a great crime, and the merits and demerits are offset. I announce that from today onwards, Jiguo Yuanyi will be deprived of his status as a member of the Ghost Slayer and expelled from the Ghost Slayer squad, and will never owe each other any more and will never interact with each other again. Do you understand? The 6-year-old lord very decisively announced the handling of the Jiguo Yuanyi. Which is very reasonable in every way, and is worthy of being the heir cultivated by Sanya Shiki. Obey the orders of the lord. When the lord had already opened his mouth and made a decision, although Yan Zhu and the others were dissatisfied, this was also the best solution, so they could only accept it. Mr. Yuanyi, please leave the Ghost Slayer team, and the Ghost Slayer team will move its location soon. Seeing that everyone had no objections, the Lord also issued an expulsion order to the Jiguo Yuan. From just now, Jiguo Yuanyi has never spoken out to defend himself. In his opinion, he has indeed done something wrong, and there is nothing worth defending. He also accepted the decision of the little master. In the second half of the same year, in order to prevent the recurrence of the original incident of Jikuni Iwakatsu, and also to protect the leader of the ONI Slayer squad, the ONI Slayer team was reduced to 0, all the foreign stations were closed, and the residence of the owner of the Sanya Shiki was moved to a very safe and secret place. Chapter 26. Koji, you're already 15 years old this year, why do you want to steal other people's belongings? With your good physique, find a hard job, as long as you work hard, it's not a problem to support you and your father, right? A man in his 30s persuaded Koji to be arrested and imprisoned for theft again. This is the 20th time you've been caught in prison by us, and when you're a year older, you're going to face the punishment of jail time, not something that can be solved by simply hitting the board. Pursue, what are you waiting for? This little thug stole my bag. If you don't give him 100 big boards, I will report to the Lord and punish you for poor security. Just as Koji, who had known Koji, was trying to persuade Koji, the owner of the theft this time, a 40-year-old pot-bellied merchant who had some relationship with the local lord, walked in, and when he saw that the officials had not yet executed Koji, he immediately put on a straight face. Koji, I'm sorry. Seeing that the other party was aggressive, the commissioners didn't take good care of Koji, a poor man. Smack! Smack! The two commissioners, holding wide wooden boards, alternately slapped the boards on Koji's buttocks, making hurried, continuous sounds. Haven't you eaten even harder? The merchant snapped again, feeling that the punishment was not heavy enough to relieve his anger. The two ministers glanced at each other, and they could see the intolerance and helplessness in each other's eyes. Smack! The sound of the board making contact with Koji's ass was louder than before. Well, yes, just at this point, the merchant finally nodded in satisfaction as he heard the sound. Koji, who was punished, bit the clothes in front of him and clutched the sides of the wooden bench under him with both hands. Stinky boy, keep your dog's eyes open in the future, and see clearly whose thing is thinking about it. 10 minutes later, the punishment of 100 boards was finally over, and the merchant gave him a vicious look and left the office. Koji, you should rest here for a while, and don't go out yet, so as not to be bumped into by the merchant. He admonished Koji, who was lying on the bench, and the two left together. After a few more minutes, Koji jumped up from the stool as if he was nothing, and patted his numb buttocks. These 100 boards, normal people don't have to finish it, even if it's 60 or 70 big boards, it's enough to make people faint in pain, but Koji, a 15-year-old boy, is the same as no one, it's really very strange. Damn fellow! After cursing at the merchant, Koji picked up the medicinal herbs that the priests had placed in their place, and immediately stretched out his hand and ran to his residence. Rushed all the way to the door of his house, but saw several old people who were very kind to him nearby gathered in front of his house, pointing at the house and discussing something in a whisper. One of the sharp-eyed grandfathers saw Komeiji rushing back, said a word to everyone, and met Koji. Koji, your father, he, hanged himself, came a thunderbolt from the old man's mouth. Smack! The medicine bag in Koji's hand fell directly to the ground, bypassing the old man and rushing directly into the house. When Koji rushed into the house, all he saw was his father lying motionless on the bed, and beside him, he could see a hemp rope wrapped around the top of the beam, and a wooden bench at the bottom of the hemp rope. Without saying a word, Koji slowly walked to his father's side, and when he saw the deep strangulation mark on his father's neck, he wordlessly grabbed his father's big hand, which was still warm. Father, I'm Koji, wake up! He knelt beside the bed and called out softly to his father, but his father would never respond to him again. This is your father's suicide note, take a look. The old man put a note in front of Koji, and quietly turned to leave, and the rest of the onlookers also left as the old man commanded. Picking up the suicide note in front of him, Koji opened it with trembling hands. Koji, I've always believed that you're an upright person. You have paid a lot for my father's illness, and you have become a habitual thief because of this, but I don't blame you, it is all my fault, it is my illness that has dragged you down, so that you don't even have a good childhood, it is my father's dereliction of duty. I'm sorry for the trouble for you. I hope that after I leave, Koji, you can live a normal life, find a girl who really likes you, and spend your life safely. Woo! Koji's tears dripped onto the paper in front of him, clutching the edge of the paper to keep himself from crying. But his father's words seemed to ring in his ears, and Koji, a boy who had been strong since childhood, couldn't hold back his tears. Koji and his father's body spent the night together. Early the next morning, it was the most prestigious old man who walked in, holding the hot bun in his hand and handing it to Koji. Koji, eat something, it's not good to hold on, today you have to send your father's body to be buried, and you will have the strength to eat enough. Thank you, Grandpa Eggshita. Koji took a cachet as food and began to devour it. A few minutes later, Komeiji packed his father's clothes together, and his father's body had been carried out by the adults nearby. After that, the funeral procession set off and went to the cemetery outside the town, where the earth pit dug yesterday and the tombstone with the name carved out. The funeral process is very simple, and when the poor die, it is often so simple. Half an hour later, the mourners had all left, leaving Koji alone kneeling in front of his father's grave, silently staring at the nameless stone tombstone. Dad, are the poor not allowed to live? To hell with this world! Koji, since you have been stealing in Edo for the past few years, we remember that you are still a child, and we are not guilty of your past, but you have repeatedly taught you not to change, and after the matter was reported to the Lord, we decided to expel you from Edo with immediate effect. Do you have any opinions? After reading the Lord's order, several of the commissioners looked at Koji, surrounded him with sticks, and forcibly threw him out of Edo by force if he said a word. I know, I'll leave Edo without your hands. Koji glanced at the relinquishes and turned to walk towards Edo, who followed him until they were sure that he had left Edo completely. Chapter 27. Why do people who are suffering from illness always apologize? Sorry for bothering you. Sorry, cough is so annoying. Sorry, I can't move freely. Do you want to do your own thing? I can't stop coughing. If I can breathe normally, I must think, the most painful person should be myself. I'm sorry for always bothering you, it's all my fault that you can practice, but you can't play. Koji took off the towel on Koihoki's forehead and soaked it in cold water. Taking care of Koihoki these days always reminded him of the days when he took care of his father. Liangxiu's body is really weak, and she changes the towel and pajamas on her forehead at night, often letting her drink water, and naturally she must hold it when she goes to the toilet. Well, I've taken care of my sick father for so long, and I'm more patient than ordinary people, and I don't feel any hardship. I never thought about playing. I'll find a place to exercise in my free time, you don't mind. But occasionally, I have to change my mood. It looks like there will be fireworks tonight, you can go. Although Koji said this, he never saw any dissatisfaction on his face, but Koihoki still couldn't bear to be because he had encroached on Koji for so long. Yes, I'll carry you to the bridge when the dizziness is gone. Koihoki opened her eyes in surprise and looked at Koji. Even if you can't go today, there will be fireworks next year, so you can go back then. Koji said calmly, wringing out the towel and putting it on Koihoki's forehead. Hearing Koji's gentle words, Koihoki's tears suddenly swirled in her eyes. Woo-oh-woo! Liangxiu cried happily. Koji looked helplessly at the crying appearance of Koihoki. The only thing that troubles me when I take care of the sick is that as she speaks, Liangxiu will suddenly cry with teary eyes. Is it too depressed to lie on the hospital bed, and I feel very uncomfortable when she cries. After following Qi Zhang's exercise, they will go to the well in the dojo to drink a few sips of cold groundwater. After learning Koji's name for the first time, Keizo was delighted. Ah, I see, is this the Komeji's coma? You and I are sure enough. You can't do it without anything to protect, just like the Komaka dog that protects the shrine, kahaha, said Keizo and laughed. Later, in the small talk between the two, Koji finally learned the reason why Keizo had such a big dojo. One day, he rescued an old man who had been attacked by bandits, and the old man was so impressed by Suliu's moves that he gave up the land and the old dojo without an heir to Qizang. However, there will always be land disputes. The old man's actions were very unpleasant to see for those who wanted to take his land and dojo into their pockets. The nearby swordsmanship dojo went to find trouble with Qingzang, so that no one in the vicinity dared to join the Suliu dojo. So far, there is no protégé in the Suliu dojo. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. After 3 years of care by Koji, Liangxiu's body has finally improved, and she can exercise normally, wash clothes and cook, and live like an ordinary person. Koji, come over here. One day, Komeji, who was doing cleaning work, was suddenly stopped by Keizo. Yes. Can you inherit this dojo? Koji, Koihoki also said that he liked you. After sitting down in the room, Qizang got straight to the point. Hey! After the initial surprise, Koji turned his gaze to the side of Koihoki, who was blushing and a little shy, and seeing such a Koihoki made Koji blush inexplicably. I can't imagine the future of myself with a tattoo of a sinner, let alone someone who likes my future. Maybe I can live a serious life like my dad said. Yes. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Koji's heart, but in the end, they all became one word. In order to tell his father the good news as soon as possible, Koji immediately rushed back to Edo to incense his father and inform him of the news that he was going to get married. Later, just before sunset, Koji rushed back to the dojo. In front of the door of the Surya dojo, several people were standing at the door talking something, and one of his junior disciples, the new joiners, rushed towards Koji not far away with a panicked expression. At this moment, Koji had a very bad premonition in his heart, and he felt that something important had been taken away again, and his hair stood on end. Someone poisoned the well. As soon as he came to Koji, the junior brother clenched his fists and shouted at him angrily. Because you can't win directly against Mr. Keizo or you, they're too much. It's cruel. It's so vicious. Even Koihoki was killed. Koji looked stunned, his eyes widened, and then he left his junior brother and ran straight towards the dojo. In the dojo, 2 people, one big and one small, were covered in white cloths, and dried blood was all over the clothes on his chest. These 2 people were all too familiar to him, they were the 2 people who would become his father and wife. Koji stepped forward silently and lifted the white cloth from the 2 of them, seeing the expression of a painful death. Why? Koji rebuked himself in his heart. I'm always away from someone important in danger, and I've made an appointment with her. Do you really want to choose me? When I was a child, I said I was going to watch fireworks, do you remember? Said Koihoki with her back to Koji's question. No. Well. Koji didn't know why Koihoki asked that, and suddenly he didn't know how to answer. There are many trivial things that Koji-san said that make me happy. Even if you don't see this year's fireworks, next year. Just look at it the year after tomorrow. I can't imagine myself next year. The future that is still alive the year after. Mom too. So she must not want to see me die, so she committed suicide, and I knew that my father had given up somewhere in his heart, and I was too weak. But Mr. Koji saw my future as if it were a matter of course, and told me that I was really happy in the next year. Chapter 28. What Liangxiu said undoubtedly touched Koji's heart deeply. I'll just have Koji-san. She turned shyly and grabbed Koji's palms with both hands. Can you marry me? Yes, I will become stronger than anyone else and protect you for the rest of my life. Koji said softly, holding Koihoki's hands. This is his oath and his promise. As a result, I was only quick to speak, but I didn't fulfill a single promise. Late at night, several people sat around in the adjacent Tibetan sword flow dojo. Haha, finally took advantage of that bastard's absence in the dojo to eradicate the 2 masters of the Suliu dojo, and now no one can stop us from taking that piece of land. The middle-aged man sitting in the first place had a smile on his face, and his heart was full of joy. Big brother is right, it's obviously a bastard who doesn't even have the identity of a samurai, and he actually inherited such a large piece of land and dojo by shit, obviously it's ours. The other chimed in. Originally, we arranged for the bandit to kill the old man, but I didn't expect to be rescued by the man from the Surya dojo and gave away all our net worth. The key is that the uncle's skills are too powerful, even when we don't have weapons. 7 or 8 people have been beaten to the ground, it's outrageous. Yes, that uncle is simply not strong. If it weren't for the fear of being punished by the people in charge, we would have killed him with weapons and a lot of people. So we let him not receive a single disciple, let him be alone, but I didn't expect to accept a sinner as a disciple, and the key is that the little kid named Koji is also ridiculously strong. However, the father and daughter of Keizo who are in the way have been poisoned and killed by us, and Koji is left alone, and he will definitely not be able to hold the Surya dojo and those lands. That's right. The time is coming for us to develop the Tibetan sword stream in a big way. Come, drink and eat. Have a good drink. Bang! Just as they were drinking happily, a loud noise came. What's the movement? I sound like it's coming from the other side of the gate. Could it be that Koji, that bastard, came to the door? It could be him, but even if he came, it wouldn't be useless. Let's go and see who it is. As a few people spoke, they got up and rushed to the gate. It was already late at night, and many people in the dojo had already fallen asleep, but such a big movement still woke up many people and got up to check. Oh, isn't this the waste Koji who entered the Surya dojo? What are you going to do when you don't go to your cheap father-in-law and wife to keep awake, and come to our scene? As soon as the group reached the gate, they saw Koji, who was wearing Surya dojo clothes, looking at them with a fierce gaze. But they were not afraid at all. They believed that even if Koji guessed that the poison was caused by them, there was no evidence, and they were not afraid to make trouble on the side of the government. It's really pitiful. I was poisoned and killed by the enemy. I look at the daughter of Surya dojo, the girl called What Is Love Snow is very good, but it's a pity that she is also dead. otherwise Lao Tzu may be able to have a good time with her. Okay, that Love Snow is really good looking, she is a little beauty, after the boss has fun, I don't mind giving my brothers a cool time. It's easy to say, it's easy to say. A few people didn't care that Koji was the fiancé of Koji on the face of the snow, and the evil words impacted Koji. Why don't you leave? Today we are in a good mood, and we don't have the same knowledge as you, otherwise tomorrow we will make trouble and have your good fruit to eat. But they didn't know that Koji came to the Kendo Hall not to simply make trouble, but to kill people. And their insulting words directly made him angry again. Bang! The murderous aura burst out instantly. Koji took the lead, clenched his fists, and quickly rushed to the leading man, smashing the opponent's head with all his strength. The smile on the man's face instantly froze, and his head was smashed with a punch like a watermelon, and blood mixed with bright yellow cerebrospinal fluid splashed everywhere. Kill! The rest of the people didn't react for a while, and froze in place. But Koji didn't hesitate in the slightest, and at this time he was already beside these people, all within the range of his hands and feet. Taking advantage of these people's stunned kung fu, Koji used the Suliative Fist method taught to him by Qizang to kill 3 people again, all of which were fatal moves. Kill! Kill! It wasn't until Koji had killed the other 3 that they came to their senses, screaming in horror, their legs limp, and trembling. Death was so close at this moment. Facing the remaining 4 people who were frightened stupidly, Koji showed no mercy and killed them directly, splashing blood. Come on, kill someone! The rest of the dojo disciples who were awakened by the sound of breaking the door came to the door, and saw Koji with his fists stained with blood, standing among the corpses, with a pool of blood under his feet. They were just learning kendo to strengthen their bodies, where had they seen this kind of bloody scene of murder, and they were directly frightened, and hurriedly shouted, so that the rest of the disciples in the dojo would wake up as soon as possible. No! Don't come here! You murderer! Koji was like an evil ghost, and under the frightened eyes of those disciples, he rushed towards them with a fierce light on his face. Stop! Vomit! Let's go up and kill him! Damn! Dozens of people can't pack up a single person, go get a weapon, get a katana. It's too late, the katana is stored in the warehouse, and even if you go to get it, it will take a few minutes. Then go get it, speed. Okay. Okay. In the Hidden Sword Flow Dojo, there was a massacre going on, a one-sided massacre of more than 60 people by one person. Koji fell into a daze at the moment, and there was only one thought in his heart, that is, to kill all the disciples of the Hidden Sword Flow Dojo, and kill all these villains who killed his master Qingzang and his wife Aixu. Half an hour later, no one survived in the entire Hidden Sword Flow Dojo, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped the entire dojo for a long time, like a hellish scene. Master, Love Snow! I've avenged you, kill all these villains who killed you. In the hell, Koji was the only one left standing in the center of the dojo. Koji left the Hidden Sword Stream Dojo, and as his blood-stained feet moved, bloody footprints were left on the road at night. More than 10 minutes later, nearby neighbors entered the dojo to check on the situation, and they were all stunned by this scene. Hell! There are ghosts! The news of the appearance of the ghost spread instantly. In a place where there are no ghosts, there are rumors of ghosts, so I rushed over to take a look, and I really saw something good. The man in the black hair and black kimono suddenly appeared in front of Koji, and a pair of red eyes looked at him with interest. Fuck off! Otherwise, I'll kill you! Koji's mind was already confused at the moment, and he just released his killing intent blankly at the person who stood in front of him. Had. In an instant, the man appeared in front of Koji and stabbed him in the head with a palm, and Komeiji was hit as soon as he put on a stance. Poof! The man's palm pierced Koji's head directly, and blood splattered out. I'm going to make a particularly powerful ghost, you should be able to fulfill my request and accept my blood. Follow. Convenient. All. All. Doesn't matter. Even though he was impaled in the head, Koji still had consciousness remaining. A large amount of blood enters Koji's body, transforming his body and transforming it in the direction of an inhuman monster. Chapter 29. 3 days later, Wu Miserable's injuries healed, and he was immediately out of temporary accommodation after his injuries. In a remote mountain town, Black Death Mao carries the head of the contemporary Sanyashiki family and dedicates it to Wu Miao. At this time, Jiguo Yuanyi was also expelled from the ghost-killing team because of him. Hee. Very well done. Wu Miao looked at the other party with a smile and said, I plan to select the 12 strongest ghosts to set up the 12 ghost moons, and you will be the one of the top strings. Okay. Black Death Mao nodded lightly. The main task of the 12 ghost moons is to help me find a flower called the cyan flower. Black Death Mao was slightly stunned, then nodded solemnly and said, yes. Wu Miao didn't want to let go of any possibility, although the original body didn't find any clues about the cyan flower until he died. And the 12 ghost moons he is going to set up will also be different from the original, and he wants all the members of the 12 ghost moons to learn the breathing method. He didn't understand what the original body thought. The breathing method could make the ghost stronger, why didn't there be a ghost to learn? Except for those who had already been in the hands of humans, none of the ghosts had been in the town. After being separated from the Black Death, they wandered around the town alone. As he walked, he came to a dark alley, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his face was full of interesting expressions. Behind him, a woman with long black hair followed, holding a sharp weapon in her hand and a pair of lute hanging from her back. When she came to the back of Wu Miao, she instantly raised her sharp weapon and stabbed Wu Miao. He waved his hand backwards without looking back, and the other party was immediately thrown out. Seeing that she had missed, the woman immediately wanted to run away into the distance, but Wu Miao stood in front of her. You! Don't come here! Haha, finally found you, Epsilon, and the other party felt inexplicable. What did I finally appear? Do you know me? Wu Miao nodded and smiled. Of course I do, the ghost of the city. Naruto. The other party was slightly stunned, and quickly said, I don't know what you're talking about. Please get out of the way. You just wanted to kill me, are you going to leave like this? You have to pay some price. Cheng Hao said, kicking open the door of one of the rooms. Shredding Naruto's clothes. Throw it on the bed, Sigma. By the way, let the Ghost Legion kill the owner of the house. You monster, what are you going to do? Don't you can't help it, Black Heart, hand giving peace sign. 1 night without words, 2 nights without words. On the 3rd night, Cheng Hao finally woke up. I'm not here to be cool, and there is a business. Naruto's eyes rolled at this time and she lay in her arms. Forget it, just follow me in the future, Cheng Hao said. Really cool backslash. Oh, slash she used to be a Peepa girl, but her husband squandered her income because of his addiction to gambling, so the family is very poor. One night, her husband angrily killed her husband with a hammer after selling her performance kimono for gambling, and then had to play on stage in a shabby and tattered kimono. Her nervous trembling hand unexpectedly received praise for her timber, and she began to get used to killing people before playing. And the target she was going to kill tonight was no misery. As soon as the screams stopped, Naruto knelt down in front of Momi, which was caused by the instinct of the ONI. Use your blood ghost technique to show me. Obey. Naruto played the lute in her hand lightly, and she and Wu Miao instantly appeared in a labyrinth in separate space. In the future, this place will be called Infinite City. You can live here, and follow my arrangement at any time. Wu Miao looked at each other with satisfaction, his face was full of smiles. With the base camp of Infinite City, there will be more things to do in the future. Then, the next thing is my old enemy Jiguo Yuanyi. What should end his fate? Entangled marriage. I'm ready for everything. The meticulous Naruto looked at the Oni king, the dead and alive man who had played with her, suspiciously. Unaware of his gaze, Mew Meow turned his head and said, Naruto, do you know? A person will fight for what he wants, but if he loses and is defeated by others, he will feel pain, sadness, and further he may develop fear, which will make the person who is afraid of him. So I think that only people who have crossed the fears that come from humanity itself are qualified to be called people who stand at the top. I think so. Therefore, those who stand at the top of the world must be fearless. Naruto looked at the golden ratio, body of the Ghost King, and exuded a strange charm that was not like a man, and for a moment, she was a little immersed in it. Couldn't help but recall her husband. If she had been in the beginning, her husband is also so idealistic, ambitious, and so charming, and he won't send him away with a hammer before. Naruto Chenghao shouted him. The king has the talent of the king, the chef has the talent of the cook, and in the same way, there is no strong or weak blood ghost art. What is blood ghost art? Naruto asked suspiciously. I have turned you into a ghost and injected you with a lot of essence blood, and now, you are already different from what you used to be. You should have felt it. Ghosts can become stronger by eating people. This has carved a deep imprint in your genes, and it has become instinct. And powerful ghosts will give birth to their own unique abilities, which is called blood ghost magic. Naruto, I'm here. No miserable adults, cover your face. You are a special ghost, and I think you will be through my human life, and you will become stronger and more cruel from now on. Will devour more people. Go kill more pillars for me. I've stored this knowledge in your memory through my blood. This is my magic change, and the time I met Naruto was advanced. Chapter 30. Real name, Chenghao Race, King of Cannibals. Spiritual power, S ability, Rapid Healing. SS Body Transformation. X, Dependence Make S+. The energy obtained by the dependence will feed back to the master. Blood Demon Technique. Life Force Storage, can store a large amount of life force, and can be used during battle to achieve the effect of instant recovery. Vaporization, Freezing Method, Blood Demon Technique, Ice Glass Lotus Flower, Sleeping Domain, Hypnosis, Omega, Hay, Black Blood. Citrus Thorn, Original Ghost King's Blood Demon Technique. Self-division of blood ghost magic. You can split yourself into countless pieces of flesh and blood. As long as there is a little blood foam alive, then you will not die. 5 brains and 7 hearts. Flesh and blood assimilation, can assimilate living things, buildings, and even plants. After the evolution of bloodline, it is no longer limited to one ghost. A kind of blood ghost magic can consume a lot of energy as needed to evolve the required blood ghost magic, if there is a difference with the original work. The author of the magic change, the Ghost Legion summons, devours, no water __, blood remembrance. Blood can be used to obtain the memories you need in the subject's mind. Breath of fire, constant. Breath of water, constant. Breath of wind, constant. Breath of rock, constant. Breath of thunder, constant. Sun breath. Absorb his blood during the battle with Jiku Ueniki and get the human breathing method. Due to racial reasons, it is temporarily unusable. Penetrate the world, not yet comprehended. Break through the limit. Break the racial limit and overcome the characteristics of death if the head is cut off by the Nichiren knife. Manipulating flesh and blood, fully understanding and mastering one's own body in hundreds of years of training. Each piece of flesh and blood in the body can be perfectly manipulated, even if it is separated from the body. Faction, chaos, evil, power rating, infinitely close to perfect creatures. The breathing method is too many, too complicated, and conflicts with the gasification and freezing method because of the conflict between the breathing method and the breathing method derived from his powerful body control. Chenghao was unable to use them together for the time being. Whether it is as a powerful skill, or as the advantage of his own Ghost King to surpass other evil ghosts, Chenghao naturally cannot give up the gasification and freezing method, so he needs a breathing method that can use physical manipulation skills such as the gasification and freezing method, and can also maintain the blessing of the ghost's body. Does the Demon Slayer blade have this breathing method? The answer is naturally no. Ghosts are creatures that have an innate advantage in Demon Slayer, and they can walk fearlessly at night with their strong flesh and strange blood ghost arts, and naturally most of them will not create a breathing method that suits them. The original Ghost King disdains to use the breathing method, so, since there is no one, can't Cheng Hao create it himself? But according to the plot of the comics, the one used by the upper string is a self-created, specialized breathing method for the body of the evil ghost. Let Black Death Mao come to me, I have something to find him, Cheng Hao said to her, Naruto, through the ghost's unique psychic network through the miserable cell. Cheng Hao shared the location of Black Death Mao with Naruto, and with the sound of the pipa, a figure dressed as a swordsman appeared in front of Cheng Hao out of thin air. He wears a high black ponytail, a purple kimono, strange red lines on his left forehead and right chin, and 6 blood-red eyes on his face. Black Death Mao looked at him in a daze, as if recognizing his identity, and lowered his head slightly. No, miserable lord. As a ghost of the wind, he didn't need to bow down like other ghosts. Mew, I've been interested in breathing lately. Cheng Hao didn't explain much, just stared at Black Death Mao with an expressionless face. Black Death Mao was obviously stunned for a moment. With Oni Dan Suji's miserable personality, he didn't look down on the so-called breathing method. Since Lord Wu Miao was now interested in the breathing method, Black Death Mao began to explain it seriously. Pranayama is actually a breathing method. It is easy to get started. The factor that affects the breathing method is the cardiopulmonary ability. The stronger the cardiopulmonary ability, the stronger the strength through the breathing method. After learning breathing, ordinary people need to exercise a lot to improve their cardiopulmonary capacity. But Cheng Hao doesn't need it. He is a man with 7 hearts, and he has temporarily modified his lungs, and every time he breathes with all his strength, it is like thunder. Introduction to breathing, followed by matching swordsmanship. Black Death Mao demonstrated it first. The name is very poetic. In fact, it is the basic swordsmanship such as jihi slash, horizontal slash, vertical slash, and continuous slash, plus the sword chi effect of the full moon blade shape. The key is the grip and force posture. Cheng Hao held the knife of the Black Death Mao, and under his guidance, he practiced over and over again. Due to the strong physique and recovery of Oni Dan Suji, he didn't feel tired at all, and his mind was all immersed in it. With 5 brains and 7 hearts, eat when you're hungry, and change your brain when you're tired. Literally, Cheng Hao and Black Death Mao almost never sleep, studying the breathing method, integrating the 5 basic breathing methods and the breathing method of the moon, as well as the breathing method of the sun. It took about 2 years to integrate, and finally created his own ghost breathing method, and combined it with his own way of fighting. All the breathing hair on the panel has disappeared, only the ghost breath method is left. The ghost breath method, which can produce an aggressive power and can better repair the damage of the sun to the ghosts, and resist the damage of the solar energy to the ghosts. In the past 2 years, not only Cheng Hao has changed, but the outside world has also changed, and the 12 ghost months have been thoroughly selected, but it is a pity that there are almost no familiar faces, and the original book is now different except for the winding 1 and 4. It's time to put an end to my fate with her, and I'm ready to do everything. See, Black Death ready, go and overcome our fears. The scar on his neck. Wryyyy. Then, this is the line that transcends that line. I am the line that leads to the seizure of this world. Adult, calm down. Shouldn't Ji Kuyuanyi be dead? Open the markings. You can't live to be 25 years old. If he's still alive, he's already running for 3. Hey Simu said. Your brother is a genius. You are the old enemy of my fate, and even the lingering haze of your life. His strength seems to be a messenger sent by the gods to kill me. I firmly believe that he will not die. Smiley face. Black Death Mao didn't say anything, but he already believed most of it in his heart. He was the most special existence since he was a child, with incredible power, and easily reached the peak that he couldn't reach in his life, and that man might really be alive. If he is still alive, I feel a lot stronger in the past 2 years studying the breathing method with you, my lord. Okay, wait until that day and I'll let you duel him first. Cheng Hao, glanced at the Black Death Mao. The current Black Death Mao is no longer what it used to be. The 2 years of breathing research and fusion, coupled with the unique ghost body, although it is still not as dazzling as the sun than Ji Koyuan, but it also emits an unimaginable light. As the saying goes, the moon is also that unique existence. Chapter 31. In the Infinite City, with the sound of a pipa, ghosts were teleported in one by one. Accompanied by the spatial distortion of the Infinite City, the wonderful gravitational pull made it seem as if their heads and feet could collide. In a distorted form, look at each other. Each ghost began to break out in a cold sweat. Where is this? Is it the blood ghost technique of the Pipa girl? With the Pipa girl as the center, the space is constantly distorted. The 12 ghost moons have all been summoned, and this has never happened before, and the first quarter has not yet come. With the sound of a lute, in an instant, the 12 ghost moons gathered on one platform, except for the first and fourth. Is it blood ghost magic again? He looked up, only to see a man with a black high ponytail, dressed in a purple kimono, with strange red lines on his left forehead and right chin, and 6 blood-red eyes on his face, and the pupils of the middle pair of eyes were engraved with one end respectively. The text of Shang Feng marks the identity of this person, one of the upper wines, Black Death. Then, a woman came out from behind Black Death. Who is that woman? What is she going to do? Bow your head and kneel down for me, surrender to me. Suddenly, a pressure from the blood forced the 12 ghost moons to kneel en masse. It's the innocent adult, it's the innocent adult's voice that I don't recognize at all, such a subtle mimicry. I'm sorry, Lord Wumio, because your appearance and aura have changed, we didn't recognize you, said a female ghost. Wu Miao glanced at him without speaking, and gave an order to herself, then let's get down to business. As the sound of no misery fell, the 12 ghost moons immediately tensed up. Next, you put aside the matter of the cyan flower and go all out to hunt the ghost-killing team. Obey! Obey! The 12 ghost moon quickly responded, revealing bloodthirsty expressions. But you have to pay attention to proportion, you can't wipe out the ghost-killing team. Wu Miao spoke again, and the 12 ghost moons were collectively stunned, looking at him full of doubts. It's still useful for me to keep them, said casually without explaining too much. Obey. Although they didn't understand why Wu Miao did this, they didn't need to know, they just had to do what Wu Miao meant. When night falls, in a city in the east, every house closes its doors and windows, and there is no one on the streets and alleys, and the whole city is quiet and frightening. Outside the city, a group of uniformed men hurried in the direction of the city. Everyone hurry, we must kill the evil ghost quickly, and we can't let the other party continue to mutilate lives. But this time it seems a little strange, why did the other party blatantly appear in the city to forage for food? I don't know, it should be a relatively powerful ghost, so he is unscrupulous. Humph, that's because he hasn't met our ghost-killing team yet. There were more than a dozen of them in total, and they were talking as they walked. When they entered the city, they looked at the empty city, and their hearts suddenly felt a little hairy. It's so quiet. People don't dare to go out because of the evil spirits. But it's useless to hide in the house, the demons can easily break down their doors. Everyone, be careful, I feel that this ghost is unusual. They walked cautiously around the city, their eyes full of vigilance. Constantly looking around. A cracking sound suddenly sounded, and one of the team members fell to the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? The rest of the crowd immediately picked him up. But the other party remained motionless and did not answer. He's dead, the terrifying voice sounded, and everyone instantly felt a chill down their backs, and their backs formed a circle back to back. Truly. I'll count how many little mice there are. 1 2 3. 19. Oh, it's only 19. Oh, it's only 19, you look down on me too much. Hurry back and call more people. The voice came from all directions, making it impossible to judge the location. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking kept ringing, and the ghost-killing team fell one by one. At last, only one was left standing trembling, surrounded by the corpses of his companions. His eyes were filled with despair. How could this be? The companions who had been talking and laughing together just now all collapsed in a moment. The most terrifying thing is that there is not even a trace of the enemy. Just now, he vowed to destroy the other party. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air sounded again. Immediately after that, there was a sharp pain in his left arm and waist, and he looked around in horror. Truly! Hurry back and call more ghost slayers. I am the land of the first quarter of the 12 ghost moons. A terrible voice sounded, and a perverted teenager with unkempt hair and a thin body appeared in front of him. At this time, the other party was looking at him teasingly, and his eyes were like a cat seeing a mouse. The other party scooped up a member of the ghost-killing team on the ground and bit off a large piece of flesh from his companion's neck in extreme blood. Don't kill me! Seeing this, the last member of the ghost-killing team ran out of the city like crazy. He gritted his teeth and ran wildly, not even daring to turn his head back. Expect you to send me more prey. It wasn't until the other party disappeared from sight that the land of the upper winds turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving a terrifying voice echoing through the empty streets. In the Sanyashiki mansion, the contemporary head of the family looked at the letters piled up in front of him with a heavy expression. These are reports of the recent deaths of members of the Demon Slayer squad, as well as reports of the 12 ghost months. The situation is very serious. 12 ghost moons, it has appeared, and there are all kinds of black-clothed ninjas, as well as a bunch of ghost-like beasts. While there is sorrow, there is no misery. Here is not enough, just like this, it is not enough. Biochemical bombs are ready, and the army of evil ghosts and plants in Infinite City is ready to descend. Cheng Hao stood on a huge bird that looked like a dragon and said, over the years, Cheng Hao has used flesh and blood assimilated monsters, not only people, animals, plants, buildings, everything. As the words have fallen, countless human beings, caught by the birds of the ghost words, were thrown from the sky to the ground, and after these fell on the ground, the body greedily came out. With countless tentacles, pulling the surrounding 10 pieces and buildings, and exploded into a pile of blood. Countless plants sprung up from the ground, strangling those who fled without hesitation, piercing from end to end. The moon seemed to be dyed blood-colored, and under the blood moon, the Ghost King and the 12 ghost moons stood here, and then a ghost pushed food with a cart. It was a flower-like girl tied in a cross, and his wrists and ankles had been slashed, and blood was flowing, and under the cross was a faucet-like structure, from which blood flowed into the glass. I'm a ghost dancer and I'm not miserable, and I'll order all the ghosts under my command to ravage the streets to your heart's content. Feeding on people is the true ruler of all things. Haha, monkeys will never be able to surpass humans, Demon Slayer, and you're just a bunch of monkeys to me. Chapter 32. On a calm but extraordinary night, the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer resounded with the sound of footsteps. The head of the Sanyashiki family was surrounded by a group of ghosts with knives and guns. Ha 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 ha, don't play tricks, this place is now taken over by Lord Oni member, what's going on? That's what Akamasi is all about, mother. It's good to be a ghost. I'm so lucky to be able to catch the head of the Sanyashiki family. Ha 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 ha. The head of the Sanyashiki family, who I thought would be panicked, actually showed the maturity that a child who didn't belong to this age group should have. And laughed. What's so funny? The ghost who surrounded him said angrily, nice joke, you are just the ghosts you have just become, and I'm talking about the ghost killing team ghost annihilation mechanism, and you haven't even retreated from the tail. Are you sure that the little frog is lucky to say to the giant snake? Utama the ghost in the lead said angrily, go to that world to meet the upcoming Ghost King, reward your blood, stinky little ghost. Demons, raise your weapons and kill him, but before you can take a few steps, your arms fall to the ground. Guys, it's time to start, said the head of the Sanyashiki family calmly. Okay, let's be your opponent, you little babies, the 5 pillars drew their own knives and killed those demons, and the battle was settled almost instantly under the blood moon. Cheng Hao breathed in the fresh air, and stretched out a hand to the moon as if he could hold the moon. That's it, this is what I want to see. Cheng Hao's face couldn't contain his joy, this war seemed to be a hellish song played for him. Drinking the blood in the cup, listening to the screams of women, children, and the elderly. For him, it's like eating a delicious meal with music. Those ghosts you arranged are dead, no misery. Dead like a swarm of bugs, sure enough, as I expected. You're really too much, no miserable adult, and the reason why you play each of us is to let everyone attack hell without missing a beat. This is how this so-called war is infinitely destroyed and infinitely destroyed. It is for this reason that I am able to stand here beyond the day of ambition and the night of enlightenment. Saying that, Cheng Hao raised his hands and waved them, as if directing the performance of this music. All the ghost-killing teams, as well as all kinds of ghost beasts, included them. At the same time, the 7 pillars knelt down in front of the head of the Sanyashiki family, who was only 8 or 9 years old, and said, "The Lord should evacuate quickly, and now, this city has become a purgatory on earth. The power of that ghost king is extremely powerful, and it is estimated that all of us together may not be able to defeat him. Now, it is only a matter of time before these cities fall completely." The head of the Sanyashiki family, "No, we're a ghost slayer. Fighting the ghosts in the home field of the ghosts, and now, the biggest monster in the world where the Ghost King has appeared, how can I escape without a fight?" All the pillars said in unison, "My lord, but the other party has been a ghost who has lived for hundreds of years. We don't care, but what would you do if you stayed here? Besides, it wasn't a war to be won. It is because of which side the leaves of the trees that are blown down by the wind and rain fall that people hope that the gods really exist. If he really exists, I can accept it no matter what the final outcome is. Go, this time we must get rid of the stain in our clan. It would be nice if the country was here." Yan Zhu said helplessly. This sentence silenced everyone present. At the beginning, everyone drove Jiguo Yunyi and forced him to leave. Now I am desperate for him to appear. The man with the power of a god was the only turning point in this battle. As if the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, the darkness gradually dissipated that night, and the dawn gradually fell. The raging demons also had to stop their bloody feast and return to rest in the infinite town. Taking advantage of the dawn, the Ghost Slayer teams from all over the country sent people to reinforce the place while looking for Jiguo Yunyi. Armies from all over the country are also marching here. After being expelled by the ghost-killing team, she came to the place where the family of Tanji's family was located, which was the home where the Line 1 and Yuta lived in, and became a deserted house without people, and the Zhuangman family came to settle here, and the ghost-killing team exiled the family went to the home where Yu and Yuta lived. When he came back staggeringly, he saw Tanji, who had escaped from the attack of a ghost, and Zhu Mitzi, who was full term, and saved them, and then called the midwife at an astonishing speed for Zhu Mitzi who was about to give birth, and the next day Zhu Mitzi gave birth safely and smoothly, and Zhu Mitzi gave birth smoothly for Tanji and his wife, and he couldn't save his wife and child that year. What the son has done, it seems that he has a feeling of being saved. Zhu Mitzi, Mr. Tan, you see that there is a house over there that looks like no one lives in it, and you see that the dilapidated wooden house has become so luxurious, and you can't help but ask curiously the reason why Tanji's family has become luxurious is because of saving people and being repaid. Feeling that he had not done anything special, he did not want to wear clothes, and he refused money, and as a result, a large number of workers came to the house, and gradually the house was renovated and beautiful, and Tanyoji and his wife rescued the mother and son who were killed in the mountains, and the mother and son were the wife and eldest son of the daimyo. Taking advantage of the daimyo's stay at home, the mother and son were killed by the town due to a family property dispute. Although they escaped a catastrophe, but they almost died on the mountain and were rescued, and Zhu Maiko, who was happy because his home became beautiful. I am a straw rich man, elder, and the story of a straw rich man is not the same, After 2 years, I saw them live happily again, and the two were one and were also infected by their happiness. He couldn't help but show that there are too many beautiful things in this world, and he is very satisfied to come to this world. God blessed him with a gentle mother, a kind brother, and that wonderful home, but why? What if he failed to realize his wish for an ordinary life? It's just a miserable mortal. He told Tanji all his life experience, and constantly blamed himself for not killing Wu. Miserable, Tanji just looked at him in a panic, with tears in the corners of his eyes, but he didn't know how to comfort him, as if he felt the sadness of the swordsman. Tanji, her daughter SLAYER, asked the swordsman to hug her. After a little hesitation, Ji Koyuan raised the child in front of him. When her innocent smile came into view, the invincible swordsman also had tears that could not stop falling from the corners of her eyes. It's really come a long way, and the family's life is like a distant phantom for him. Just like the flowers that SLAYER gave her, the white periwinkle representing lifelong friendship and the pink periwinkle representing gentle remembrance. It is the best summary of their friendship with the swordsman. The bright sun passed through the woods, and Zhu Mitzi, the wife of Tanji, who took her youngest son to step on chestnuts, also happened to return at this time. Although she didn't know why Yuanyi and her husband wept, she still left the swordsman to eat together. I won't write it in detail, and the rest is almost the same as the original book, but it's all a summary of the original book in my words. Chapter 33. Soon after Ji Koyuan left the house, the members of the ghost-killing team found him. What's wrong? I remember I've disconnected myself from the Ghost Slayer. Why did you come to me? The Lord of Heavens, the Ghost King has appeared in the world, and now, the major cities have been crumbling under the invasion of evil ghosts. Nanny, he's back, the man is back. The silent swordsman's eyes seemed to burst into flames again. The fate of having no misery with the Ghost King, the unclear karma, he thought that he had already lost the opportunity. I heard the news again. The swordsman of the Pride of Heaven has reached the peak without much polishing. Now it's as if this goal has become the only thing to do in life. It was as if it was already a mission that he couldn't escape. That night fell again. Countless evil spirits rushed out of the Infinity City. But the members of the Demon Slayer and the Pillars were no longer so worried, because the sun-like man, he had returned. The man, he's back. Go, bring me the man's head. Before the words fell, countless ghosts appeared from the shadows, looking like ordinary ninjas, ghosts, thorns with both hands and claws, giant shadows like strong men, flying shadows with wings soaring wantonly in the night sky, wearing armor, giving them greater resistance, and the shadow katana in their hands was the helmet of an invincible weapon. The body can be stretched and elongated like toffee, and has an exaggerated elastic deformation ability. The power is not to be underestimated, and it can easily lift a very hideous and terrifying soft shadow that is long from heavy objects. Can devour the shadow and become stronger, the devouring shadow. With a burly body, his left hand is tapered and his right hand is pincer-shaped. Even when he is only half of his body, he still has strong combat ability, and his agility and strength are not bad. An mantis-like scythe. Wu Miao was summoned, and the top 9 in the 12 ghost months divided the power of the ghost shadow core into 9 parts and gave them respectively. Even Black Death Mao was right, no miserable, and shocked to have such a powerful power. The so-called fear is something I have to overcome, that is, I have to cross the past now, I can't do it. I'm the Emperor, I'm going to defeat my old enemies and stand at the top forever. It's as if someone has arranged a fate, as if the whole world has commanded me to be defeated by Yuanyi. From the moment I was born, he didn't want me to live. Even though I managed to survive, I even met the doctor. The most perfect creature is just one step away. Even if every step is a little wrong, she and I will not stand on the opposite side. Not long after I survived, the gods sent down an enemy to kill me. If you want to be happy, you must first overcome your fate. Outside, the roar of the demons has begun, and as expected, the people are ready to resist, but with little effect. At this time, a group of swordsmen with knives. Here we are. The man at the head has black hair, red at the edges, a high ponytail, and red irises on his eyes. Wearing red haori, the color of the clothes inside is yellow. His face was covered with red markings that terrified countless evil spirits. He easily slew a group of demons, like the sun, and the weak people followed him as if that was the way forward. With the slaying of the demons, the people regained their strength. It was as if he had seen a brave man after the demon was raging. At first, there was only a spark, but then it has become a prairie fire. This team was like a sharp knife, and it went straight towards the Ghost King. And ahead, the 12 Ghost Moons, and the top 9 Ghost Generals among them, have been waiting for a long time. You Ghost King seems to be just a coward, don't you even have the courage to face us now, said the merry and suave Wind Pillar playfully. Shut up for me, that man's power is immense, stronger than anything in the world. The fourth Naruto said angrily, if Cheng Hao hadn't reminded him in advance, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to bear it anymore, and he rushed out with an incomparably strong killing intent in his heart. It's useless to talk too much, you and I are not here for this. Saying that, the 9 ghost generals each summoned their own ghost legions. What is this? Why have you never seen it in all these years of fighting ghosts? Don't be afraid, these guys' recovery power and speed are much weaker than those of ghosts, Yan Zhu said. Listening to what Yan Zhu said, people seemed to ignite the flame of hope again, and their wavering determination became extremely firm again. But the members of the ghost-killing team are still fine, and those who follow behind have not had much training. Facing the Ghost Shadow Corps, they are like leeks with cuts. The average ghost ninja is fine, but there are also stronger blade regiments, troll regiments, night bat regiments, samurai regiments, alien regiments, shadow eater regiments, hunting pincer regiments, and mantis regiments. And the most prominent here is the shadow eater, which can be easily killed by everyone at first, but as the battle continues, after devouring the shadows of other creatures, it becomes more and more powerful and huge. Gradually, it became a monster that was difficult to match. This can't be done, the ghost monsters seem to be endless, and our team members and the people who fight against these monsters behind them are gradually decreasing. We need to go straight to the yellow dragon Ji Koyuan Yi. When it comes to the number of ghosts, try to pay attention to the back, and the 3 of them work together as a group. Breath of fire, breath of thunder, breath of rock, breath of water. A large number of lethal sword moves beckoned towards the evil ghosts, and the strength of the pillar-level swordsmen far exceeded that of ordinary swordsmen, and the weak ghosts were not their enemies at all. After their pillars struck, the ghosts' offensive suddenly stopped. It's those pillars, it's time for us to make a move, if it upsets the adults. Then let's go up. After the finale of the pillars shot, the most powerful demons on the ONI side who can use the ability, Blood Ghost Magic also began to face the pillars. The red markings on Ji Koyuan's forehead burned like a flame, unusually bright, and the Nichika knife in his hand was red throughout, looking like it was quenching, filled with extremely high temperatures. The strongest weapon, the knife, is on. And when Ji Koyuan opened the markings, as if a chain reaction, corresponding markings appeared everywhere on the bodies of the 6 pillars, which made their physical fitness in all aspects suddenly improved, and quickly suppressed the enemy in front of them. The lower strings are not the opponents of the column in the first place. Now that the markings have been opened, the battle has become a duel between the first and the 6 pillars and the 6 strings in an instant. The current pillars, who have not experienced so much training, should not have played with the upper strings. But because of you, you have the fate of the country. The tide of battle has changed, so come on, let me and you put an end to this. Black Death said, the head of one of the pillars fighting her. How sad, brother, Ji Koyuan reluctantly raised his sword. He didn't want to fight his brother with a sword, but now he had to raise his sword and fight with his brother who was close to him. Yes, as long as this person is solved, the battle situation will be reversed in an instant, Shang Xian said. The pillar, who also duel him, was killed by him. Is this feeling? Seeing this ghost, Jiguo Yuanyi seemed to feel the attraction between the bloodlines, which was not inferior to the bloodline connection between him and Jiguo Yanzheng. Could it be? You are the daughter of me and Yuta. Utamar, my father only has one anime Suji no Misra. Not you, a swordsman like a lost dog. Evil, anime Suji is not miserable, I must kill you. Take away my kind brother who should have lived a peaceful and happy life. Now not only do I have to face my brother, but I also have to step over my daughter if I want to kill you. Chapter 34. Yuanyi, why are you the most special existence? Open the markings but you can live past 25 years old, you can defeat an excellent swordsmanship teacher just by picking up the sword, you are born with the markings, you can see the clear and transparent world. Without much polishing, but you can become a peerless powerhouse whose strength is far better than mine. A peerless wizard with a talent far beyond me. I thought I could catch up with you by working hard, but most of the people who didn't open the markings didn't live to be 25 years old. I see, brother Iwakatsu. That's why you're willing to turn into a ghost and stand on the opposite side of us. It turns out that my brother's dream has always been to become the strongest samurai in the world, so he has put in unimaginable efforts. And I was born with an unimaginable talent that easily surpassed my brother. Yes, that's it, I'm not standing here on behalf of anyone, I'm just standing here on behalf of myself, with incomparable murderous intent, determined to cut you off before dawn. Black Death Mao said, pulled out his own long knife, and killed Yuanyi. Moon's Breath 1 type, the moment the Dark Moon Night Palace's Black Death Mao draws his sword, it slashes horizontally at an unimaginable speed, and a crescent-like trajectory appears. Because of this feature, each slash is surrounded by small and irregular crescent-shaped blades, the length and size of which change from time to time, and there is no fixed form, which makes people unpredictable. The breath of the sun, the three-shaped scorching sun-red mirror waved a crimson arc horizontal slash and the two slashes collided, and the golden light and the fiery red light reflected each other, as if the sun and the moon were competing with each other. Ji Yuanyi's slash was only a little dimmed, and he rushed straight towards Black Death Mao and cut off one of his arms. The intense pain of Nani made Black Death Mao instantly understand that there was still such a huge gap between himself and Ji Yuanyi. But how could Black Death Mao give up? In order to transcend Yuanyi, he gave up his position as the head of the family, abandoned his wife and children, and this is for this moment. I would like to incarnate as a continuous magic sword and achieve victory in the continuous battle. Black Death Mao's body grew countless sharp blades, originally with 6 eyes, like a monster, he was even more hideous at the moment, and the killing intent that almost everyone present felt fear. Why do you want to do this? Is it really worth it for my brother to beat me like this? Once you start turning your back to the morning sun and choosing the night, you will never be able to soak up the sun. And once you choose to become the lonely moon, you will never easily lose to the rising sun. This earthly world is just a night's dream in the alley of Shura, and I will kill the sun's rays before dawn. The second type of the moon's breath, Zhuhua's moon breath's breath 5, the moon's spirit vortex's breath 16th type, the moon's rainbow's lonely moon's breath's 14th type, the ferocious sky is full of the moon breath 10 type, piercing the blade gap and the remnant moon Black Death Mew in an instant, he released countless slashes, countless crescent moon sword chi, just like the scythe of the god of death, wielding it wantonly on the battlefield. The wide range of crisscrossing heavy sword chi continued to show the world that the brilliance of the bright moon. Swing from the air to descend several crescent-shaped slashes, although there is no tracking ability, but if the spirit is a little relaxed, it will be hit. Using slashes to weave a chaotic web of moon breath blade firepower, the density of which is too high to defend against. This battle seems to be no longer a battle between humans and ghosts. No more a duel between columns and strings. Rather, the sun and the moon compete with each other. Ji Yuanyi, while resisting the slash, said to Black Death Mao. Why don't you understand that although the sun is extremely bright, the moon is still indispensable? The moon is softer than anything else, more inclusive. It's like my brother was beaten and scolded by my father for playing with me. Why did my brother choose that path? Shut up, shut up, I have been training hard for so many years, and all these efforts have only one purpose, and that is to surpass you. The light you exude has become a lingering shadow in my heart, and this shadow is something I must break. It is now that I must surpass him. Moon Breath 6. Long Night Lonely Moon Infernal Black Death Mao uses slashes to weave a chaotic network of moon breath blade firepower. Its density is too high to defend. Moon Breath Type 5. The Moon Soul Vortex Black Death Mao released a wide range of slashes without drawing his sword, showing a tornado-like gyroscopic rise. The moon breath slashes like a roaring dragon, biting towards the Jiguo Yuan. Jiguo Yuan faced such a fierce and dense slash, and the action he made was not to hide, nor to defend. Instead, tears of pain flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he said, "How sad, brother, I'm coming." Even if Black Death Mao's 6 eyes were about to crack, it only made the remaining shadow of his Jiguo Yuan clearer. On it, Black Death Mao slashed upwards and slashed out again. It seems that he is afraid that he will not be able to hit the relay country, and the countless sharp blades on his body also fly into the sky with the slash. However, the moment the blade struck Jikuni Yuanyi, it actually passed through his body, and at the same time, a voice sounded in Black Death's ears. "No, you're wrong, brother." Underneath Breath of the Sun, 9-shaped sunset turned around and flashed into the air in an instant, sending out a vertical slash in an upside-down posture, and the blade was wrapped with flames as blazing as the sun. The slash came from the bottom up, almost splitting the entire body of Black Death Mao. "Mud Tama, I am not reconciled. I will not hesitate to become a devouring demon in order to surpass you, and I will not hesitate to give up the position of the head of the family, abandon my wife and children, just to reach the peak of what you can reach, and I will only see the world in your eyes." And the Lord did not hesitate to give me blood. Help me study the breathing method together. But until now, I still have a huge gap with you. The Black Death knife instantly became incomparably longer, far beyond the scope of the sword, and with the injection of a large amount of his blood, his flesh and blood blade. The blade has also become extremely strong. And he did not hesitate to wave towards the edge of the country. Jiguo Yuan did not choose to use his skills to dodge and then counterattack, but also swung his sword against Black Death Mao. The blade of flesh and blood collided with the sword, and the wave of qi produced seemed to be able to overturn the earth. It wasn't just a battle between humans and ghosts. It was more like a battle between the sun and the moon. Ah, and ah. The two peerless geniuses waved their arms desperately, just hoping to defeat each other. The sword is constantly destroyed, and the blade of flesh is constantly regenerated. But after all, the speed of regeneration is not as fast as the speed of destruction. The blade of flesh slashed into the body of the Black Death. "How sad it is, brother. The friendship between you and me, the friendship we had when we were young. That precious childhood memory, as if it was yesterday, is vivid, but now it is impossible to go back. We've really come a long way. The breath of the sun, the 14th type, the rhythm of the sun, if I change the name, asterisk, asterisk, and don't like it, I will change it back." The body of the knife transmits energy like the sun, surging towards the body of the Black Death. Even though Black Death Mao is unwilling in 1,000 ways, he is unwilling in every way. But his ghostly body couldn't resist the sun's rays after all. After all, the speed of regeneration has not caught up with the speed of destruction, and the physical body is already gradually crumbling. Seeing that Death Mao was about to die, suddenly there were 4 sounds of pipa. The head of the Black Dead Mao disappeared in an instant. And the sun-like ripples could no longer reach his head, and eventually, his physical body was completely destroyed. And he's gone. It's over, and with the sound of the lute, no one noticed that the wind pillar was gone. At the same time, in the City of Infinity, the pillar of wind was looking solemnly, and the body in front of him was full of extremely tyrannical vitality, like hot magma gushing out of the crater, wanting to devour everything. Man in kimono. I've finally seen you, Anime Suji is no miserable. Chapter 35. I've finally seen you, Anime Suji. The man in the darkness stood up and snapped, and applause rang out. The man looked at the pillar of wind and smiled. Congratulations, excellent swordsman, not only slashed the ghosts along the way, but now you are standing in front of me safely all the way. Ha! If you want to congratulate me, come with your life. Feng Zhu casually picked up a curtain and wiped the blood from his body. A fierce light suddenly flashed in Cheng Hao's eyes. Ha ha ha! Cheng Hao laughed loudly, and the huge malice swept away like the wind. The feeling of oppression is almost breathless. Even the wind pillar, who has been fighting with hungry ghosts for many years and has experienced 100 battles, can't help but have the idea of retreating in the face of this huge malice. Either I'll give you a chance, step back 2 steps, and if I do, I'll turn you into my companion, and give you my blood to make you as strong as a lion in a flock when you fight the others. On the other hand, if you want to die, just step on the steps. Maybe you don't know, I've seen you before. When I saw you at that time, deep in my heart I succumbed to your horrible bondage and great evil. Not to mention lifting the knife, I don't even dare to take a step towards you. From that day on, although I was beautiful on the surface, I became a loser in the heart of the world because of the fear of you. It was really a humiliating, painful life. I was still alive and felt a pain that was more terrible than death. But now, I don't feel a trace of fear. So many days of encounters with Jiguo Yuanichi, because he learned the breathing method to make me stronger, and my companions were killed by your hands, and my family died because of the monsters you sent to ravage the city. And everything that happened has made my fear of you disappear. Is that really the case? Omega, then you can just climb the steps. Oh. Asterisk, asterisk. Oh, as a result, not only did he not do it, but he seemed to have taken another step back. What's going on? What's going on? I'm really taking a step up the stairs. What's wrong? You're shaken? Excellent swordsman. Doesn't that mean you're already feeling the fear, or is it that even though you're trying your best to climb the stairs, you're so scared that you unconsciously retreat? No way. I've just climbed the stairs. After saying that, the wind pillar rushed to the steps with all his strength. Oh, the result has not changed, and he is still more distant from that man. What did he do? Blood demon. Could it be that this is the Ghost King's blood ghost technique? Manipulating the stairs. Just kidding, what the hell is this? Young swordsman, have you ever wondered what people live for? Everyone is trying to overcome insecurity and fear in order to live in peace, whether it is for fame, domination, or money. Getting married or making friends is also for peace of mind, and working for peace is actually making excuses for your own peace of mind, and peace of mind is the fundamental purpose of people's lives. So the question is, what does it make you uneasy to surrender to me? As long as you come and serve me, you can easily gain all other peace of mind. And now that you are ready to die, and you have come to challenge me desperately, doesn't that make you feel uneasy? Could it be that I have unconsciously surrendered to him? You are a good swordsman, it would be a pity to kill you. Why don't you give up your succession to serve me forever? Even if you become a ghost, I can give you an eternal sense of security in these endless years. It's going to be bad if it goes on like this. Jiguo Yuanyi, Big Brother Scales, has already passed away from the family. Give me a little more courage. Wu Lusai. Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable. I'm already a person who is ready to be death conscious, and then the wind pillar jumped up the steps. Even if you want to die, you must reveal the true face of your blood ghost magic before you die. Wind breath, Type 4 rising to the sand, with the wave of the blade, a huge tornado struck towards Cheng Hao. The buildings around Infinity City were all destroyed by this tornado. In the face of the terrible attack, Cheng Hao did not escape, but slowly got up and said, "Then there is no way but to let you die." Muda 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 muji. The whips gathered together and swirled in the air with her body, like drills, plunging directly into the tornado. And in the tornado's body, 9 whips composed of flesh and blood stretched out with the momentum of thunder. Snapping! Tornado was directly and completely destroyed from the inside out, and the remaining wind blades scattered in all directions. The resulting wave of air made Infinity City seem to be shaking. Immediately, Cheng Hao rushed towards the pillar of wind and rushed to her side almost instantly. "Nanny, how can this speed be?" But Cheng Hao didn't choose to whip it, but turned his right hand directly into a flesh blade and slashed towards the wind pillar. The waves of chi set off were like the roar of an evil dragon, huge and powerful. Having a thunderball is intimidating. The pillar of wind had just come in time, and it had just been added to the defense. Bang! With a loud bang, the neon blade and the flesh blade collided together. The speed and power of his slashes is truly astonishing, and I've never experienced such a breathless sense of oppression from any ghost. I've exhausted all my strength, but I still can't resist. Cracks gradually appeared on the body of the Nichiren knife, and a domineering and aggressive force gradually entered his body from the blade. Ah! The feeling that every cell is being frantically broken, like 10,000 ants trying to bite their own flesh. But the attack was not over yet, and almost at the same time, Cheng Hao's left hand completed the transformation of the claw. Like a demon's claws, it whistled towards the arms of the pillar of wind. Not yet, when she reacted, her arm had been cut off from her body, and without the support of her arm, the Hinawa knife also fell to the ground randomly. At this moment, the extremely sharp blade of flesh and blood, without any hindrance, was on his body. Vaporization and freezing method. The moment he cut it, his body was frozen. And at this time, the claws and blades had been transformed into ordinary arms, and they hugged him tightly. The huge force squeezed him, and the body that had been frozen had snapped, and the body like an ice sculpture had turned into an ice flower floating in the air. Only his head remained, slowly falling from the sky. All of this is like a flint. It's unreactive. What's going on? How could I? There was only one head left in the wind pillar, and he could only stare at the Ghost King. But nothing can be done. Feel this desperately large disparity in strength, and the feeling of oppression that makes people breathe. Even after 100 battles, he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. Is there no hope anymore? Cheng Hao ignored the head and walked straight forward, as if it was just a piece of garbage. The fate that will come to an end, the cause that must be understood at this moment. Now it's finally coming to an end, and it's your turn soon, Jiguo Yuanyi. Chapter 36. After the first decisive battle with the Black Death. On the other side, the war between the columns and the strings has just begun. Countless ghosts flickered on the battlefield, and those winding ghosts, like mages, were in the distance with their own blood ghost magic. Blood Demon Technique Cerebral Marrow Hell Blood Demon Technique Alienation Enhancement Blood Demon Technique Mirror Flower Water Moon Blood Demon Technique Rashomon, Young Fern facing all kinds of shadow ninjas, the blood ghost magic bombarded wildly. For a time, even the barred column was opened, and did not gain the upper hand. Suddenly, countless spike assaults surged from the ground, thrusting upwards at unexpected speeds. It's annoying that these spikes are emerging on the ground. Yan Zhu said angrily. Well, let's just get rid of him first. Thunder's breath. A thunderbolt flashed the body of the thunderbolt as if it turned into a bolt of lightning and blasted towards the upper two. Hey, you're not fighting with him alone. Blood Demon Magic. The terrifying slash of the shield of the alien body slashed into the incomparably strong shield. There was a loud thud. Then, countless spikes popped out of the shield and stabbed towards the thunder pillar. Nanny! Lei Zhu quickly stepped back, but was still stabbed in the wrist by the swift spikes. Just when one person and one ghost were deadlocked, the other side of the rock pillar was on the upper chord too, and the breath of the rock one-type serpentine bipolar broad axe and the meteor hammer were thrown at the same time, and there was no superfluous skill, but because of the sheer power that emitted a wave of chi, it was daunting. Muda 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 muda, muda. Rashomon's space cut off the terrifying black giant beast, gushing out from behind him, opening its blood basin mouth and devouring a space, forming a spatial barrier, and the terrifying attack fell on the barrier. But there was not a single crack. In an instant, it became a water column vs upper string 3, rock pillar vs upper string 2, flame pillar vs upper string land thunder pillar vs upper string 5, nervous, looking at the third of the upper string with a relaxed smile on his face all the time and his body full of runes holding a very long scythe. Allah, Allah, what a kawaii girl, why do you have to fight me? The water column didn't speak, and rushed the other azure sun chakra knives like the third of the upper wind. The breath of water is a type, the water surface slashes fast and direct and flat, but it is like a surging wave. Unexpectedly, the ghost did not swing the scythe to resist, nor did he dodge. Instead, the arm of the plot grabbed towards the Nichiren knife. The arm was split straight through the middle. Ha ha ha! You've been tricked, the other arm, with lightning speed, grabbed at his head. The water column tried to swing the knife to fight back, but the knife was stuck in the already grown arm. Nanny! But after all, he was a column-level swordsman who had experienced 100 battles, and he turned around sharply and kicked at the body of Shangxian No. 3. The Nichiren knife was also pulled out. But it was too late, and the hand still touched hers, a face as smooth as cream. At the same time, an eye suddenly opened in his hand, and with the opening of the eye, countless runes seemed to pour into the brain of the water column as if they were alive. Blood Demon Magic Brain Hell. With the activation of Blood Demon Magic, the water column returned to the night she least wanted to return to. Hide in the closet and don't come out, and don't make any noise. Mom! It's okay, you obediently are there, don't move. Don't make a sound. Mother kept the closet door shut, as if she was afraid that something would find her. Shortly after, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground sounded. That man is really beyond his strength, and he dared to get the approval of that adult to fight against me, and look, after all, he was still slapped to death by me like a fly. Oh, his wife is still really good, so she ate it like this, it's a pity. Come on, play with me. It's still a long time tonight. The monster called the Devil's Claws reached out to her mother. Don't come, you monsters, don't come here. Even so, at the moment of crisis, the mother still attracted this monster to a place farther and farther away from the wardrobe. Torn mother's clothes were torn to shreds, and the monster grinned and rode on top of her. In the midst of the mother's screams, and the screams of rage. After all, the girl came out impatiently. And after this came out, she would never forget the hellish sight, her father's head, by her side. The body was already a blur of flesh and blood. And the mother was ridden by a strange man, and was beaten and humiliated at the same time. The girl was so frightened and angry that she couldn't help herself. After all, anger overcame fear, and the girl picked them up, and the knife she usually used to cook was like a demon stabbing at them. The demon seemed to be indulging in great pleasure, and before he could react, the knife had pierced his brain through his eyes. Mud Tama, you stinky little ghost! Before she could finish speaking, the demon's angry punch had already slammed into her body. A powerful punch sent her flying into the wall, knocking a hole in the wall and falling off the wall. She couldn't stop coughing up blood in her mouth, and the pain was as if the bones in her body were about to break, and she couldn't lift a finger. Excuse me, you hate me very much, don't you? The devil turned to her mother. You devil! Mother punches and kicks her fists and kicks, and even opened her mouth and bit the demon. But in the face of the demon's strong and perverted body, there is nothing to be done. The night was long, and the girl could only watch in despair as her mother was abused, beaten and humiliated by evil spirits. With the screams and wails of his mother, he laughed wildly for the ghost. Consciousness gradually blurred. "Oh, Miss Shuizu, looking at you like this, you must have had a good dream." Yui reacted with tears of despair on her face. But at some point, the scythe had arrived, and under her armpit, the demon slammed into it, and an arm flew out. Ah! The sudden huge pain made her let out a terrible scream all of a sudden. Then the demon grabbed her head, and the scythe gradually approached her neck. Sayonara, the little sister of Kawi. With the evil ghost's grin, the scythe kept coming at his neck. And at this moment, she was as powerless to resist as she was that night. Just as she was about to hit the ground with her head, there was a sound of rapid footsteps. And a man with long yellow hair and a part of the edge of his hair was fiery red. She saw that it was the man who was so passionate that he illuminated her with his own light. Chapter 37. Breath of Flame, One Shape. The flame pillar of ignorance rushes forward at high speed with the momentum of a flame explosion, approaching the target. "Oh, little brother, it's so angry." Shang Xuanzi is a woman, but it looks more like a man. Shang Xian No. 3, his body was slightly deflected, and his hand touched the corner of Yanzu Purgatory Xing Xiao Lang's clothes. Other than this one, these names are all because I really can't find the names of the pillars of Ji Koyunika's era. Abominable. Breath of Fire, Type 9 Purgatory Kyojuro rushed towards the enemy like a meteor, instantly inflicting a large area of flesh-cutting slash on the enemy. The third of the upper wind, wielding a scythe, frantically resisted the attack, but after all, he was cut off by the Nichiren knife. The body appears to turn into ashes, and the blood slowly seeps into the earth. Looks like this ghost is just good at illusion. After making sure that the ghost was dead, Kyojuro of Purgatory slowly walked towards Ui Mizuki, Hashima. "It's all right, Ui." Purgatory Kyojuro bent down and hugged Ui. "Princess hug, Kyojuro, I." "It's okay, needless to say, I want to take you away for a while and you can go back to treatment by yourself." "Kyojuro, you're hurt." Ui noticed that there were several pieces of wood stuck in Kyojuro's stomach in purgatory. And the blood gradually flows out of the wound. "It's okay, it's just a small injury, I've already done a simple treatment with breathing, and the most important thing is one arm is broken." Kyojuro walked slowly with Ui in his arms, but before he could take a few steps, a voice came from behind him. "Hey, the roast chicken is going to be gone, show me here, Yaga, idiot." The huge scythe stabbed directly into the back of Kyojuro in purgatory, disrupting his breathing method. And the wound on the stomach also gushed blood at the same time. Ah! Ui in Kyojuro's arms in purgatory also fell down because of a sudden change. Purgatory Kyojuro couldn't stop spitting blood in his mouth, and his body swayed, leaning on a broken wall. "Ha ha ha! Pig, you really think it's that easy to kill me? Looks like you've already killed that piece of waste on string 6. Okay, so I can kill 2 of the brindle pillars at once. Presumably that adult will be happy, and he should give me more blood, Kyojuro." "Kyojuro." Ui called his name, and one hand slowly, supporting his body, crawled towards purgatory Kyojuro with great difficulty. A pair of big hands wrapped around her head, and sent her to purgatory Kyojuro's lips. The lips touched. Ui, Ha Island, widened her eyes, and carefully felt the warmth of that man. "You're such a good girl, and when you fight with you, no matter how difficult it is, your eyes are still steadfast. During the battle, you may only notice that burst flame is raging on the battlefield, but you don't notice that the gentle flow of water is protecting burst flame by his side. Just like we used to fight, no matter how strong the opponent is, as long as we are together, the demon will definitely be killed. It's the same at the moment." Purgatory Kyojuro struggled to breathe, and the last flames burned out of his body, just like his people. Even at the end of the day, the flames were still not extinguished, but more intense than usual. Burn your heart! Break through the boundary! At this time, Yan Zhu suddenly remembered what his father had said to him, before he participated in this war. The previous Yan Zhu, his father, who was now bedridden, said to her. I said, you can see the cities. I can see it. Father. The neighborhoods, the houses, and even the lives that exist there are about to disappear. Those cities are like hell right now. I don't like the city, it's noisy and chaotic, it's a place that doesn't fit in with me at all. But we would use our breaks to go to the bars in that city and drink with ice, and the bartender was a little fool who liked to tell low-level jokes. Although the people in the flower street there are greedy for money, and there are a lot of ugly women. But everyone is very kind, and it is the people who have pitiful eyes pi_pi. The old woman at the street food bar would always talk to herself and stuff me with her own cooked rice balls. Every time, I say I'm an outsider or something, and I say it's a special dish or something. I told him I couldn't eat anything that oily. But if I don't eat it, I'm sorry for the old woman, so I have to eat it hard every time. I really don't really like that city, but the bartender, the women, and the old women in Flower Street, they shouldn't have anything to do with the war. War, demons, and Slayer squads are almost none of their business. Anime Suji is not miserable, the ONI Slayer squad, and the battle between us, as well as the struggle for power between those generals and emperors, should have nothing to do with them at all. But those people are now corpses being eaten by evil spirits. I can't stand this. Kyojuro, avenge those cities, take them down, bring down those guys. Got it, I understand, father, I understand. At this moment, the 9-type Infernal Flame Breath Ultimate Mystery. Surrounded by scorching fireworks, it erupts with a roar that lunges forward like a meteor, and if hit, it can instantly inflict large-scale damage on the ONI that pierces the bone. Mew da da, mew day. Do you think I just made it to the top 3 by illusion? The scythe was swung at an unbelievably fast speed, and the collision between the knife and the sickle made no one help anyone for a while. Haha, you're off the mark. As the scythe swung his sword, his other arm pierced through with a thunderous momentum. How's it going? Does Kyojuro want to become a ghost? Omega, your body has now been pierced by my arm, and all your internal organs have been severely damaged. These wounds are irreversible for humans, but these wounds can be healed in an instant after becoming a ghost. Becoming a ghost. These can be easily recovered, and I still have infinite time, I can continue to get stronger, and I can live forever. Kyojuro seemed to have hope in his eyes. Yes, the ghost is so powerful, no matter what kind of injury it receives, it can easily recover. Come, then, just drink my blood and get the approval of the Lord. You can become a powerful ghost, and when you fight against others, you will be like a lion in a flock. The third of the strings, as he spoke, bit his palm and the blood flowed down his fingertips. Come, then, this beautiful path awaits you, without toil or death, without sickness. The third of the wines showed his own unique terrifying smile. But what he didn't notice was that a fiery red Nichiren knife was approaching his neck. Hook up on the Wega verbal wow, but I refuse. If I really become like that, I can only be unsettled by the monster. Wandering in the dark. Breath of fire, Ichi no form, I don't know that the flame pillar is advancing at high speed with the momentum of a fire explosion, approaching the target no matter what kind of battle it is, we Ghost Slayer will fight you on your home turf, on a night that is favorable to you, we are all flesh and blood. We will not recover quickly from the wounds, and the broken hands and feet will not grow again. But we have never been afraid, and we were ready to fight you monsters of the night. Enlightenment blows away despair, and humanity transforms as a result. I'll tell you by action how boxer you are, poor. The blade slashed into his neck in an instant, but was grabbed by a large strong hand. I can't do it. Because you're about to die. It seems that the explosion is too dazzling, and you ignore the existence of the water, Hey! Roast chicken is not there, see here. Water breath pick up, Ishan flowing UI, continuous rotation attack, each rotation increases the power. The most lethal of the water breath, in the shape of a blue and white water dragon, the blue Hinakara knife roared and roared like a water dragon, slashing at the neck of the third of the upper strings. Nanny. Chapter 38. Nanny. The Hinawa knife in Yui's hand slashed into his neck, and the blade instantly sank into his neck. Mud Pagoda Horse. The demon tried to pull his arm out of Kyojuro's abdomen in purgatory, but found that his arm was tightly stuck inside. Nanny. Kyojuro, Mud Tama. The blood that kept flowing from Kyojuro's body made it difficult for him to say a word, but he still increased the strength in his hand. The breath of fire, the breath of water, one red and one blue, two Nichiren knives, each slashing at his neck from different directions. Don't underestimate me. I'm the third of the upper strings. The third of the upper strings broke his arm directly. New palms quickly grew on top of the severed arms, and tightly grasped the Nichiren knife. Ah, ah, ah. The two of them fell into this pure power confrontation. Red, blue, and black, the three breaths are accompanied by a confrontation, colliding wantonly on the battlefield. Breath of fire, type 1, breath of water, dance, breath of water, type of pickup, water cutting head, for jokes, the wheel knife gradually cuts off the palm of the hand and moves towards the center of the neck. The strong shouts of Nanny, and impossible, number. KO no upper winding 3D. KO no upper winding 3D, did not bring any change, and the fiery red Nichiren knife and the azure Rylung knife bit together tightly, announcing that the ghost head of the third wind had landed. The body of the third of the upper cord gradually turned into ashes as the head landed. Ui and Kyojuro and Kamitsu number 3, the battle is over. On the other side, the rock pillar was wound and beaten. You're really good, most of the columns I've seen are strong. If it were the other pillars, I guess they would have been killed by me. You've made it this far. UTM, Rock Breath Type 2 Celestial Shatter threw the meteor hammer up, and stepped on the iron chain with a fierce kick, causing the meteor hammer to fall from the sky and hit the door directly. The range was not large, but the power was very strong, and it could be seen from the rock pillar stomping on the ground that it was difficult to block, so the second of the upper cord could only be avoided backwards. Breath of the Rock Type 5. The rock pillar of the Walloon Punishment Department leaps high and attacks from the air, alternately using the hand axe and the meteor hammer, and the continuous attacks make the enemy have no respite and condescendingly want to take the initiative. Don't kick your nose in the face. Rashomon, the jaws of the prison gate are the jagged teeth that turn Rashomon into something that can devour things. The prison door jaw is the form of the jaw after the rechange, and it is more powerful than the jaw, and it is believed that its bite force or devouring power must be on a higher level. After all, at this time, the prison door jaw has changed from the original flat 2D to 3D stereotype, which is really as sharp as teeth. The jaw of the prison door broke through, and the attack of the meteor hammer rushed straight towards the rock pillar. Oh no! Thunder Breath 1 Type, a thunderbolt flashed like thunder, and a yellow lightning bolt blasted towards the black sawtooth, as if no one could stop it, and easily cut off the black sawtooth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rock pillar also attacked. Breath of the Rock Type 4 Rhyolite, a quick frontal attack. He quickly swung the meteor hammer and hand axe with the iron chain, and crushed towards the upper two like a mountain. The sudden change didn't make Shang Xian too panic. He just smiled and said, "Your next sentence is that your blood ghost technique is only suitable for long-range attacks, and once you get close, you will definitely die. Your blood demon skills are only suitable for ranged attacks, and if you get close, you will surely die." Rashomon, the second of the heavenly demon entanglement armor, winds the black cloth around his body, like an armor, but after all, the inside is still back to the body, so the fragile body inside is difficult to accept. But after all, it is a ghost of the wind, and with that kind of extremely strong regenerative ability, it is not difficult to support it for a long time. Wood big wood big wood big wood big wood big wood big wood. Mew day. After the heavenly demon wrapped the armor, the strength and speed of the upper string too doubled. The rock pillar, which originally relied on strength to win, was now defeated in the competition of strength. The second of the last quarter hammered the flying meteor hammer with a fist, and kicked away the broad axe. The fist, which was incredibly fast in power and speed, landed on the body of the rock pillar. Oh no! If this continues, the pillar will die. Thunder Breath Type 1, Thunderbolt Flash Thunder Breath Type 2, Rice Soul instantly slashes out 5 consecutive blows with a breath, and the specific thunder and lightning shape is similar to a horse's hoof stepping on the body of upper string 2. Immediately, a thunderous attack rained down on her. Thunder Breath 3 Type, gathering mosquitoes into thunder, gathering the ripples of thunder and lightning to slash the upper cord 2 in different directions in all directions. Get out of the way. The second of the winding has a right whip leg, and directly kicked the Ming Zhu out. Wash me, die. And die. Ghost hunters. Watch me dig out your brains with one blow. The hands of the second of the winds turned into claws, and at the speed of the wind, they dug towards the head of the rock pillar. I'm sorry, Kid Pie_Pie. When the claws of the second of the first cord were about to grab the head of the rock pillar, a black Hinawa knife passed through his chest. The breath of the sun, the type of 14, the flame sun rhythmized the sun wheel knife, and when it went to the depths, it exuded a powerful force. Even the second part of the upper string did not hold up and began to gradually collapse. Sayonara, goodbye, my daughter. Get a good night's sleep. Looking back, he saw that the man had black hair, red at the edges, a high ponytail, and red irises on his eyes. Dressed in red, Haori is dressed in yellow. There was a look on her face that she had never seen before. The man took her gradually dissipating body in his arms, and looked at her with tears and a wonderful expression. It was an expression he had never seen on Anime Suji's face. For some reason, a wave of sadness welled up in her heart. Maybe it's because of the pressure of the blood, the call of the blood to each other. At the moment when she was about to dissipate, she still shouted out the words she should have shouted. Do-san, father! And the invincible swordsman could no longer suppress the sadness in his heart and cried. In the distance, there was only one arm left, the water pillar, who also hugged his beloved Yan Zhu and cried. Don't cry you're seriously injured. If you keep crying, the wound will crack open. If you also die, we will lose the battle with this ghost. Before the words fell, the fiery man was already dying. There was no longer the strength to support his muscular body, nor the strength to open his heavy eyes. Ah! Suddenly, a pair of warm little hands were placed on her shoulders. Yui-san, we have lost, although it is as precious as the whole world. But it is because of them that we survive. Young master. Xingjulan is a very remarkable person, his consciousness is more brilliant than the rising sun, illuminating this glorious path, and this road is the right path we should embark on. Yes, young master. It is precisely because of his presence that illuminates the direction of our progress that I have no fear at this moment, and my heart is as determined as a flame. Chapter 39. The rest of the pillars also arrived. Young master, why are you here? You must have already experienced a bitter battle, and you are about to fight a fateful battle with the Ghost King. But now you're scarred and need to be repaired. Even I'm trying to solve the curse of our clan and clean it up, the stain on our clan. I must not joke with your lives. After that, the young master of the delivery house, and the members of the ghost-killing team behind him have carefully bandaged and treated the wounds for the columns. Yuan Yujun, although everyone has expelled you, in fact, you are the one who has paid the most for the ghost-killing team, taught us the breathing method, and let us have the strength to resist those undead monsters. With the brindle opened, we have the strength to win the war between humans and ghosts. And now you have lost the most. You have lost your wife, your brother, and now you have to kill your own daughter with your own hands. Saved the rock pillars. Red bean paste, really, Alicardo, thank you very much. The invincible swordsman, although he did not speak, his eyes became more and more determined at this moment. By the way, where is the wind pillar? Asked the young master of the Sanyashiki suspiciously. I didn't see him from the battle just now. If he's fighting a ghost, he's supposed to be facing the upper wind. At this time, Ji Koyuan suddenly remembered, after defeating Black Death Mao, 4 pipa sounds sounded, and the head of the random Black Death Mao also disappeared. Since then, I have never seen the wind pillar in the wind again. After telling everyone about this, everyone felt that the wind pillar was already more auspicious. A little more lucky may have met the Ghost King. Ming Zhu said anxiously, oh no. You guys hurry up and save him. Calm down, I don't know what the situation is yet. We don't know exactly where Anime Tsujimu is. Lord Wumio, everything is as you expected. They're starting to look for you. Do you need it? The villain went to stop them. No need, no matter how hard you ghosts try, there will be 2 people standing in front of me after all. What do you mean, Lord? No, miserable. One is Jakunaki, my destined enemy, and the other is Yui Mizuki, Ha Island, who is a more interesting woman than she seems. Well? Why did Lord Wumio say that? Isn't she just a disabled woman with a broken arm? She must have been an orphan, or her parents had been killed. Right? If I'm not mistaken. As you say. But the villain still didn't understand why. That night, my mother was humiliated and devoured by evil spirits. My father's flesh and blood were blurred by the evil spirits. Even she herself has been hit hard by the demons. Ordinary people have received such injuries, and it is difficult to survive that kind of injury, and after my father was beaten by evil spirits, my mother was devoured by evil spirits right in front of my eyes. Her life was like falling into a witch's pot. This huge sense of disparity and psychological pressure is unimaginable to ordinary people. Ordinary people may have given up, but how did she choose? If you give up, you will be killed, but if you refuse, give up. Human beings would evolve into otherworldly all-powerful people. Cheng Hao couldn't help but applaud this. It's a pity that she is going to be completely killed by Lord Wu Miao. Cheng Hao didn't speak. Just silently raised the blood in the cup and drank it all. The night was still long. The head of the wind pillar was embedded in the back of the seat, staring at every demon behind it. And the Naruto at her feet, as if grasping her future and constantly spitting. Try to please yourself. Sigma, degree Omega degree, all kinds of female ghosts also groping on her body wantonly. A few days later, at the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team, the pillars were ready to go. Judging by the news, Anime Suji is most likely there. That's the only place where none of the Ghost Slayer members can get out alive at the moment. Mingzu, you must all be ready to come to your senses, right? Jikoku Yuanyi, and the remaining 3 pillars went out with the door, and went straight to the place where Anime Suji was miserable. Although there are countless demons and all kinds of ghost ninjas in the future, they are full of determination at the moment. My lord, can we win this time? Said the head of the family. It's not whether we can win or not, but we have to win. This is a fate that we must end, and it is time to do so. But after all, the other party has been a ghost king who has lived for hundreds of years, and his strength is unimaginable. It can even be said that we should not use the strength of 12 ghost months to speculate on his true strength. The scales of victory are still not tipped in our favor. The head of the Sanyashiki family said, as I once said, no one knows what will turn out. It is because of which side the leaves of the trees that are blown down by the wind and rain fall that people hope that the gods really exist. If he really exists, I can accept it no matter what the final outcome is. Let them go. I firmly believe that this time we must remove the stain from our clan. As night fell, a large number of active teammates of the Ghost Slayer team were now involved in this battle, including Ji Koyuanyi, and the 3 active pillars also appeared. But this is a trap, when the people of the ghost-killing team appeared in batches to shrink the encirclement network from 4 directions, many ghosts who had been in ambush for a long time brazenly attacked, and they couldn't be caught off guard, and these ghosts who suddenly attacked caused a lot of casualties. However, the demon slayer was more numerous, and a small casualty was nothing, but it was followed by a larger number of demons. Ghost Slayer Squad, let's die! Kill all the ghost slayers, no one will be able to stop us from hunting for food to our heart's content, ha ha ha, kill! Kill, kill all these ghost hunters who are in the way. If you dare to offend the Great Lord, you will all have to die to apologize. Ha ha ha! The flesh and blood of the ghost hunters are delicious. The demons poured out of their nests in the moonlight, and the number of them was so large that the Ghost Slayer team couldn't react at once. There are a lot of them, what should I do? What else can I do? Either you die or I live, only by killing them all. Normally, it takes a lot of time just to find the existence of these ghosts, but now there are so many sent to the door to kill them. There are too many ghosts, try to pay attention to the back, and cooperate in groups of 3. Breath of thunder, breath of rock, breath of water, breath of Sunday. When the last demon who stood in their way turned to ashes, they also entered a castle, the same building. The door in front of them, although it was not opened, they were already convinced that Anime Suji was inside. Ji Koyuanyi slammed open the door. A man in a black kimono is admiring the moon on the balcony. Seemingly ordinary, he is full of extremely tyrannical vitality, like hot magma gushing out of the crater, trying to devour everything. I'm back from hell, Anime Suji is no miserable. The words were not only sonorous and powerful, but also contained firmness, anger, and strong determination in Jikoku's tone, just like everyone present. The man smiled contemptuously. You're really still alive, Jiguo Yuanyi? Omega. Chapter 40. You're really still alive, Jiguo Yuanyi? I'm back from hell, and Anime Suji is. You have to pay for what you've done. And your fate with our demon slayer will end tonight. Ha 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 ha. Then I also have a question for you, what do you think of power? The so-called power is ability, that is, the ability to kill your group of evil ghosts, that is, the ability to end this fate and eradicate you, the root of all evil. No, no, power is the ability to use it to achieve one's own ends. You too, and I use our power recklessly for each other's ends. Just to achieve their own goals. Whether it's using power to maintain order, or using power for personal gain. Creating chaos and evil is what people want, and this is what people want to do with their own power. So, where is their justice, where is their right or wrong? You and I are just strong men with different wills. Well, then, you are the one who stands in my way now. After speaking, Wumio's hands turned into countless tentacles, and they devoured the ghost beside him directly. Ah! One arm became an incredibly sharp blade, and the other into an incredibly sharp claw. The 9 whips behind him also kept writhing wildly. Alright, let's end this. WTF looked at the increasingly powerful Ghost King, and everyone seemed to feel fear from the genetic level. The monster that far surpassed the human race, he was already very powerful at the moment, and now, after being completely ghosted, he became even more terrifying. Even if, yes, Ji Koyuanyi, he didn't expect that within 2 years, the Ghost King would grow to such a point. Don't be afraid, let's go together. He's a ghost after all. We're going to go together, and he's definitely not going to be able to handle it. The breath of water, the type of chi, the breath of the water droplets, the ripple thorn, the breath of the thunder, the breath of the thunderbolt, the breath of the swift sun, the breath of the sun, the dragon, the breath of the sun, the dragon, the head dance, the breath of the thunderbolt, the breath of the swift sun, the breath of the sun, the breath of the sun, the breath of the sun. You think I'm going to let you fight as a team like the boss in the game? Laughed disdainfully, and the blood ghost technique, Shockwave Cheng Hao sent out a wide area powerful shockwave centered on himself, and also possessed extremely powerful physical destructive power. In the original book, even in a weakened state of 9,000 years of aging, the nervous system of the human body can be confused, and then spasms, making people unable to move, causing death. What's more, it is still in its heyday. With the powerful shock wave, the space around Cheng Hao seemed to be distorted. Oh no, the pillar swung his axe and chained everyone out, but he met the shock wave. Breath of the Rock, Type 3, the skin of the rock body constantly swings the meteor hammer at the center of itself to defend against any attack. But the chains on the broad axe are used to defend everyone, and their own defense is greatly reduced. Even in its heyday, the perfect defensive form could not prevent this move, not to mention the greatly reduced defensive stance. The breath of the sun, the type of 4, the train followed the national edge 1, and also swung its knife to resist the shock wave. The flames and the steel and blaster battles still lost slightly. Jiguo Yunyi and the rock pillar were shocked out in an instant. And the other pillars were not much better, and they were also shocked by the direct shock wave. Following the national edge 1, it's okay. But the body of the pillar of rock felt like it was about to shatter. Send the capital, the name of the first generation of rock pillars, I made it up myself, they can't call each other what pillars internally, the pillars that shook the air hit the walls around them, and the muscles of the whole body began to tremble. Some are immobile. Naruto. When the pillars were still unable to move, the sound of the lute kept ringing. Gates continued to open on the ground, sending these pillars to the Infinity City separately. Following the national edge, he dodged left and right, and did not fall into the portal for a while. The sound of the pipa sounded, and the door opened. But Ji Koyuan dodged left and right, but he didn't fall into the Infinite City. Blanched. Naruto played the lute vigorously. Oh! A huge hole appeared at the foot of Jiguo Yuanyi. Nanny! This trademark! In desperation, Ji Koyuan was also forced to fall into Infinite City. Chapter 41. From the moment he entered the Infinite City, Ji Koyuan felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable, just standing on a high place, looking down at Jiguo Yuanyi. Come down, Anime Suji is miserable. Do you want to stand on such a high place and duel with me? What are you kidding? I'm standing at the top of the biological world, a new species that opens up the future. How can it be at the same height as humans? Before the words fell, an evil atmosphere that belonged to the ancestor of all ghosts swept in. Looks like you've become a tyrannical emperor since that day. Anime Suji said calmly, demons have existed for hundreds of years, what do you think you have relied on? This is not my duel with you. It's not a duel between the evil ghost and the ghost-killing team, but the ghost-killing challenge to the evil ghost, it's you who succeeded the country to the one, and challenged me Ghost Dance Suji no miserable. The ultimate violence versus the ultimate swordsmanship, the ultimate ghost king versus the ultimate breathing swordsman. Ha ha ha, you can play with them first. In a loud, eerie roar, many, like xenomorphic monsters, crawled out of the darkness. Each of them is huge and unbelievable. I've been with me for so many years, the Ghost Shadow Core, these shadow-devouring monsters. Now it can finally come in handy. The Ghost Shadow Core. Before the words fell, countless ghost shadows appeared from the shadows, looking like ordinary ninjas, ghosts, thorns with both hands and claws, giant shadows like strong men, flying shadows with wings soaring wantonly in the night sky, wearing armor, giving them stronger resistance ability, and the shadow katana in their hands was the helmet of an invincible weapon. The body can be stretched and elongated like toffee, and has an exaggerated elastic deformation ability. The power is not to be underestimated, and it can easily lift a very hideous and terrifying soft shadow that is long from heavy objects. With a burly body, his left hand is tapered and his right hand is pincer-shaped. Even when he is only half of his body, he still has strong combat ability, and his agility and strength are not bad. and a mantis-like scythe. Countless evil ghosts and ghost beasts rushed towards the edge of the country. Accompanied by the ghost dance Suji no Miserable, they launched an attack on Jiguo Yuanyi. Breath of the Sun, One Shape, Round Dance. Ji Kunian, Oni my Suji, no Miserable, slashed out an arc attack wrapped in flames. But every time Jiguo's Hideo is about to cut down Anime Suji, there will be a ghost shadow blade armor who is not afraid of death to stop Anime Suji. Breath of the Sun, Gleaming Shape, Radiant Grace. Ji Koyuan jumped into the sky, and the blade of the Hinawa blade in his hand would be wrapped around the blazing flames like the sun, forming a spiral slash from top to bottom, attacking the Anime Suji misery. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Ha, and in front of the endless ghost ninjas. What can you do? And how many of you might be able to beat me now? 1,000th, 1,000th, 1 billion. Ghost Dance Suji looked at the besieged Jiguo Yuanyi and said. Even if it's an endless end, it's enough for me. Ji Koyuan raised his head, revealing a look full of determination or madness. With the sound of the pipa, the pillars that were transmitted to all parts of the infinite city were transferred to Ji Koyuanyi's side. At the same time, the gates of the infinite city were opened, and a large number of Ghost Slayer teams poured into the infinite city. Towards the Anime Suji no tragic killing. Nani? Naruto, what are you doing? Anime Suji looked at Naruto in surprise, and at this moment there was a beautiful woman standing next to Naruto, with long black hair and wearing a dark purple kimono. The woman scratched her wrist hard, and blood poured out, and as the blood mist filled, the surrounding area was full of flowers, and those flowers seemed to grow on the blood mist. And Naruto's eyes lost their sparkle at the moment. I'm going to take you down, Anime Suji. No matter what the cost. Chapter 42. I'm going to take you down, Anime Suji. No matter what the price is. Zhu Shi. You trademark. But you don't seem to have broken free from my curse. As soon as his mind moved, Zhu Shi's body began to collapse layer by layer. Anime Suji rushed towards Zuyo without misery, incredibly fast, but at the moment when he was about to grab Zushi's head. 4. The sound of the lute sounded again, and the crumbling flesh did not turn into a mess of mud, but all turned into spice. At this moment, Zhu Shi used his life to urge his blood ghost magic to confuse blood. Cheng Hao was teleported to Ji Koyuanyi's side. What FK? Zushi, you beep, silenced. At this moment, Cheng Hao, looking at Ji Koyuanyi, who was angry, felt a little scared. My hands are shaking. No, it's not me, it's Anime Suji, who thought he was completely devoured. Is still alive in the depths of my Cheng Hao's soul. Feeling the strong fear in the soul, although the soul of the Anime Suji at this time could not defeat Cheng Hao at all. Or rather, it was because when he was reborn, he had already almost destroyed his soul. But at this moment, the soul of Anime Suji's miserable soul burst out with a strong desire to live. Under the impact of this desire, every cell in his body seemed to tell Cheng Hao to escape. Deep in his soul, Cheng Hao pinched Ghost Dance Suji's miserable neck and said, "You trademark is really the purest villain I've ever seen, just to live, you can do nothing. Then you have a kind of continue to resist for me, and the purpose of my life is to achieve victory and dominate everything. Because that's the only way to give me satisfaction. For a long time, I will never allow myself to do nothing." People's dreams of being biologist, scientist, medical scientist, writer, general, or even president or other leaders have always revolved around a pole. That pole is to make the world spin of its own will. And I'm just going to grab that pole of man. And this ultimate thing is to become a supreme god. If you think about it, we actually have the same purpose. You only have one way now, and if you want to live, you will merge with me. The spirit and will are immortal, and you will continue your life. Otherwise, we will destroy together. It seems that he feels Cheng Hao's extremely strong desire. Anime Suji's miserable soul stopped resisting, as if knowing that he was powerless, and then directly began to swing and become truly one with Cheng Hao. This process was only in an instant, and Cheng Hao, who was relieved, smiled at Ji Kuyuan and said, "In a long life, it's so interesting to watch people die for various purposes." They toyed with the applause, the joy of being like a marionette and finally having to go on according to my script and stand at the top of everything. "You too, so does Zhu Shi, and so does your brother." Ji Kuyuan's eyes seemed to be on fire again, and the knife in his hand gradually clenched. The momentum continued to increase, and he roared, "What's so fun? What's the fun? What do you think of human life?" With a swing of the knife, he slashed at Anime Tsujino, the breath of the sun, the 13th type. Countless arc-shaped slashes wrapped in flames struck at Anime Tsujino, and the blood ghost technique Black Bloodthorn's heart plexus riot. 7 hearts beat wildly together, and energy continues to pour into all parts of the body. At this moment, the strength and speed of the Anime Suji Miserable have been greatly improved. This is the second of so many years of research and technology to deal with Ji Kuyuanyi. The 7 hearts beat wildly together, just like the burning heart of the Yanzu that week, to increase strength, beyond the limits of self. After all, Yanzu only has a human with a weak heart recovery ability, but Anime Suji is not miserable, with 5 brains and 7 hearts. The ability to regenerate is unbelievably strong. The knife and the blood whip are connected, and the ripples collide with the ripples. A legendary swordsman and a legendary ghost king. The two forces, which represent the sun and the night, are facing each other, forming a beautiful line of morning and dusk. There is a flaw. Ji Kuyuan slashed the blood whip in front of him one by one, and swung the knife towards the ghost dance Suji no Miserable. Faced with the Hinawa knife that was about to be cut to the neck, Ghost Dance Suji not only did not have the slightest panic, but showed a strange smile. "You're a bad move." Black trolls appeared in the dark shadows at the feet of, and grabbed Jikoku's ankle. At the same time, Anime Suji was miserable, his hands turned into blood whips, and he drew towards Jiguyuan. Oh no! At the moment when the blood whip was about to whip Ji Kuyuanyi, the sound of the pipa sounded again, and Ji Kuyuanyi suddenly teleported to the back of Anime Suji. "Nanny! Get out of my..." Oni Dance Suji was miserable, and once again sent out a shockwave of one of his unique blood ghost magic abilities, and a strong shockwave emanated from his body, and in the face of this shockwave, even Ji Kuyuanika had to avoid its edge. After all, it was the ghost dance Suji in the original book who studied the method of dealing with Jiguo Yuanyi for hundreds of years, but it was not easy to escape from such a short distance. But another sound of pipa sounded. Ji Kuyuanyi's figure appeared in the distance again. "Zhu Shi, you trademark Naruto." Cheng Hao is trying hard to regain control of Naruto. For a moment, she felt that all the cells in Naruto's body were rebelling against her. "This is the only chance, and I will never allow her to slip away from me. Anime Suji is going to die. You won't be able to escape this time." Ah! Zhu Shi almost integrated all the remaining blood into Naruto's body. The blood demon technique bewitching blood was used to the extreme at this moment, and the blood entered Naruto's brain, using the power of the illusion to forcibly manipulate her. Cheng Hao tried a few times to take back some control of Naruto, and as long as he did it once or twice, Zhu Shi's blood ghost technique would be completely useless. However, the situation at this time does not allow it. The members of the ghost-killing team looked at him one after another, and Ji Kuyuanyi also rushed towards him at a very fast speed with the sound of the pipa. Damn! So Cheng Hao did not hesitate to control Naruto's body to collapse. As Naruto's body gradually disintegrates, she also loses her ability to control Infinity City. Only one head remained, which fell to the ground. Oh no, he killed Naruto. Down, but not completely. Ghost Dance Suji no Miserable, with incredible speed, rushed towards the Pearl World. Behind him, all kinds of ghost ninja armor, as well as many evil ghosts, and ghost beasts. block the way of the members of the Demon Slayer. Even though, Ji Kuyuan's desperate pursuit was still stopped by the endless army of ghosts. In front of Zhu Shi, Cheng Hao didn't even look at Zhu Shi. Instead, he grabbed Naruto's head directly, and then his stomach cracked, and he directly stuffed Naruto's head into it. Countless tentacles surged out of her body and pierced directly into Naruto's brain. Restored control of Infinity City. Before the sound of the lute, the pattern of the Infinite City began to change dramatically, and countless members of the ghost-killing team were once again isolated from the outside, accompanied by many hungry ghosts and ghost beasts. A large number of ghost shadow regiments surrounded Jiguo Yuanyi. Cheng Hao smiled slightly and said, "Okay, solve those people who are in the way. Let's start our second round." Chapter 43. Cheng Hao smiled slightly and said, "Okay, solve those people who are in the way. Let's start our second round. And I'm not interested in you breathing swordsman anymore." Then Anime Suji raised his arms and rushed to Jikoku Enika not far away. His pale arm was torn from under his gorgeous clothes, turned into a long whip that can easily cut people in half. Even the invincible Ji Kuyuan couldn't help but feel a chill in his back, which was a sense of crisis walking on the edge of life and death. As powerful as he is, it is difficult for him to surpass the limits of human beings. As long as you rub one point, you will definitely be killed on the spot. Not only that, but the 9-section pipe whip on his back is the main means of attack of Anime Suji no miserable. The 9 pipes that stick out from the back of the Anime Suji are about 4 meters long, and the length can be changed at will. Carrying the blood of the inferior, it can destroy its own cells with a single hit, thus killing it. But Ji Kuyuaniki is the strongest breathing swordsman after all, and the moment the whips are gathered together with the advantage of markings and transparency of the world, all the whips are pierced together with a single stab. Immediately after, the breath of the sun round dance accompanied by blazing flames, like a firestorm, swept all the whips into the center of the storm, tearing them apart. As the stabbing whip turned into his hands, and the 9-section pipe whip behind him was chewed and torn apart by the flame storm. This dense attack finally revealed a gap, and Ji Kuyuan grabbed this gap tightly. At this moment, he was like a crimson lightning bolt slashing towards Anime Suji. The sun-like energy of the blade turned into a flaming dragon at this time. The roar tore towards Anime Suji's miserable neck. Breath of the Sun, Type 3 Scorching Sun Red Mirror, Breath of the Sun, Type 7, Breath of the Sun, Type 12, Flame Dance 13 Company, Breath of the Sun Type 13, that is, the type that continuously releases the Breath of the Sun 12, facing the overwhelming attacks in front of him. Anime Suji Miru also felt an incomparable sense of oppression at this moment, just like the day he was born. It's like he was once weak and overwhelmed by the malice from heaven. Demon Breath Life Demon Armor is an armor composed of ripples of flesh and breath that belong to demons. It was as black as ink, enveloping the entire body, leaving only the eyes that belonged to the bloodless eyes of Anime Suji. Look at the bottom is covered with barbs, and the mouth is open and closed, which is a bit like a alien exoskeleton armor, and a bit like the armor form of Brother A in the original form of Torture. The muscles in the back have also changed, and the whole muscle looks like the face of a demon, hideous and terrifying. And because the demon ripples are constantly flowing inside, like flowing water, they will scatter the slashes they receive all over the body, making the damage greatly reduced. At the same time, Wu Miao also used one of his killer tools. The 8 whips under his feet were the fastest 8 tube whips in Wu Miao's body, with a length of about 7 meters. Its speed is far higher than the 9 pipe whips on the upper body and the 2-arm spike whip. And the sonic boom produced by the speed of these 8 whips made the earth crack every inch of it. The whip also has the ripples of evil spirits attached to it. And it also carries a large amount of its own blood. Even if it is not touched within a certain range, it will still be hurt by the ripples that belong to the Ghost King. And the slash came. The Breath of the Sun, the type of 13, superimposes the Breath of the Sun, the rhythm of the Sun of the 14th type. The first type of the country is continuously released from the type of 1 to the type of 12, forming a cycle that continues continuously, that is, the 13th type. Combined with the sun's ripples, it continues to radiate outward the power that belongs to the sun. At this moment, Jikoku Yuanichi seemed to be like the same sun and called out to Anime Suji's face. Gather the favor of the gods, and walk the mortal dust with the capital of the gods. At this moment, apart from this sentence, there is no longer anything that can be used to describe Jiguo Yuanyi. Cheng Hao also had to do his best. Countless ghosts rose into the sky and attached to his body, and the already hideous armor became more and more hideous. The left hand turned into a sharp claw, the right hand turned into a sharp blade, and 9 more pipe whips grew out of the back, and the 8 whips on the feet also danced wildly. Like a black hole, it rushes towards the Sunday Eula, Ara, Ara, Ora, Ola, Ara, Ola, Ara, Ara, Ola, Ola, Ara, Big Wood, Big Wood, Big Wood. The Japanese wheel knife and the whip are connected, and the sharp claws and sharp blades are biting each other, and no one can help anyone for a while. Even if Jiguo Yuanyi had a transparent world, under such a dense attack, each whip was accompanied by countless demon ripples. The sun-like ripples and the hungry ghost's ripples collided with each other, creating a wave of air that seemed to overturn the entire Infinity City. Although Jiguo's Hideo is faster than every whip, it is only just right to fight it under the siege of these 17 whips and hard claws and blades. Once a few whips have been chopped, the others, either claws or blades, will come at him. And even if you are lucky enough to flash them one by one, when you directly cut down the body of Anime Suji, Ghost Dance Suji will not hesitate to control the exploding of that piece of meat in an instant, without giving the sun ripples any time to transmit. The Blood Ghost Technique Ice Glass Lotus Whip now not only has the ripples of evil ghosts but also carries the power of real ice, making Ji Kuyuan feel that his body is gradually cold, and even his movements are starting to become a little stiff. After all, you're just a human being. The body is fragile, and neither can it regenerate and recover. The battle of cracking the high walls, coupled with the freezing power unleashed by the blood demon magic. Your body is gradually going to the limit. Sinai, go die, follows the national edge of the first. Physical manipulation heart plexus riot, physical manipulation, muscular form superimposed on the hammer form. The 7 hearts beat wildly at a high speed of 500 beats per minute, and in an instant, the speed of Wu Miao's fist unexpectedly exceeded the speed of the Hideo. Ji Kuyuan immediately protected himself with a sword. The powerful force hit the Hideo, directly turning the Hideo into countless fragments. Oops, you're off the hook, and Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable. The ripples attracted countless fragments to condense each other, and then the countless fragments, carrying the bearer's ripple energy, like bullets, shot towards Anime Suji no miserable. Nani. Under the effect of powerful and dense ripples, this Hideo has become a magic knife with 1,000 blades that can only attack and defend. A piece of condensation directly cut off Anime Suji's hands and turned them into ashes. It was put on the side of 9 pipes, and in the process of defending the fragments, several of the fragments directly surrounded the roots and broke down. The killer 8 blood whips on his feet were also cut off by Ji Kuyuan. Damn! How could I fail here? Blood demon technique. Countless thorns of black blood thorns were released from Wu Miao's body, and they were entangled towards the fate of the country. It's useless. Oni Dance Suji is no miserable, today you will definitely die, if there is another ending, then I will never allow. The breath of the sun 13 type of Hideo fragments wrapped around Ji Kuyuan and waved again and again, overcoming thorns, and rushed to the front of Oni Dance Suji no miserable. Grabbed Anime Suji's neck with both hands, as if he was grasping the future, and he didn't let go. The breath of the sun 14 type of scorching sun, the ripples of the sun continued to enter the body of Anime Suji's miserable body along the arm of Jikuni Yuanichi. Do you think you can win just like this? Even now I'm sure I'm stronger than you. Chapter 44. Do you think you can win just like this? Even now, I'm sure I'm stronger than you. The black ripples and the golden ripples collide with each other, and the swordsman representing the sun and the king of ogres representing the night are neither human. I originally wanted to say that they are incompatible with each other, but the voice-to-text gave me a non-human and then I don't want to change it. It feels quite appropriate. At this moment, the power is surging in the bodies of the two people, intertwined and entwined, devouring each other, and cancelling each other. Gasification freezing method ice glass lotus hua blood ghost technique black blood thorns, and ice crazy output to Ji Guo Yuan Yi. Yes, the flame of Ji Guo Yuan Yi was extinguished. Muda, useless, even if you can ripple what? Ko no anime Suji has surpassed all living beings and all breathing swordsmen. The beating of 7 hearts is much more powerful than the crazy beating of 1 heart after all. A steady stream of energy poured from his body, and the ghost pattern finally defeated the ripples, and continued to attack into the body of Ji Kuyuan. But at this moment, Ji Kuyuan only has the idea of killing Anime Suji no misery in his mind. The death of his wife and daughter, the departure of his brother, and the peaceful and beautiful life that should have been taken away by this man. The peerless genius who had achieved such an achievement without much polishing had now grown to the point where he could completely kill Anime Suji without being miserable. A large number of sun ripples poured out of the body. At this moment, he seemed to be like the god of the Sunday burning the heart, pushing boundaries. The markings seemed to come to life, gradually spreading over his body. Scarlet as blood, he was already the pinnacle of human beings, and at this moment, he had burst out with a power that surpassed what humans could emit. Damn! You guy, don't you want to die? How dare you exchange injuries for injuries with me? Just by virtue of your boxers, poor, human body. Trying to drag me to hell? This stupidity will only lead to defeat. Who is the one who will be defeated in the end? It will be revealed immediately that there is no miserable. If you can't do it, you will only die without a place to be buried. And succeed to the country. The ripples and ghost patterns collided with each other, and for a while, no one could help anyone. The stalemate of the scene project. However, under the effect of this elimination of the other's strengths, the human body cannot compete with the body of the hungry ghost after all, and if it continues, it will definitely fail. But with the help of the transparent world, Ji Kuniki soon discovered the weakness of the Anime Suji's miserable life demon armor. Ji Koyuan said wholeheartedly, this armor is really strong, and the ripples of demons are constantly flowing on it, like a stream of water, distributing my attacks evenly throughout the body, and this armor has a strong obstruction effect on the Sunday. Coupled with Anime Suji's ability to recover from a steady stream of miserable. It would be difficult to defeat him with a sword alone. But it's all because it's the pattern of the current, so I just have to let the ripples interfere with the flow of the ripples of her anyway. The protagonist has a female form. So it doesn't matter if it's a typo, Omega. Then if you can stop the flow of his ripples in an instant, you will completely smash it. It's a good thing for ghosts. As a result, the ripples of Jiguo Yunyi no longer unilaterally poured into the body of the miserable, but flowed in the opposite direction of the ripples flowing on the miserable life demon armor. The two ripples were entwined, and the ripples on the life demon armor then changed from a state of flow to a state of stagnation in an instant. Then in an instant, the fragments of the Hideo were like scraping meat, and the armor on the body of the Anime Suji was scraped off directly. Then, a large number of ripples rushed into Anime Suji's body. It's finally time for you to go to hell this time, right? Don't underestimate me, I will definitely live no matter what happens, I will definitely live. Hands, trying to pull away Ji Kuyuanyi's hands were melted by the ripples. So the ghost danced Suji no miserable in order to get rid of the shackles of the Jiguo Yuanyi, and changed a new attitude. It has the appearance of a monster with its face split open and its mouth split in half. The big mouth of the blood basin was towards the first of the country and bit it. The terrifying countenance was terrifying. That's the ghost dance Suji no miserable in order to survive and turned into a living monster. Jiguo Yunyi-san -100 Jiguo Yunyi-san -100 Jiguo Yunyi-san -100 blood basin mouth, and directly tore at Jiguo's handsome face. It's so ugly, anime Suji is not miserable. But that's exactly what lies beneath your handsome exterior and the nature of the monster that hides. Although the darkness is long, people are no longer confused. Now is the time. Breath of the Sun, Type 13, Cyclic Flame Dance, superimposed on Breath of the Sun, Type 14, Rhythm of the Sun, Rhythm Mountain, blowing color ripples, and slashing. Monster's head shredded by the sword. At the same time, it is growing at an incredible rate. Damn! Ripples constantly roaming through my body, destroying my body and inhibiting my ability to regenerate. This is not the way to go. So anime Suji Momoru uses his powerful physical proliferation ability to instinctively survive in the form he created. Its posture is like the image of a baby surrounded by death in the womb without misery. Through a steady stream of multiplying flesh, Wu Miao can even walk in the sun for a few minutes. It will also disrupt the conduction of ripples, confining them to the baby's skin and unable to attack the body. Anime Suji's body swelled. Blood Demon Technique Flesh Cataclysm Instant, a large number of tentacles, claws, and blades came from all over the Infinite City. It's like crazy rushing towards the edge of the country. Faster and more intense than the original. Countless eyes were cracked across the walls of Infinity City, observing every detail of the battle in 360 degrees, and transmitting it to anime Suji's mind. All over the shadows of Infinity City are also full of ghost soldiers. Flesh assimilation, this terrifying skill has finally shown its true power, using flesh and blood to completely assimilate other objects. Just like the nightmare in the infinite train in the future, but it was only assimilated into a train. And the Infinite City with anime Suji no miserable at this moment with him as the center for hundreds of miles has been completely assimilated by his flesh and blood. And as the ancestor of the demons, even if he is killed, he can use his own blood in the bodies of other demons to fuse them and resurrect himself. In other words, as long as there is only one ghost left in the world, it is impossible for the ancestor of the ghost to die. This is the terrifying ability of combining flesh and blood assimilation and dependence manufacturing. Each ghost is actually the product of the assimilation of the flesh and blood of the ancestor of the ghost. Naruto's head was also taken out without misery. The Infinite City turned, several large rooms, and behind Wu Miao, those rooms were full of naked humans. Cheng Hao gave Naruto a lot of blood again, and the tentacles he controlled stirred the naked people into meat sauce, and then threw Naruto's head into it. The room was pierced into Naruto's head from a large number of tentacles, and with the help of no miserable, Naruto's body was recondensed. Gradually, consciousness began to return. Several shadows gushed out of Wu Miao's body, entered Naruto's body, and Wu Miao looked at Naruto, and said with a smile, "I have handed over the summoning power of the Soft Shadow Regiment, the Flying Shadow Regiment, and the Shadow Devourer Regiment to you, to kill all the ghost-killing teams on the ground. The dawn is coming, and I will have a long night with this man Terminator." Chapter 45. Several shadows gushed out of Wu Miao's body, and entered Naruto's body. Wu Miao looked at Naruto, and said with a smile, "I have handed over the summoning power of the Ghost Shadow Regiment's Soft Shadow Regiment, Flying Shadow Regiment, and Shadow Devouring Regiment to you. Go and kill all the Ghost Slayer teams on the ground. Dawn is coming, I want to end this long night with this man." Naruto gradually opened her eyes, felt the surging power of the ghost in her body, and said, "Yes, Lord Misery." He picked up the familiar lute and flicked the door open. Immediately, countless ghosts followed her out. Although the individual strength of the demons outside the Infinite City is very strong, after all, they have been fighting on their own for hundreds of years. Now fighting with the Ghost Slayer group, I haven't been able to bargain for a while. I think this is one of the reasons why the upper strings didn't fight the upper strings collectively in Infinite City in the late Demon Slayer. After all, there is a lot more tacit understanding between the members of the Demon Slayer team than between the demons. That's why, later in the original, all the Winding Ghosts didn't fight together. Mainly because they have been fighting separately for hundreds of years, their teamwork ability is far lower than that of the members of the Ghost Slayer team. That's why I took advantage of the Infinite City to let the Stringers achieve each defeat. As a result, they all performed the Ghost King underscore, but all this changed with the arrival of Naruto, a large number of ninjas, ghosts, flying shadows, devourers, the leaders of the 3 Ghost Shadow regiments. Relentless command execution machines, and the number is almost equal to infinity. When a member of the Demon Slayer team was about to decapitate an evil ghost, a laser shot out of the flying shadow's hand in the sky. Then, the Ghost Slayer was instantly wiped out, leaving nothing left. Those monsters have reappeared. Standing in the center of the 10,000 ghosts, the winding Naruto maiden, waving her hands all the time, the murderous aura revealed by the big eyes of Karslan, every member of the ghost-killing team couldn't help but feel a little chill in their backs. Not to mention all kinds of evil spirits, such as spider legs, similar to tired older brothers, horns, similar to the head of the half-Tengu's abomination form, and even some evil spirits that have become impossible to tell that they used to be human, similar to hand ghosts. Lord Wu Miserable, order the strings to help us. It was the upper winding Naruto-sama. The demons seem to have found the backbone, and they all revolve around the upper winding spirit. Lord Wu Miao ordered us to eradicate all the members of the Ghost Slayer team here, and directly attack the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team. Use the silver spear to dye the annoying Demon Slayer red. Use the spear of black iron to dye the other poor armies red. Dye all our enemies, down to the grass and trees, bright red. Kill when you see the enemy. Kill when you see the enemy. Slaughter all the enemies, no one will leave this island alive. Yes. Long live Naruto-sama. Long live Misa-sama. The demons seem to have found their spiritual support, or faith, under the command of Naruto. With the cooperation of the Black Shadow Legion, they began to kill the members of the Demon Slayer in all directions. Countless eyeballs were also scattered in Naruto's body, constantly observing the movements of every member of the Demon Slayer team on the battlefield. And looking for the leader of the Demon Slayer team. At the same time, Naruto in the Infinite City looked at the ghost in front of him with a solemn face. This ghost has a very strong body and a very strong sense of battle. Secondly, he wanted to cut off his neck, but he forcibly twisted the blade to the other side with his hand. Note, the current third brother has not yet reached the strength of the original plot, so he is not easy to fight this battle. After all, it didn't take long to become a ghost, and I ate less than I ate people. The ghost had short pink hair, golden eyes, pale skin, and countless dark blue tattoos carved all over his body representing sinners, and his nails were blood red. He wears a fuchsia shirt with rosaries on his ankles. He didn't eat the smell of many people, but his strength was far superior to most of the ghosts he had seen. Moreover, the unique snowflake technique blood ghost technique is full of fighting spirit. The ability to recover is also extraordinary. Anyone who has seen the Demon Slayer blade knows that this is the third of the future wind, the zodiac seat. A violent blow from the saboteur killer nest at an extremely high speed towards the same place. Thunder breath Ichi Thunderbolt flashed and quickly felt the powerful destructive power of this blood demon technique, and the ring pillar was about to interrupt his release like lightning at an extremely fast speed. But the aftermath of the severed blood demon spell is still devastating. The fierce punches of the sabotage kill, shatter style, and 10,000 leaves flash willow swung from top to bottom, and the impact of the fist was constantly swinging, causing the ground to shatter like leaf lines. Number, it stands to reason that a ghost with this strength should have devoured a large number of humans. However, the aura on his body did not seem to have the slightest taste of devouring a large number of people in the country. Thunder Breath Type 6, the power of the lightning thunder boom is more powerful than the far thunder, and the battlefield seems to be ravaged by thunder and lightning, like a thunderbolt, and the cheese is crazy towards the nest. The Destroyer Kill Destroyer Nest unleashed a devastating punch that caused the surrounding air to explode with great force. The thunder and lightning came together with the impact of the zodiac seat, and at first, the two were evenly matched. But Naruto knows very well that humans and evil spirits, isn't it looking for death to compete for endurance? If you drag on the ground for a while, maybe the sun will come out. But this is now in Infinity City. So Naruto used his whole card, which was the whole card he used to kill the top 5. It's not like in the anime, another type of breathing is created. It's an Ecluan saber hidden behind him. There are 2 weapons required to use this whole card, and when you are evenly matched with the enemy, suddenly put down the Hinawa knife and use the Nichiwa saber, and then use the Thunder Breath Ichi type Thunderbolt Flash. By severing the demon's neck by surprise. Thunderbolt and the destruction of the nest seat collided annihilation. Just as Ming Zhu expected, they were evenly matched, and for a while, no one could help anyone. Haha, you've been tricked, little ghost. In the middle of the fight, Naruto suddenly put down the Hinawa sword, and then pulled out the Hinawa saber with lightning speed. Thunder Breath 1 type, Thunderbolt flashed at such a close distance, and there was no way to dodge, and it was too late to shoot back. Nani? Chapter 46. Nani's head was cut off in an instant, and his eyes showed incomparable unwillingness. All right, imp, the battle is over. If you are given more time to grow, I am afraid that no one will be your opponent by then. Why? Why am I not strong enough? The figure of a girl like a snowflake flashed in his mind. Although I don't know who she is anymore, the obsession in my heart that has become stronger has become deeper and deeper. No, I can't die here. I haven't gotten stronger, I'm stronger than anyone else. Ordinary ghosts die when their necks are decapitated by the Nichira, and this is the limit of ghosts. However, if the ONI has a strong obsession before death, it is possible to break through this limit, complete the regeneration of the head, and even if it is decapitated by the Nichiwa again, it will not die, but it is still afraid of the sun. At this time, the zodiac is like this in the future, the reflection of the snowflake girl, Love Snow, that keeps drifting even if you don't know who she is, the memory is very vague. But every time the obsession floats by, it gets worse. As a result, the body stopped collapsing and began to regenerate at an extremely fast rate. Naruto was about to leave when a hand suddenly grabbed him on the shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a leaderless ghost exuding a fighting spirit, his hand grabbing his shoulder. Nani? How is this possible? I have already beheaded him. Destruction and killing finale, blue-silver chaos remnant light. The Ming pillar that was caught by the nest seat was already unavoidable, and the shockwaves continued to fall on him. No matter how he used the neon wheel sword to defend, how could he defeat a leaderless ghost with an attack? Poof! Blood spurted out of Naruto's body as if he didn't want money. You guy! Even if he was unwilling, Naruto, who had lost too much blood, could only close his eyes. The Ghost Slayer can't get up again. On the other side of Infinite City, the battle between Jikokaniki and Anime Tsujimu is also coming to an end. The mountain blows the color ripples and walks away. Ji Koyuan stuck his sword on the ground, and a large number of sun ripples appeared in his small body. The shockwave formed by the huge ripples wiped out every inch of the land that had been assimilated by flesh and blood. Can I ask him for royalties? Ghost Dance Suji looked at the inevitable sun ripples, and complained helplessly. The powerful ripple shockwave directly shattered Anime Suji's body. He could only hold his head with his remaining body. Ji Koyuanyi was also exhausted and sat on the ground. The protracted battle has brought its body almost to its limit. It's not enough, I'm not done yet, it's close, it's close. Ji Kuniki supported his body with a knife and tried his best to walk towards Anime Suji. The breath of the Sun 13 type blades flickered continuously, and a slash fell on Anime Suji's body. But when Ji Kuinika used the blade to completely smash the head of Anime Suji Mako, this king of 10,000 ghosts showed a weird smile. Nani? Although he was suspicious, Ji Kuniki did not hesitate to smash Anime Suji's miserable head. And then the first sentence suddenly fell on his shoulder. Nanny. Alright, it's over. I guessed wrong, it's a pity to have this thing, Omega. Come to think of it, you should be already empty, right? Ji Koyuan just turned his head, ready to swing his sword to meet it. A fist slammed directly into his lungs with lightning speed. Gasification and freezing method first formed ice in his lungs, and then was directly broken into ice crystals under the huge force. Poof! Blood kept spurting out of Jiguo Yuanyi's mouth. In fact, it is an invincible swordsman, and it is difficult to support his body at the moment. What's wrong? Ji Koyuaniki, stand up. After only being punched, he fell to the ground and couldn't cry, and he said that he was over, but he couldn't do it. This is not to weaken Jikokaniki. In the original work, he didn't dare to let Anime Suji's attack touch him, because he knew that if this attack was touched, he would die. I've also strengthened it a little bit in this book. Yo, this is the first time we've met. The female form of the Anime Suji is wearing a black embroidered kimono, and she is so beautiful that it can only be said that it is a kind of noble and elegant, as if she does not belong to the world, and she is full of aggression to the extreme. But in the eyes of Jiguo Yuanyi, this look is extremely disgusting. This is really disgusting. Do you want to use this appearance to mock me? Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable. Ha 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 ha, what is it? Obviously, I have used the breathing method to such an extent, and my strength is even better than mine in many aspects. But regeneration and restoration are ridiculously weak. The body is constantly worn out in the fight with me. What can you do at this time? What a cruel end! Your brother has become my right-hand man, and my men will devour your men, your women, and your children because you are against me. And the people around you outside the infinite city, you are about to be killed by all the ghosts around me. And you sacrificed all of this to create an opportunity to duel me, but your weapon didn't reach that opportunity. In my long life, although I have the urge to fight against the strong, don't expect me to be an immortal in a one-on-one duel with a short-lived species like you. Okay, having said all that, I'm hungry too. As soon as Ghost Dance Suji's arm flipped, the flesh and blood of countless corpses on the battlefield rushed to her side as if they were alive. While the demons are fighting with the demon slayer, the bloodshed can gradually be infected by the blood of the demons. The battlefield then expanded, and gradually, the entire city was infected with the blood of evil spirits. It can be said that this city has already become a huge evil ghost. All the flesh and blood on the ground were constantly fed into Anime Suji's body. Ha 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 ha. So much flesh and blood, even I will have a hard time eating it for a while. This scene, even Ji Koyuan couldn't help but feel hopeless. No, no, our battle is not over yet, I can still release the last trace of strength, the last ripple, and directly split the head of Anime Suji. But what is desperate is that the split head, with the supply of countless blood and the support of the huge life force, has completed its regeneration almost instantly. Ji Koyuanyi's hand began to lose his hand. Ghost Dance Suji no miserable grabbed Jikuni Enika by the collar and pulled him over. He said, "Don't be discouraged, maybe the kid will slash me 100,000 times again, maybe he will succeed." Ha 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 ha. Ha! Before he died, he didn't even have the strength to say a word. The sun has finally set. Repeatedly. The country can't. Looking at the death of Jiguo Yuanyi, Anime Suji just said silently, "Now you're ending, isn't it much better than in the original work that I have been hiding and not fighting with you and making you feel guilty for the rest of your life? Next up is the Ghost Slayer, you guys." After saying that, Anime Suji's arm turned into a monster with long eyes, and directly swallowed Jikuni Yuanyi's body. Unlike previous devours, this devouring is more like a fusion. Chapter 47. Looking at the death of Jiguo Yuanyi, Anime Suji just said silently, "Now you're ending, isn't it much better than in the original work that I have been hiding and not fighting with you and making you feel guilty for the rest of your life? Next up is the Ghost Slayer, you guys. After saying that, Anime Suji's arm turned into a monster with long eyes, and directly swallowed Jakuni Yuanyi's body. Unlike previous devours, this devouring is more like a fusion. Ding congratulate the host for devouring the messenger of the gods, ready to begin a complete fusion. At the same time, the shackles of bloodline evolution in the system column were also untied and turned into a usable mode. Just as Anime Suji had speculated, there was only one user of the sun breath in the world other than the cyan flower. It is like the sun, which means that it is possible to overcome the shortcomings of sunlight by devouring the first fate of the country. No matter how bad it is, I got the memory of Jiguo Yuanyi, and with my own development, I will be able to penetrate the world in the future, plus a stronger breathing method. How could Tanjiro beat me unless he took the head? Although he couldn't beat the original book, the 9 pillars combined with the markings in the state of total victory may not be able to beat. At the same time, the evolution of the bloodline began completely. The weakness was about to be eliminated, and a large amount of blood poured in from outside the infinite city. Gradually, a blood-colored cocoon formed, enveloping itself. Every cell in the body starts to get excited. Outside the Ghost Slayer headquarters, Naruto, one by one, released her eyeballs. With the Flying Shadow Core, it may be soon, and the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team has been locked. Twilight covers the land, and the full moon is now bloody. These evil ghosts formed a mighty group, and the 100 ghosts rushed straight towards the headquarters of the ghost-killing team at night. On the way, a woman fled with her child in her arms, but was struck down by the evil spirit, and then the woman and the child were torn to pieces. The survivors who hid in the warehouse, the believers who prayed for a miracle, all ushered in the end of their hopes. The demons broke through the warehouse door, and the screams of the survivors resounded through the noisy, peaceful, bloody night. Mommy! The boy snuggled tightly into his mother's arms, his body trembling constantly. It's okay, Shota, don't make a sound. Although the mother was trembling with fear, she still hugged her child tightly in an abandoned house. I prayed in my heart that the evil spirits would not come. An arm reached out from the other side of the wall with a thud, and then the solid wall was torn through it. A huge entrance is formed. Boom, the little mice are hiding here. A hideous smile, a strange gesture. What kind of thing can it be if it's not an evil ghost? Xiang ran too fast. The boy saw that although the evil ghost trembled with fear, he still resolutely stood in front of the beautiful woman. Although the heart is extremely frightened, the small body is constantly condensing its strength, and it is actually gradually increasing. But an ant, even if the muscles of the whole body are full of strength, is not worth mentioning for an elephant. The demon swung his fist and was about to deal a fatal blow to the outsized boy, when the mother suddenly grabbed the boy. Women are weak, but mothers are strong. The mother dragged the boy out with all her might, and faced the fatal blow of the hell directly. The breath of death blew like the wind across her face. She still kept the boy in her back. What she didn't expect was that the fatal fist stopped when it was about to hit her in the head. It's so touching, it reminds me of my mother. That's how she protected me back then. The demon looked at the mother and son. Please, that's all there is to it. For your mother's sake, which has protected you in this way, it is okay to take my life, but I beg you to spare this child. The child's mother pleaded bitterly. Oh, so you're trying to trade your life for your child's life, right? The mother was about to say something, but the eyes of the countless demons on the ceiling and the walls were staring at her. It was as if they were going to completely devour their mother and son in the next second and turn them into feces. She was speechless with fear, but even so, she said in a trembling voice. Just let this child go. The boy's mouth was tightly covered by his mother, and he couldn't speak. At this moment, the mother already knew that the mother and son could not escape today. Okay, I assure you that none of our ghosts here will hurt your mother and son. But the ghosts here are all subservient to the Lord, and they all take the initiative to sacrifice their souls to him for various reasons. Then I have a good proposal. The Lord once gave us 12 ghost months, the right to turn the humans he fancied into ghosts. Then you don't have to worry about the end of your life, and you don't have to worry about the endless years to come, like mother and son turning against each other. Only then did the mother notice that the ghost had the word next string written in its eye. Please spare this child. The mother did not dare to refuse the demon, but she also did not want her child to become like this. Okay. The demon's fingers plunged into his mother's neck, pouring demon blood into it. With the screams, the mother gradually turned into a hungry ghost. Then the arm also let go of her child. Seeing the mother's painful appearance, the child involuntarily ran over to check on the mother's condition. Are you all right? Said the boy. Anxious look on his face, as if it were a fire burning on his own. His mother's hand was also on his shoulder. He kept muttering. My child, raised his head, the saliva from the corner of his mouth was already dripping. Finally, I couldn't help but bite the child's neck. With bursts of tearing, the boy's incredulous eyes brought him back to the place where he was born. Looking at this scene, the lower string smiled and said, I didn't lie to you, did I? It's just a tragedy of your own choosing, just like my former mother, whose love was so great and so stupid. That's why I'm in this field. He remembered that after his mother's death, he was finally cornered and met the adult. Eventually, he gained the strength to kill his family, and broke his neck in front of the child who had been making things difficult for them. In the end, he tied up his former family to his cave, tortured them to various levels of torture until they went insane, and then sold his former titular family as slaves. Maybe the wicked also need a savior for the wicked. The evil ghost couldn't help but sigh when he recalled his past, right? In the cocoon of flesh wrapped in blood. The handsome man continued to devour the blood pouring in. The gods of the new world are about to give birth to. Chapter 48. In the Infinite City. Countless flesh and blood frantically rushed towards the blood-red flesh cocoon, and the extremely handsome man continued to devour the blood pouring in. Slowly opened his eyes, and the battle was decided. The only person in the Ghost Slayer who was a threat to himself had been completely fused with himself at the moment. Flesh and blood continue to strengthen his body, and at this time, Anime Suji no Miserable really feels that his body is evolving from the cellular level. Real name, Chenghao Race, King of Cannibals. Spiritual power, SS ability, Rapid Healing SS and Body Transformation X, Dependence Make SS+, the energy obtained by the dependents will feed back to the master, and they can let their will come with the help of the body of the dependents. Blood Demon Technique. Life Drain and Life Force Storage. You can store a large amount of life force and use it during battle to achieve the effect of instant recovery. Vaporization Freezing Method, Blood Demon Technique, Ice Glass Lotus Flower, Sleepy Domain, Hypnosis, Omega, Hay, Black Blood Thorn, Original Ghost King's Blood Demon Technique, the self-division of the Blood Ghost Art. It can split itself into countless pieces of flesh and blood, as long as there is a little blood foam alive, then it will not die. 5 brains and 7 hearts, because the host surpasses the medical knowledge of ordinary people, and after using its own abilities, it has created multiple organs for itself. Ghost Brain, based on the information in your head, you can construct a virtual enemy to fight with you. Flesh and blood assimilation, can assimilate creatures, buildings, and even plants. After the evolution of bloodline, it is no longer limited to one ghost. A kind of blood ghost magic can consume a lot of energy as needed to evolve the required blood ghost magic. If there is a difference with the original work, the author of the magic change. Blood ghost magic. The ghost shadow core summons, devour, no water __, blood remembrance. Blood can be used to obtain the memories that the subject needs in their mind. Ghost breath, sun breath, perfect blood, both now and in the future. They are the most perfect creatures without flaws. It can keep the host's subsequent evolution in the most perfect state, and take its essence to remove its dross. I am the most perfect creature. Penetrate the world, break through the boundaries, break the restrictions of race, overcome the characteristics of being killed by the Nichikakra severed head, manipulate flesh and blood, in hundreds of years of training, fully understand and master your own body, you can perfectly manipulate every piece of flesh and blood in your body, and you can even make your own flesh and blood even if it is separated from the body. Camp, Chaos and Evil Strength Rating, a creature in this world that is infinitely close to a god. As the last drop of blood entered the cocoon, the 7 hearts kept beating. Today, under normal conditions, it is several times faster than before. It's like 7 giant furnaces, pouring a huge amount of energy into the body. Then, the shockwave emitted from the inside of the cocoon, directly turning it into countless fragments, scattered throughout the Infinity City. A man with long white hair walked out, up and down, both in terms of body proportions and in every aspect. He looked as handsome as a Greek sculpture, a devilish figure, and golden proportions. But lately it has been the world of transparency that has not been shocked. Is this the world transparent? I feel like I have a clairway eye that sees my blood, muscle structure, brain, and internal organs of the heart. Not only that, but the manipulation of his own body has also reached a terrifying level. And the speed of time seems to be very slow at this moment. If it was the physical level before, the body was perfectly mastered, and now it is almost at the cellular level. Changing the direction of blood flow is also easy and can produce the appropriate hormones according to the desire. In other words, as long as you think about yourself, you can keep fighting like a drug. And it also has the ability to absorb life force, which can constantly plunder life force from other places to restore itself or store it. Now a whip is not only highly poisonous, but it will also drain a lot of the enemy's life force. But the most pleasing thing is that the Ghost Shadow Core summons it into its own Blood Ghost technique, that is, as long as you become stronger, this Blood Ghost technique will also become stronger. Hey? I didn't expect there to be ghosts in the city who broke through the limit. By penetrating the world, coupled with your own amazing senses. Wu Miao soon discovered that the headless ghost in the distance, the severed head was slowly regenerating. It seems that the consumption is a little large, and before the head is finished, it has already opened its big mouth and eaten the flesh and blood of the enemy. Looks like we'd better go see him. The flesh and blood behind him instantly formed wings and flew towards him quickly. Although the distance is not close, the speed of Wu Miao has reached more than Mach 1 at this time, and it is only a matter of less than a second. When he was eating the corpse of Naruto, he suddenly felt a strong wind pressure. Turning his head, he saw that the man in his black kimono had turned to his side. Then, the sound of wings flapping continued to sound in mid-air. Before hearing its voice, it is the people first. Even if he put his perception ability to the maximum, he didn't see what was so powerful about the man in front of him. However, this kind of speed is definitely not an ordinary person. For a moment, he seemed to realize something. No, miserable adult. You're very good, you can break through the limit and kill a pillar-level powerhouse, and you already have the strength of a winding ghost. What is your name? Thank you for the compliment, but I'm really sorry that my memory of human beings is vague, and I can't remember my name since I became a ghost. That's fine, as a ghost, you've long since drawn the line between you and people. Turning into a ghost is a new beginning, and in the future, your name will be Uzumaz. Yes, thank you, Lord Wumi. Then, Wu Miao used his tentacles to stab into the head of the zodiac and injected a large amount of blood. Let's go, the Ghost Slayer will be history today. The number of the first string was imprinted in the eyes of the zodiac seat, and finally, the gate of the infinite city opened, and the miserable and the zodiac walked out together. Outside, Naruto was directing the battle with all her might. The tacit understanding between the Ghost Slayer team was beyond her imagination. The previous pillar was also summoned back at the time of Armageddon. Although he hasn't even opened the markings, but, as a veritable master of killing ghosts, he has a lot of experience in dealing with those strange abilities of ghosts, and he has also obtained the breathing method after that. Although they are not as good as Jiguo Yuanyi, they are also top powerhouses other than Zhu, and their strength is not in terms of physical fitness, but in terms of combat experience. For ghosts, the threat is no small either. Not only that, but there is also the water pillar Ui who has a broken arm and the rock pillar that is wrapped in bandages. Together, they barely managed to hold on to their defenses, but it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. But the problem is time, and the horizon has gradually turned white. That is, the sun is coming out. Not only will they not be able to kill them if they continue like this, but they may have to put themselves in, and even if they escape, Lord Wu Miao will definitely blame me. Naruto also began to feel very anxious, but the members of the Ghost Slayer team had already launched a crazy attack on her. It's not so much madness as a suicidal attack. Oh no, even those ninja soldiers, frantically blocking it, there is no way to stop them from approaching. The demons also fought on their own, and some of them even had their own little calculations, thinking that if Naruto was killed by a certain pillar, would he be able to take Naruto's place by killing that pillar? Only the lower string is really true protecting Naruto order forbidden. It's not that he wants to follow orders, it's that he knows that if Naruto dies, the demons will really be scattered. In addition, if you lose the support of a large number of ninja soldiers, this situation will be turned into a demon-killing team in an instant, and it is only a matter of time before you destroy the demons. Just when the remaining pillars were trying their best to attack Naruto from all directions, a whip of flesh and blood was drawn, and the pillars in all directions were swept away in an instant. Some were swept away, some were directly broken off at the waist, and some were put on whips and then devoured directly by Wu Miao. No, miserable adult. Well, I'm here, Naruto. I'm so sorry that I haven't given you the victory yet. Naruto fell to her knees, clutching her miserable legs, and if it weren't for burying her head in a particular place, this apology seemed very sincere. It's okay, you're okay. I didn't expect that the Ghost Slayer team still hid some strong people, and I sent you out, just hoping that you would reduce the number of Ghost Slayer squads outside. But you've beaten them like this with these undisciplined shitty, referring to the weak ghosts, and now they're shrunk together like turtle shells. Well done. I've already come over, and this time the maternity house should be cut off. Chapter 49. The side story: the protagonist's opinion of the ghosts around him and their important index. Because some readers mistakenly thought that I had eaten the setting and wrote Naruto as the heroine, so simply advance the side story. The protagonist himself has 10 stars in the importance index, 10 stars out of 10 stars, joking, whoever dies I can't die in front of my own life. Other things are not worth mentioning. Those demons were nothing more than I created to become gods. You can't just go for the worse. No one is more important than me in my heart, and life is not worth mentioning in front of my interests. They will fight when they should fight, but they will never send themselves to death or always push themselves into a corner. Naruto, the importance index of 9 stars. 9 stars is only the current evaluation, very easy to use ghosts, in all respects. It's very important to yourself, and why? Infinite City is something like that in many worlds, it's almost absolutely safe. For example, even if the Demon Slayer Blade in this world encounters an opponent who absolutely can't be defeated, he can directly put him in the Infinite City, put it for several years, and consume him to death. Due to the special blood ghost technique, she is currently invincible no matter who she encounters in the transposition blood battle. Be prepared to kick it out of the winding and take it with you completely, just in case. Some people mistakenly say that they think she looks like a heroine, but it's not. First of all, there is no heroine in this book. The protagonist is not interested in her, but in her blood magic, as well as her talents. Second, for the protagonist, if she threatens herself, she will decisively let her die or enter a semi-dead state, with only one head. It can be reflected in the battle with Jiguo Yuanyi. Third, if you want to be the protagonist of God, no one is worthy of you in his eyes. It's just that those ghosts are just minions, and if they show their useful side, they will be appreciated. If it doesn't work, after they eat people to a certain extent, they will cut leaks and withdraw their own blood. Summary: the upper string is gone, you can find it again. There is currently only one in Infinity City. And there are also those camera-like eyeballs, and the ability to gather intelligence is also very strong. Whether it's transporting troops or transmitting intelligence, he's an excellent ghost. Such people are more important in my future journey than those powerful combat forces. But when it's time for her to die, she won't keep it. The second Black Death Mao Important Index 8-star evaluation, the real peak level powerhouse in the 12 ghost months, the best answer to the peak. 1-2 The ghost with the strongest combat power in the ghost month has an unimaginable dedication to becoming stronger, and is deeply loved by the protagonist. Breathe through the world, breathe of the moon. Second only to Jiguo's talent, however, he can make the right choice. In a sense, it is stronger than Jiguo Yuanyi. Sometimes, choice is more important than talent and effort. Disadvantages: not keeping up with the times. But it's also because his appearance has changed too much since he became a ghost. And it's no wonder he's gone. Summary: it's a ghost among ghosts, and he has a lot of potential. But if it's dead, then it's dead. If he dies, he will turn the person who killed him into a ghost, anyway. There will be many geniuses in other worlds in the future, and there will be no shortage of him. If he dies, turn the man who killed him into a ghost. Even one of the wines is just a break and a replacement. Although the Tu Tong Mo Important Index 6 stars, the tone of speech is a little weird. But in my heart, I really think of me as a god. I can often recommend some delicious and fun female friends. I often meet in Flower Street, but the blood ghost technique was almost used by him to the extreme, and it was the hungry ghosts except me who reached the almost peak realm just by virtue of the blood ghost technique and the constitution of the hungry ghosts. And just like that, the talent for fighting is also very strong to be able to replace the Uzuma from the second of the upper strings. This is just the setting of the book. Disadvantages: important things should never be entrusted to him. Summary: although you can't do those important things, even if you use him as a bomb to drop on the enemy, the power is enough. The third of the first wind the important index of the zodiac is 6.5 stars, 1 as a demon, he does not fight only by instinct. He gives full play to his physical advantages and has skilled fighting skills. I've been exercising well. 2. Almost able to perfectly perform the tasks assigned by themselves, although they have no special feeling about the tasks assigned to them, but they are serious and rigorous, which is worthy of praise. Disadvantages: 1. Don't eat women. As a ghost, it's best to eat nutritious. But I don't really care about not eating women. Each ghost has its own preferences. 2. What the hell is not killing a woman? If you don't eat it, forget it. If there really is a female enemy, can you really not kill it? I don't know how that crocodile is set. It has not been tried, and if there is a female enemy, he did not kill her. Then you have to beat it well. If he hadn't killed her under his own orders, then he could have been removed from the list directly. Summary: do things rigorously and seriously. I heard that I don't kill women. But I hope not to kill women who have nothing to do with the mission. Instead of not killing female enemies, there are also women I ordered to be killed. Chapter 50. Note that these are the settings of this book, and it is inevitable that there will be discrepancies from the original book. The wind is wanton and the half Tengu importance index is 5 stars. With a special blood ghost spell, 1 is stronger than 4. Although the main body is particularly timid, it is also very difficult to fight in real combat. It's well developed, and basically all enemies will be fooled by him and cut off his head. But no one could have imagined that his body was hiding in the heart of cowardice. This is a point of his cleverness, and he never thought of himself as evil in his human years, and although he was always doing bad things, he always thought of himself as an old thief of the good and weak. This kind of person who does not consider himself to be evil is the great evil in the world. I appreciate it. It's a ghost. Cons: somewhat timid. Comment: some are too timid to hold a meeting with me to speak, and no one else has a hard heart. But it didn't stop him from hitting a critical hit. Although the 4 stars of the importance index of the jade pot are not within my aesthetic range, it is very unreasonable. But because I could feel his admiration for me from the bottom of my heart, it was much more pleasing to the eye. The pot is also very beautiful, that is, asymmetrical. In short, it is a ghost with a very artistic cell, and it can be regarded as relatively talented. But hopefully he can focus more on getting stronger, instead of making pots all day long. But he has already paid attention to it, otherwise he would not have become a ghost of the winding. Upper Quarter Land Prostitute Taro has an important index of 3.5 stars, and he prefers his greed and jealousy. Has excellent fighting talent and reflex nerves. Very potential, it's a ghost. Blood magic is also very powerful. Disadvantages: because of his sister's drag, there are not many people who let him eat, and he is still worried about his sister when he participates in the bloody battle of transposition. Otherwise, at least it can become a team of the upper strings. But if it weren't for the twin ghosts, he might have been killed a long time ago. So whether this matter hurt him or helped him, who can say clearly? The 3 stars of the important index of the land that came forward are much better than Naruto, and my heart is itchy when I look at it. But in other respects it is far worse than Naruto, but it is extremely malleable. There is potential. But the potential is not the strength, and it is not very useful at the moment. Summary: okay, you can let them do some work to gather intel or kill enemies. The second string 2 stars of the importance index of the mushroom and the cool bird, this female ghost is simply the most outrageous and perverted I have ever seen. Whip her, she's so high. Usually inexplicably, he will hurt others and take care of them as if they were his own children. Then he went to Hades. I often hide murder from myself and have strange thoughts. However, in some areas, I am quite experienced. Omega terms of strength are the closest to the upper strings, which is not bad. Cons: what can I give her to do? Summary: talented, but that's it. The second string the importance index of the wolf is 2.5 stars, and there is this kind of ghost that has changed in the adult era, which makes people shine. He has received military training, and his overall quality is not bad. It has cultivation value. While skillfully using firearms, hand-to-hand combat is not bad. The Blood Demon Shadow Wolf is a bit like the Black Shadow Core. Can be seen in shaded areas. In fit, those guns. It's hard to prevent. Disadvantages: since that time when Maki Showera was in purgatory, because of the pain of losing his wife, he has vented his anger on him like crazy. The feeling of humiliation caused him to be furious at the thought of him. Often shoots himself in the head, and if this humiliation is erased, it is estimated that his strength will grow wildly. Summary: great potential and strong comprehensive ability. As long as his strength is sufficient, he can complete most of the tasks. The third nightmare, 2 stars, always felt weird about him, since that night he saw how strong I was. It's like I'm fascinated. This powerful obsession, coupled with the evil that belongs to him alone, has turned him into a ghost of the lower strings. Human beings have often hypnotized healthy people to make them think that they are sick people, and those patients who are hypnotized to make them think that they are healthy people. In short, it's okay, with a good unexpected effect. The fourth of the second string, the 0 surplus, a star, is cute, and the clothes are a bit like a red wolf. The strength is okay, and the perception of himself is also in place, and he is good at escaping. During the human period, the family was eaten because they were hungry. It's more like a demon than a demon. The values are also closer to biology, which I really like. However, you're thinking of running away as soon as you see the pillar, right? Summary: the strength is okay, and it has values close to that of creatures. The fifth of the second string, tired, the important index does not exceed himself, and sympathize with himself, and he loves it very much. But he is also inexplicably lacking in love, and constantly wants to create fetters. Jing Jing gave him a small privilege to allow him to have his own family. Since those were all miscellaneous ghosts, it didn't matter much. It doesn't matter if you still live in the mountains. But if you die because of this, you die and you die. At best, I feel a little uncomfortable. The sixth of the second string, a star with uncertain light and dark of the important index of Zionkai, typical garbage, not good to be a man, not a ghost. However, it can barely get mixed up to this point, and it's okay. If he is allowed to develop for a while, he will not need to be cultivated anymore, and he will be directly used as a small bread and fed to Naruto. Maybe it will make Naruto's blood ghost magic go further. Other ghosts don't have potential, and blood ghost magic can't either. If you die, and I did not call you dead. If the ability is good, look twice. If you can't do it, you can be used as bread or cannon fodder after eating some people. When I'm hungry, when I'm eating.